Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. 8NF Chapter 261 Golden Lion Shiki, captured. Just like Shiki said, for hundreds of miles around the impact point, everything is a disaster. Everything will be destroyed by the super tsunami caused. However, 4 of the 10 islands fell suddenly when they only fell less than 300 meters. It stopped falling and was suspended in the air again. Shiki's eyes froze. It's impossible, even if you can control things, the island. This is absolutely impossible. However, what shocked him was more than that. A few kilometers away, missiles were launched one after another in the direction of the second fleet. They all accelerated and flew towards the other 6 falling islands. Soon, each of the 6 islands that were in free fall was hit by 10 missiles. These missiles did not explode after hitting them. The missile that hit first instantly released several terrifying slashes, instantly dismembering an island. The other missiles that followed closely released the impact force, an extremely terrifying impact force. The island that had been dismembered into several pieces shattered into more and smaller pieces after being impacted by this force. And finally, it was the last batch of missiles fired by Baby 5. This batch of missiles contains neither improved slashing shells nor improved platoon shells, but the same improved Yanbei. It contains the flames released by Ian. And it's not an ordinary flame, but a super flame developed by Ian after systematically studying scientific knowledge. The temperature is tens of thousands of degrees, and it can cover a large area in an instant. Under this high temperature, they were first cut, and then further shattered, the already much smaller island fragments. Suddenly, due to the high temperature of tens of thousands of degrees, the outer layer was continuously burned, and the size became smaller and smaller. Of course, it's not the end here, because, even so, the mass of these islands cannot be reduced to a safe enough level. Therefore, the strategic team took action. Unlike Captain Baby 5, all the missiles they launch are conventional missiles with a large charge at best. After all, for a distance of just a few kilometers, you don't need a lot of fuel, and the excess weight can be used to charge explosives. Aiming at the fragments with relatively large masses, thousands of missiles were launched one after another. Even Luo Lan did his best. Countless bullets and throwing knives went into battle. Advertisement with Ba Tang, he crashed directly into pieces of island fragments, blasting them into pieces for further decomposition. For a while, explosions sounded one after another, and the entire sky was filled with smoke and dust. A doomsday-like scene was displayed in front of everyone. 10 minutes later, when Luo Lan sent the 5 islands smoothly into the sea. Finally he breathed a sigh of relief. Even for him, while supporting the fleet, he also has to support 4 small islands, and control hundreds of bullets and flying knives at the same time, not to mention attaching Conqueror's winding to all these things, which is not that easy. Sometimes, Luo Lan really envies the Golden Lion Shiki. This guy never cares about the quality of his fluttering fruits, he only cares about whether his ability can wrap up the entire island. As long as it can, then you can let it fly. It makes no difference whether it is 10 seats, 20 seats, or 30 seats. And the consumption is very small and itself, but it is limited by quality. However, although doing the same thing, Piao fruit may have an advantage in the early stage, but in the later stage. After all, his mental strength is growing rapidly every day. After putting down the island, Luo Lan instantly rose into the sky. And in just a few seconds, he returned to the flagship of the second fleet. Sister Tina, I can no longer sense Shiki with my sense of sight, what did Robin say? At that time, when Luo Lan was holding 4 islands and was busy destroying the fragments of the islands, he had no time to continue selling Shiki. The Golden Lion also took advantage of this opportunity to escape. After all, this was his main purpose of destroying 10 islands. As long as you create enough chaos, you will have a chance to escape, right? More than 10 minutes were enough for the Golden Lion to take the last island and run dozens or hundreds of kilometers. This is completely beyond the scope of Luo Lan's knowledge. However, although Luo Lan could no longer lock in the color of his sight, it was not that there was no other way. That is, currently about 140 kilometers southeast of us, at an altitude of 15,000 meters, Violet is staring. Good guy, 15,000 meters? This is higher than the location of Sky Island. At this height, that is, people in the pirate world, if they were people on Earth in their previous lives, they would probably have difficulty breathing. Let's catch up and do the aftermath, advertisement. As Luo Lan spoke, she raised her hand and snapped her fingers. Immediately, the entire fleet changed direction, began to slowly accelerate, and continued to increase in altitude. Chased toward the southeast. Half an hour later. Kid, although your strength is amazing enough, your experience is still a bit lacking. Not killing me on the spot was your biggest mistake. Shiki controls the island and continues to accelerate at an altitude of 15,000 meters. Although his face was full of reluctance, he could only escape from the East Daxia Sea first and then make plans. However, at this time, a series of explosions suddenly sounded. Shiki turned around and saw countless cannonballs falling one after another, hitting the island accurately. Even the palace located in the center of the island was accurately hit by a large caliber artillery shell, and a third of it was blown away. This kid has already caught up with me. No longer caring about his remaining physical strength, Shiki exerted all his strength and accelerated the island crazily. However, this is of no use. The second fleet chasing behind was still moving at a very fast speed, closing the distance between the two sides. And Luo Lan has already arrived above Shiki. It fell down so slowly. Shiki, I didn't kill you directly because I need to extract the devil fruit in your body. Damn kid, who do you think you are talking to? I am the captain of the Flying Pirates, the legendary pirate Shiki, the man destined to rule the world. It's just a boring delusion. Luo Lan shook his head. Want to defeat the world government and take over the world? It's not that Luo Lan looks down on Shiki, even 10 of him wouldn't be able to do it. There is ambition, but there is no strength to match this ambition. For this world, Shiki still knows too little. Not to mention, Shiki's current strength is only at the level of a candidate for general. He has no strength, no power, and no strategy like Roger that can calculate the world. Are you going to take down the world government with your head? Luo Lan raised his hand, and the terrifying telepathy turned into a huge energy bomb. Shiki, who was already seriously injured and has little fighting power left. He grabbed a handful in his hand. Chapter 262 Red Hair's Request, Luo Lan's Proposal. What the hell is this? Shiki's eyes widened, he had never seen such ability before. Moreover, it is not only the strange ability, the most important thing is. This ability is ridiculously strong, although the current strength has declined seriously. Although I was seriously injured at the moment. I didn't know I could be caught so easily and still unable to move. In particular, this weird energy seems to have some restraint against devil fruit users, although it is very slight and not as exaggerated as Hylu Stone. But it does exist, and Shiki will never feel wrong about this. Kill me. Shiki, who knew he couldn't escape, stopped struggling. Perhaps my own era has really ended, and this new era. There is no ship that can carry him. In this case, it is better to die on the battlefield. For a legend, isn't this the best way to exit? But unfortunately, his wish was doomed to fail. After a while, a group of King's Landing soldiers arrived on the moonwalk. Fleet Admiral. Give Shiki the Shanghai Tower stone shackles, remember to have a complete set, and then take them back to Rhode Island and give them to Silas to take out the Piao Piao fruit. Yes, Fleet Admiral. Several King's Landing soldiers immediately nodded and shouted. Then, he took out various sea tower stone shackles. After all, Fleet Admiral said it wanted a complete set, right? Luo Lan, why don't you kill me? Kill you? What a waste. After all, you are still valuable. Value? What value can I have? You can't even think of humiliating me. No, although you are worthless, you still have the Piao Piao fruit in your body. When I take out the fruit, you will naturally be executed. Execution? Shiki stared. Damn it, death in battle is my destination, execution? What a joke. Immediately, Shiki began to struggle. But he couldn't struggle at all as he had been put on various sea tower stone shackles. He was taken away by several King's Landing soldiers on the moonwalk and sent back to the fleet first. Then, Luo Lan controlled the island, slowly falling, and 10 minutes later, placed it firmly in the sea. But it's not over yet, because there are a lot of ferocious beasts on this island. Originally, according to Luo Lan's idea, just like several other islands, this island would be completely destroyed. However, when he pursued it here, he discovered it. Advertisement compared to other islands, the ferocious beasts on this island seem to be a level stronger. It may be a new breed bred by Shiki and the others. In addition, Indigo is also a good genetic scientist, although his main job is ship doctor. But that's okay. Digging 3 feet into the ground, he found the person, and then continued to breed ferocious beasts for Luo Lan. Luo Lan would even ask some people from the Junlin Science Department to develop this project together. As for the experimental site, well, this island is pretty good. Of course, Luo Lan never thought about using these ferocious beasts as his own army like the Golden Lions, but use it as a training base for recruits. Of course, with the current strength of this ferocious beast, it is definitely not enough. This is why Luo Lan wants to keep indigos and even involve the Ministry of Science to significantly strengthen these ferocious beasts. An hour later, all aftermath work has been handled. Indigo and other cadres under the Golden Lion were all arrested without spending much time. After all, almost 10% of the veterans in King's Landing have awakened their hockey. Not to mention, there are also radars in the fleet that can increase the range of the radar. Hide? In the face of seeing, hearing and color, there is no meaning at all. As for resistance? Facing veterans with an average of more than 1,000 truth points per capita, Luo Lan could only say, good luck to you. Except for Indigo, Luo Lan did not stay. Press them all back, further screen them, and then handle them according to the rules of the first level of Junlin. As for the Golden Lion himself, doesn't he want to die? Then don't waste the suspended animation injection, just send it to Heilushi Hut, directly execute the person plus peel off the fruit, and do it all at once. Although what happened in the East Daxia Sea was quite a big deal, after all, a large area was cleared urgently, and although the area was cleared, the secondary disaster was controlled to the greatest extent. But the scene in the sky at that time was seen by many people. However, since Junlin remained silent, others did not know what was going on. And I want the soldiers who were present in King's Landing to leak the secret. That's definitely because you're overthinking it. The next day, after dealing with Shiki's matter, a certain red-haired guy came to Luo Lan's office. You want to leave? After hearing this guy's purpose, Luo Lan put down the document in his hand, raised his head and asked. Advertisement, yes, New World is in complete chaos now. I must go back to stabilize the situation, otherwise BIGMOM and Kaido will definitely take the opportunity to seize Whitebeard's territory, and other pirate groups that are not the four emperors will also be unable to bear it. Stop it, New World. It will become a hell-like existence. Luo Lan looked at the red hair speechlessly. No. Are you a pirate or a marine? Are these things you, a pirate, should care about and do? Are you sure you want to go back? Once you quit Midway, I will not give you a second chance to join King's Landing when the time comes. And Luffy's matter has been wiped out. Luo Lan knocked on the table and then said lightly. This made the red hair's expression complicated. Luffy, he must be taken away from Donghai, but taking him away by force is not realistic. Not to mention anything else, just the current Hawkeye, based on discussions with him in the past few days, Shanks discovered. This guy has become so much stronger, and the most outrageous thing is that this guy has awakened conquerors and learned the divine avoidance that he learned from Captain Roger. Nowadays, even if it is not a competition of swordsmanship, it is a matter of using all means. Shanks felt that he could even tie with Hawkeye. As for the other people under his command, Junlin also has the strength of the other three generals, not to mention the strength of Luo Lan. Shanks is still a little unclear about it. If you try hard, it will definitely not work. If one of them fails, the entire red-haired pirate group will fall here. Fortunately, Luo Lan made an agreement with herself. As long as she stayed in King's Landing for 100 days, she would be responsible for teaching domineering. Then, after 100 days, he can take Luffy with him, and even the Nika fruit that was stripped out. But if I leave now, according to Luo Lan, that is. All promises are void. One side is Luffy, the other side is New World, and the balance between the various forces. No matter which side it is very important for future plans, plus. Choosing between these two options is simply fatal. And Luo Lan was also amused when she saw Shanks' sad face. There are times when you were hesitant. Okay, how about I give you a method like this? You say. Hearing what Luo Lan said, Shanks' eyes lit up and he asked quickly. It's very simple. According to the agreement between Marine and I, King's Landing will send the first fleet to the New World to repel all forces that want to invade Whitebeard's territory. Then you can go with the fleet. Of course, your status is still as a temporary member of King's Landing, and you need to follow the orders of the fleet commander. How about that? Although Luo Lan proposed a plan, but Shanks. But he got a little confused. Chapter 263 Satellite, it's coming. Final. After Shanks struggled for a long time, he made a request to Luo Lan. That is, he cannot take the initiative to announce to the outside world that he has the status of a temporary member of King's Landing. Luo Lan readily agreed to this point. For Luo Lan, she just wants Shanks to maintain his identity as a member of Junlin. As for whether to make it public, it doesn't matter at all. In fact, if it were in the past, even with this condition, Shanks would be unlikely to agree. After all, even if he was just mistakenly thought that he was just cooperating with King's Landing, not joining King's Landing. This will also cause quite a problem. But after staying in King's Landing for so long, even though it is still far away from 100 days, the loyalty is indeed increasing every day. Even though I am only in my early 10s now, it was enough to have some influence on Shanks on a subconscious level. Of course, Shanks himself would not notice this subtle change. For the next time, the world was quiet. Something is not normal. Reports of pirates burning, killing and looting have been greatly reduced, and Marine. Regardless of the branch or the headquarters, the number of patrols at sea has also been greatly reduced. Just like the calm before the storm, it indicates that a huge event will come at any time. Only the East Daxia Sea is different from the whole world and is quite lively. After the second fleet is fully formed and the Carrera Company's shipyard and surrounding supporting factories are completed, the new era of navigation in the East Daxia Sea has finally begun. The first and second shipyards of King's Landing, plus the shipyards of Carrera Company. Except for leaving a small part of the shipyard for frantically building frigates for daily patrols throughout the East Daxia Sea, all the remaining productivity has been invested in the construction of civilian ships. In particular, the various types of cargo ships directly account for 70% of the entire shipbuilding capacity. A large number of merchants from the East Daxia Sea flocked to the door to buy. Even in order to get this new ship quickly, they voluntarily purchased it at a premium. After all, the transport capacity is 10 times that of before, and even the speed is more than 3 times that of before. This efficiency, can businessmen not be jealous? Advertisement, however, Luo Lan didn't bother to make this kind of money. After rejecting them all, he still sold them on a first-come, first-served basis. The 3 major shipyards are under full firepower. Almost every day, more than 10 or even dozens of new ships of various types are completed and delivered. The era of sailing ships in the East Daxia Sea is quickly coming to an end, replaced by coke turbine era. At the same time as the ship revolution, the land leased by King's Landing in various kingdoms was also completed. A series of first-generation Junlin passenger planes that could carry more than 20 people landed in the newly built airports with everyone stunned. Of course, the price of the ride is not cheap either. The specific price is based on the distance, which is 100,000 belly per 100 kilometers. This is obviously not a price that ordinary people can afford. But there is no way, who allows this first-generation passenger aircraft to only carry 20 people. Even after removing the cabin crew, each flight can actually carry less than 20 passengers. Besides, there are still a lot of construction costs to recover in the early stage, so it is destined that this aircraft can only serve a small number of people for the time being. But the expensive base price of 100,000 Baileys. On the first day of trial operation at the airport, all the tickets were sold out instantly. You know, this is flying. Even for ordinary people, they may not be able to replace taking a boat to sea by flying. But it's a taste of it, and at a price of 100,000 Bailey, they have no problem biting the bullet. As for those nobles, although they have been deprived of their noble titles, their wealth is still there. If Luo Lan hadn't allowed it, many of them would have even wanted to buy the plane directly and use it as their own private plane. As for buying a ticket to experience flying, they don't care about it at all, they just charter the plane, okay? For a time, the entire East Daxia Sea went crazy. And that night, Luo Lan looked at the report in his hand and was a little surprised. Donghai Airlines' first-day revenue report, just one day. Adding up the airports in the capitals of the 18 kingdoms in the East Daxia Sea, air tickets were sold for 800 million Bailey. Undoubtedly, the shipbuilding and aviation industries will bring terrifying benefits to Luo Lan in the future. You know, in addition to conventional satellites, there are even large satellites known as space-based weapons. Advertisement: there are so many things that satellites can do. Only by upgrading Luo Lan to the S-class fortress builder could he further shorten this time. That thing is the real killer, plus expanding the business beyond the East Daxia Sea. In addition to air tickets, the revenue from commercial catering and other services built in various airports has exceeded 5 billion Pele. That is to say, only Luo Lan, who has the underwater weapon fruit ability, can succeed in this aspect. This is simply like lying down and counting money. Hiss. King's Landing allows these contents to be made public. 3 days later, he was allowed to follow and film the entire launch of the satellite for the first time, as well as conduct interviews afterwards. Of course, for now, the assistance of the strategic team is indispensable. As for what to use for launch, although today's Sanders has not stayed in King's Landing for 100 days, he has long been Luo Lan's die-hard loyalist. However, all filming footage and interviews will be sealed until. He didn't even plan to tell his boss, Morgans. Of course I have no opinion. Luo Lan was very surprised that she would soon own a satellite. Sanders, a reporter from the World Economic News in Rhode Island, received Luo Lan's notice. Unless, even if we can only maintain 1/3 of our revenue in the future, that will still be nearly 2 billion per day. This is scary enough. After all, although Silas and the others have worked hard on the process problem, it cannot be solved in a short time. But it's still shocking. Not to mention, in the future, with the upgrading of passenger aircraft, the number of aircraft fleets will expand, the price of travel will gradually become more affordable, and operating costs will be further reduced. But no matter how it is done, anyway, because he had just received a report from Silas from the science department. Just 3 days later, the science department would conduct the first satellite orbit test. Reconnaissance satellites, navigation satellites, meteorological satellites, communication satellites, etc. Although Luo Lan knew very well that this was just because everyone was very curious about airplanes on the first day, so he had such an income, and it would definitely gradually decrease in the future. That night, strategic ballistic missiles have been launched before, and now it is not difficult to launch another satellite. Otherwise, according to Silas's estimation, it will take at least a year to actually manufacture missiles, rockets and other things. And these two major industries are definitely not the end of King's Landing. Chapter 264 First-Generation Reconnaissance Satellite. 3 days later, it is still the same strategic missile launch experimental site as last time. At this moment, several buildings have been built here. Residential buildings, factories, canteens, warehouses, etc. are all available. Silas, how confident are you in today's test? After Luo Lan arrived at the launch site, he asked Silas directly. Although there is no problem with the rocket being in charge of the strategic team, it is not just the rocket that determines the success of the entire test. The manufacturing of satellites, whether they can be accurately put into orbit, and even the subsequent information transmission with the satellites, are all problems that need to be solved, and unlike rockets, there is a shortcut like a strategic team. Everything depends on Silas and the others. It's hard to say. After all, even the concept of planets was told to us by Fleet Admiral half a year ago. Our superficial understanding of the universe so far basically comes from Fleet Admiral, so the success rate is probably not too high. High, maybe 50% at most. Damn. Luo Lan almost cursed. Half a year ago, I didn't know what the universe was, so I only relied on my own superficial knowledge. Then, you are now 50% sure? Although Silas had some distress on his face. But Luo Lan. But he was already madly shouting in his heart that he was awesome. At this moment, a group of people in white coats are conducting an all-round test on the rocket that Baby 5 created using its fruit power. The main thing is to check whether all devices are normal. After all, they didn't make this thing themselves. What if Baby 5 misremembered which part of it? Therefore, necessary inspections are still needed, and they are still comprehensive inspections. According to Silas, the inspection started early and lasted for 8 hours. During this period of time, Baby 5 is actually very tired. After all, she needs to maintain the continuous output of loving you for a long time. Fortunately, she has been in King's Landing for a few months, and now her body is not weaker than the elite Lieutenant General of Marine Headquarters otherwise. She really can hold on. How long will the inspection take? It's almost finished. We can start in half an hour at most. Very good, but have you taken any protective measures for Baby 5 this time? Luo Lan still remembered that the King's Landing soldier of the strategic team was burned the last time he test-fired a strategic ballistic missile. Although burns of this degree are not a problem at all for Junlin. But if you can avoid it, it's better to avoid it as much as possible. Fleet Admiral, this time we made a brand new attempt. At the bottom of the launch pad we. As Silas explained, Luo Lan's expression was a little strange. Advertisement, isn't this the diversion trough used for rocket launches in my previous life? Good guy, this thing hasn't even been launched yet, and you've already figured it out, and the idea is still so correct? Should I say that I really deserve to be a systematic S-class scientist? I don't know when I will be able to draw an EX-level scientist in the aerospace field. That will definitely make him even more awesome. Finally, half an hour finally passed. At this moment, all the white coats on the launch pad have been evacuated. Only Baby 5 is left. The full body armor color coverage has been activated, becoming the Black Beauty Baby 5. Don't have a special and strange beauty. Silas, let's begin. Yes, Fleet Admiral. Silas nodded, and then waved to the white coat on the side. Then, start. Yes, the 60-second countdown before launch has entered. Beside, the man in the white coat in front of the console read the seconds aloud. Although it was only 60 seconds, it made everyone feel extremely slow. Finally, it came to the last 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Emission. Hear the command. With a thought from Baby 5, terrifying flames instantly erupted from the bottom of the rocket. But it didn't hit the ground directly like last time, because this time, Silas set up a diversion trough at the bottom of the launch pad. Yes, most of the high temperature and impact are discharged in several different directions along the diversion trough. Unlike last time, the soldiers of King's Landing who performed the launch mission were directly subjected to a large amount of high temperature and impact at close range. In addition, Baby 5's armed color was much better than that of the soldiers last time, so he did not suffer any serious injuries and did not even need to go to the Navy hospital for treatment. The huge rocket is slowly accelerating and rising little by little. Final. Soaring into the sky. Silas, I remember your report said that this is a reconnaissance satellite, right? Advertisement, yes, Fleet Admiral, how far can it be done? Luo Lan asked very seriously. This, according to the design, the resolution of the photos taken is approximately equivalent to what an ordinary person would look like looking down from 1,000 meters above the ground. After Silas thought for a moment, he gave an easy-to-understand explanation. And Luo Lan also had an idea instantly. It was just like the feeling I had in my previous life, when the plane was flying thousands of meters high and I looked through the portholes below. Speaking of which, Luo Lan was a little disappointed. Because this can only be a rough look, and it is not as good as what I originally imagined. But then I thought about it. This is only the first-generation test product, and it is actually quite good to have such an effect. At Silas's speed, it would take less than a month for the second-generation or even the third-generation satellites to be launched into the sky. Therefore, you don't need to be too anxious. About an hour, after a bunch of operations by a group of white coats, the rocket successfully put the satellite into orbit, and everything went smoothly without any accidents. And soon, the first photo from the satellite was transmitted. If you ask, how is this transmitted, then the answer is fax phone bug. Even Luo Lan had not thought of this beforehand. How can a fax phone bug still be used for this purpose? In addition, the part responsible for taking photos is the photography phone bug. Whether it is a fax telephone bug or a photographic telephone bug, they are all the same as those shellfish on empty islands. They are genetically modified and optimized versions. Otherwise, such an effect would really not be achieved. If you look carefully at the report from the Ministry of Science, it is not just these phone bugs. On satellites, a large number of genetically modified island shellfish are also used. For example, the blast shell is used for propulsion. Another example is the impact shell used for attitude control. There are even shells for instant evasion in emergencies. To be honest, Luo Lan was also shocked by how Silas and the others cultivated these shellfish used in space. You must know that whether it is a telephone bug or various shells on the empty island, in essence, it is still a living thing. But now, after genetic modification, these creatures can survive directly in the universe. Just ask if this is too far off. Chapter 265 Difficulties and Preparations. 3 days. The satellite in orbit took a large number of photos during these 3 days. At the same time, all genetically optimized fax and telephone bugs were transmitted to King's Landing. Although the first-generation reconnaissance satellites were not able to directly see human faces as in previous generations, they were only equivalent to the ability of ordinary people to look down from an altitude of 1,000 meters, and were unable to achieve precise reconnaissance. But it's not completely useless either. In the past 3 days, Luo Lan did not let the satellite detect anything else, but focused all his energy on New World. At this moment, a large number of photos of special areas in New World were placed on Luo Lan's desk. As for what is a special area, they are those places that do not exist on the charts, cannot be approached in a normal way due to special climate, and cannot be seen from a distance or from a high altitude. After 3 days of satellite reconnaissance, a total of 7 special areas were screened out, The hundreds of photos on the table are all satellite photos of these 7 areas. According to Luo Lan's estimation, the so-called final island of Ravdru, there is a 90% probability that it is within these 7 areas. This is, even if you know this, these places are not so easy to go. Take a look at these satellite photos of 7 places. Just like the photo in Luo Lan's hand at this moment. A super huge tornado that never moves, directly wrapping a certain area of New World. According to Silas's analysis, the power of this tornado should be very terrifying. Even those top experts may not dare to break in at will. As for the other 6 places, each one is more outrageous than the last. Unless the correct way to enter is found, even if Junlin wants to rush in, it will be extremely dangerous. Forget it, if you want to kill the world government, you must rely on your strength. I am just curious about the secret that has been left blank for 100 years, and it is not something necessary. Luo Lan smiled bitterly and shook his head. After seeing the photos, he was not ready to take the risk. Because, there is no need. Only those who do not have enough hard power will rely on other things to overthrow the Tianlong people. And myself. In the future, just push it horizontally. No need to rely on those at all. Marine Headquarters. Advertisement Malinvondo. That brat. In the high-level conference room, Warring States frowned deeply as he looked at the report in his hand. Then, he suddenly cursed. The report said that because all the shipwrights in the Seven Waters capital and the 150 billion belly allocated by the world government were all robbed by King's Landing, the mass production of the new ship was progressing very slowly. Even with a large amount of equipment left behind by Carrera Company and shipwrights urgently recruited from all over the world. But whether it's quantity or quality, they are all very different from the Carrera Company of the past. In addition, the first allocation of the world government was also snatched away by Luo Lan, and the emergency additional allocation was only 50 billion belly. After all, world government is world government, and the celestial dragons are the celestial dragons. The 5 elders use the money of the world government, which is their own power, but they want to use the wealth of the Draco. But it's not the 5 of them who have the final say. 50 billion. This is all the funds that 5 elders can raise in a short period of time. Even if you want to raise emergency funds from various franchised countries, it cannot be done within a month or 2. Therefore, Marine now only has 50 billion baileys and more than 200 shipwrights urgently recruited from all over the world. It is conceivable that if you want to follow the original mass production plan, it's already impossible, as the report says, so far. Only 5 new steel battleships have been produced, and after inspection by people sent by Marine, they found that there were many quality problems among them. In the past, Marine would definitely reject it, but now, even if the workmanship is defective, Marine had to grit his teeth and accept it. There is no way. Time is tight and the task is heavy. It is better than nothing, right? There is only more than a month left before the war on the top. This gave Warring States a huge headache. It can be said that Luo Lan's action in the Seven Waters capital dealt a blow to the world government and Marine. It's really heavy, but you can't take revenge and go back, and you even have to ask others for help. This is simply, damn Whitebeard, he actually has that thing in his hand. Otherwise, things would never have developed to this point. Hey, I blame myself for being careless. Although it is much worse than I expected, it can still be of great use. Advertisement. This is not a big problem, but it is the same as naval guns. Because the craftsmanship cannot reach the level of King's Landing, the life of the barrel will be relatively short. Currently, it can only produce about 100 rounds, and the range can only reach 10 kilometers at most. The accuracy it is also very worrying. It is estimated that about 200 doors can be produced before the war. Warring States' heart was extremely complicated at this moment, but he never expected. Not to mention the small quantity, the result is that even the quality cannot be guaranteed. A devastating blow. Oh, 20 ships, just 20 ships. Junlin's actions against the capital of Seven Waters simply hit them in the face. That is Luo Lan, the leader of King's Landing. Yes, although the manufacturing speed of battleships cannot keep up, the naval guns have been changed to coastal defense guns. Shipmen are not sailors. They can recruit a group of people at will, and then send them to the battlefield after recruit training. After calming down for a while, well, although it is not suitable for a full-scale change of appearance, it is suitable to temporarily produce a batch for this war. So, based on the current manpower, we could build at most 20 new steel warships before the war, and there is no guarantee that their quality will meet the design standards. It's also possible. Crane, how about the other thing? Warring States nodded, but this assessment made everyone in the conference room look unhappy. Whitebeard does not have the eternal pointer of Ravdru at all, and the person who spread this rumor is his adopted son. As for range and accuracy, this can be solved. The biggest problem right now is still lack of manpower. After all, since the last incident with Spangdine, many things have been discovered, including that at least half of the 150 billion baileys will be embezzled under Spangdine's auspices. In this regard, the Warring States period argued hard and finally. Crane gave her assessment. It's still okay. Perform a continuous, saturated, and. Warring States asked he. Finally, the 5 elders agreed to let Marine arrange people to take charge of this project rather than world government officials. Otherwise, the Warring States period would have shouted loudly at this moment, you traitor. Any shipwright without several or even 10 years of study and actual shipbuilding experience can only be regarded as an apprentice. Although it cannot be used as a frontal combat force, it can be used as a surprise force. You have to know during the Warring States period that the best boatmen in the world once gathered in the capital of Seven Waters, but now, before the war breaks out, how many new steel warships can we build at most? Warring States nodded. It was still good news. For example, build a large number of hidden gun positions, first attract the pirates to a distance of 2 or 3 kilometers, and then suddenly reveal all the coastal defense guns. But then, he remembered another thing. Chapter 266. The territory is given to you, but the people belong to me. Whitebeard's territory spans nearly 400 nautical miles and is the largest territory among the 4 emperors. Obviously, the First Fleet alone cannot fully cover this size, so therefore, the East Daxia Sea will deploy general frigates, as well as all frigates produced in the next month, about 80 ships, to be temporarily incorporated into the First Fleet. In addition, Ace and Zoro will also follow them as a quick maneuver use the power. In the conference room, Luo Lan pointed to the 3-dimensional map and said, originally, according to Luo Lan's organization, the 2 main fleets were composed of battleships, cruisers, and destroyers. As for the frigate, it is used for patrolling the East Daxia Sea and maintaining maritime security. If I had to use a word from my previous life to call him, it would be Coast Guard. But this time, Luo Lan had to deploy a large number of frigates to fill the First Fleet. After all, the current scale of the First Fleet of more than 40 ships alone will definitely not be able to effectively cover the entire White Regiment territory. Even if 80 frigates are added, there are still some shortcomings. It is precisely because of this that the 2 main forces of the Second Fleet were temporarily transferred over as a high-speed mobile force specifically used to deal with sudden emergencies. In response, Momosagi also nodded. She knew very well how heavy her mission was this time, so she was not pretentious at all. As long as Luo Lan is willing to give, she will accept everything as ordered, and she will never be arrogant and say she doesn't need it. Okay, next is the general. Since we are fighting on 2 fronts this time, and we have to leave our trump card in the East Daxia Sea, so East Daxia Sea, Marineland, and New World can only allocate 1 general. Hawkeye is going to New World with the First Fleet, Yishao is going to Marinevando with the Second Fleet, and Aramaki is staying at Rhodes Island. In addition, the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Brigades of Junlin HNA, which have been formed or are being formed, will be stationed on the floating island respectively. In the conference room, everyone was stunned. Floating island. What the hell? Luo Lan, what is the floating island? Momosagi raised his hand. Luo Lan was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly and slapped his forehead. Advertisement. Okay, I really forgot to explain this to them. We captured the golden lion Shiki and extracted the piao piao fruit from his body. You all know this, right? Everyone nodded. As the core senior management of Junlin, he naturally knows everything about this matter. And soon, everyone reacted. You mean, the piao piao fruit has been copied, and we already have users with piao piao fruit abilities? That's right. Otherwise, how do you think your First Fleet is going to go to the New World? There are hundreds of warships. If you ask Samir to code them, it won't be completed at all in less than 2 or 3 months. Well, this time it was Momosagi's turn to be stunned. She really hadn't thought about this problem just now. Okay, let's get back to the point. The production of the improved version of piao piao fruit has begun. The first batch is planned to be 5 pieces, which means we will have 5 piao piao fruit capable users. 2 of them will be assigned to the First Fleet and the Second Fleet, and the remaining 3, I plan to use them to build 3 aerial fortresses, that is, floating islands. But time is urgent now. We only have enough time to find islands of suitable shape and build a naval base on them. This time, the 3 floating islands will carry 3 naval aviation brigades to provide air support when necessary. Among them, the floating islands number 1 and 2 will go to New World to cooperate with the First Fleet's operations, and the floating island number 3 will go to the sky above Marineland to stand by. In addition, the strategic team also boarded island number 3 to accompany them. Finally, let's talk about our goals for this battle. There are 3 in total. First, ensure the security of the New World White Group's territory, annihilate or capture all invading pirates, and other forces that may appear. Second, assist Marine in completing Marco's public execution, and at the same time capture as many ability users of the pirate force as possible. Third, and the question you are most concerned about, is whether we really want to hand over such a large territory to the world government after retaining the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. Now I can tell you the answer, yes, I will hand over this territory to the world government. Wow. The whole conference room exploded instantly. Everyone looked at Luo Lan in disbelief. After all, according to Luo Lan's past behavior style, it should be impossible to do this. Although they knew about Luo Lan's agreement with world government before, they always believed that Luo Lan would definitely find various excuses to prevaricate in the end and would not actually hand over the territory. But now, Luo Lan has said it himself that he will hand over the territory of the Whitebeard pirates to the world government as agreed. How is it possible? Advertisement? Okay, everyone, be quiet, I haven't finished speaking yet. Luo Lan raised his hand and made a downward gesture and then said loudly. Afterwards, the conference room slowly became quiet again. After Luo Lan looked around at everyone, the corners of her mouth raised slightly. Why, don't you think it's incredible? People, you have to keep your word. You can't break your promise when you promise to hand over that sea area to the world government. I, Luo Lan, am a person of my word, but... The words change. Many people below rolled their eyes. They knew how could Luo Lan's family give such a large piece of land to the world government for free after all their efforts. Look, there is indeed a reversal. But you have to know that the world government and I are only talking about handing over the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. Is that territory important to us? No, it's not important. We don't lack territory, nor do we lack resources, not to mention that it is an enclave and is not conducive to our defense. If any of you think that the world government is just the forces that we can see now, and we in King's Landing can easily overthrow them, then I would like to remind you to get rid of such thoughts as soon as possible. Okay, let's get down to business. I will indeed hand over the territory to the world government in accordance with the agreement, but it will only be the territory. At this moment, Luo Lan became the Riddler again. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, and then he looked at the others with interest. In the conference room, most of the core executives of Junlin frowned. No, what do you mean? However, there were also a few people whose eyes suddenly lit up. Fleet Admiral, you should mean. People, we Junlin will take them away. Land, world government takes it, is right? The speaker is smiling. The rest of the frowning people also relaxed their brows after hearing this statement. There are even many people, he even showed a wicked smile. Chapter 267 Your daughter-in-law may be a bit too much. Why is the world government willing to cooperate with King's Landing this time? After all, it's not just for the New World's territory, so what can this territory bring to the world government? Undoubtedly, it is rich heavenly gold and resources. Although resources require long-term development and huge initial investment, the results can finally be harvested. But the gold in the sky, but it was immediate. After all, there is a huge population there, and the Baitwan has only collected a small part of the protection fee for a long time. In other words, the civilians in Whitebeard's territory all have a lot of money in their pockets. Can be squeezed hard. Therefore, the population on Baituan's territory is what the current world government values most. But Luo Lan is only prepared to handing over an uninhabited sea to world government. It's not that the territory alone is useless, at least the White Group's territory is the best area in the New World and is rich in resources. Developing resources takes time and requires huge investment. First lose the territory to the world government, and then after they spend a lot of time, manpower, and money. Wouldn't it be nice to bring this place over again? As for the population, the expanded Rhode Island will exceed 10,000 square kilometers, and the population in Whitebeard's territory is estimated to be about 3 million. It was just enough to fill the population of Rhode Island, and even Luo Lan felt that it was still a little short. After all, it is 10,000 square kilometers, and it is still a modern urban building complex. Let alone 3 million people, let alone 30 million people. That's trivial. A month passed quietly. There were only 10 days left before Marco's public execution. At this moment, a large marine sailing warship was sailing in the windless zone. Lieutenant General, what kind of person is the Pirate Empress? On the bow deck, a lieutenant colonel asked curiously. Although we have always heard that Hancock, one of the Shichibukai Pirate Empresses, is the most beautiful woman in the world, not many sailors have actually seen Hancock. Because the Nine Snakes pirates rarely enter the Grand Line, they only operate within the windless zone most of the time. Furthermore, this is the first time Hancock has been forced to recruit after becoming Shichibukai. Naturally, most of the sailors have never seen Hancock in person. At this time, everyone was very excited. After all, she is the most beautiful woman in the world. What man doesn't want to see how beautiful Hancock is? The lieutenant general standing in front of him sighed slightly. Then he spoke very seriously. Pass my order. After a while, let all the sailors enter the cabin and never come out. Lieutenant General, this. You don't understand. Unless you have a strong willpower and a strong armament, without either of them, you can't be safe in front of that woman. The flying squirrel shook his head. Advertisement. He has met Hancock and experienced her power. Even she herself almost fell into the trap back then. Not to mention these ordinary sailors. If they were allowed to see Hancock, they would all be turned into stone except themselves. Moreover, even if you were yourself, most of you are no match for that woman. Among the lieutenant generals who went to pick up Shichibukai, which way did you have the best luck? These sailors are all wrong. My journey is the most unlucky one. 1 hour later, the flying squirrel's eyes widened. Are you sure you didn't run to the wrong place? The navigator has confirmed it, and the location is absolutely correct. But if the location is right, then tell me, where is the Nine Snake Island as big as mine? Pointing to the empty sea in front of the warship. The flying squirrel cursed angrily. This, but Lieutenant General, the navigator has confirmed it again and again. The lieutenant colonel felt that he was being scolded very innocently. Either the navigator made a mistake, or there was something wrong with the Nine Snakes Island. From beginning to end, no matter where the problem is, it is none of your business. Okay, you go down. Yes, Lieutenant General. The lieutenant colonel was relieved and trotted away quickly. The flying squirrel took out the phone bug. Blue brew brew. I am Sengoku. Warring States Fleet Admiral, I am the Flying Squirrel. Flying Squirrel, didn't you go to the windless zone to perform a mission? Is there something wrong with Hancock? Yes, Fleet Admiral, I have arrived at the location of Nine Snakes Island, but there is nothing here. What's the meaning? Warring States frowned slightly and did not think about the disappearance of Nine Snakes Island at all. Fleet Admiral, the entire Nine Snake Island has disappeared, there is nothing here now. Impossible, if you want to move the island unless. Originally, the Warring States period wanted to talk about the Golden Lion. But in his mind, he suddenly recalled the information he had received before. The key words are the East Daxia Sea, massive sea evacuations, smoke all over the sky, and could it be that Luo Lan was dealing with the Golden Lion? Could it be that the disappearance of Nine Snake Island is related to that kid Luo Lan? Advertisement Sengoku had a strange expression. Flying squirrel, I know what happened, come back first. Yes, Warring States Fleet Admiral. Putting down the phone bug, the flying squirrel took a long breath. Then, you don't want to tell me, Hancock, that he. What the hell? Are you angry about this? Is your reaction too exaggerated? Send the order, cancel the mission, return to headquarters. Luo Lan was immediately stunned. Should I tell him that I am not married yet? No, what did I do? However, this phone call was directly in a questioning tone. Just reply directly. Moreover, from now on his daughter-in-law. Since Luo Lan awakened her past life memories and learned that Rosanandi was not dead some time ago, she no longer has any resentment towards the Warring States period. What should I say about this? In fact, Nine Snake Island was given to me as a dowry. Yes, Lieutenant General, did you do what happened to Nine Snake Island? On the other end of the phone, Warring States was instantly confused. Warring States suddenly became furious. You be asterisk 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 D. Do you know what you did? Maybe a bit much, but the voice was full of regret. Okay, I know what you want to ask. It seems that Marine has arranged for someone to pick up Shichibukai, and then found that Nine Snake Island was missing, right? You actually hid such a big thing like your marriage from me? Dowry. On the other side, Warring States called Luo Lan. The Lieutenant Colonel responded. Luo Lan smiled bitterly and was a little speechless. Luo Lan, Luo Lan was slightly unhappy. Well, that's what you think, so now I have sent Nine Snake Island to the East Daxia Sea, and Amazon Lily has also been incorporated into King's Landing. That's all I can tell you for the time being. You called here just to ask this? So, it's really you? Chapter 268 The long-lost Marine headquarters the next day. Momosagi's first fleet sets off, because Morgans has sent word that the Whitebeard pirates and the affiliated pirate groups under their command all left their respective bases yesterday, and their whereabouts are unknown. Obviously, the Whitebeard pirates are out. Moreover, they still came out in droves. If Morgans can get this news, other forces can naturally do the same. In 3 days at most, in the entire New World, except for those who are going to join the fun in Marineland, all the other pirate groups. They will all flock to the White Group's territory. Therefore, the First Fleet must set off now and make corresponding arrangements. In addition to the First Fleet, the 3 air fortresses built by Luo Lan, among which Floating Fortress No. 1 and No. 2, set off together. In the sky, there are 2 long small islands, surrounded by hundreds of warships. A proper Floating Fortress battle group. On the same day, Luo Lan also set off with Tina's Second Fleet and Floating Fortress No. 3 to Marinevando. In Rhode Island, only Aramu was left to look after the house. Although it is unlikely that the world government will take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack on the East Daxia Sea, it cannot be said that it is absolutely impossible. Therefore, in addition to Huang Mu, Luo Lan also left another backup. That is Garp. Yes, Luo Lan left Garp in the East Daxia Sea. With Garp and Aramaki around, unless multiple 5 elders take action personally, CP0 alone is no match for them. Besides, even if the 5 elders are dispatched collectively, he can also rush back with a group of top combat forces in a very short period of time. As long as Garp and Aramaki aren't killed instantly, there won't be any problem. Therefore, Luo Lan is not worried. After taking control of the island and the fleet, the Piao Piao Fruit's ability user's flying speed is not as outrageous as Luo Lan's. But speeds of 300 to 400 km per hour are still achievable. Just that night, the Second Fleet arrived and landed in the port of Marine headquarters. As for the Floating Fortress, it rose to an altitude of 7,000 meters and used the clouds to hide itself. Luo Lan Fleet Admiral, welcome to Marineland, please follow me, Warring States Fleet Admiral is waiting for you. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel, long time no see. Looking at Lieutenant General Marine in front of him, Luo Lan smiled and said hello. Marine headquarters. Advertisement Luo Lan has lived here for 19 years. Whether it is people or things, they are all so familiar that they are no longer familiar. Yeah, who would have thought that in less than 2 years, you would become the commander-in-chief of King's Landing, and even the world government would have to compromise. The Flying Squirrel was also very emotional. When Luo Lan was still in the headquarters, he was just a scumbag. If it weren't for his relationship with the Sengoku Fleet Admiral and his role as a staff officer, no one would pay attention to his strategy that shocked everyone. But suddenly one day, Fleet Admiral exiled Luo Lan. Many generals in this department are extremely puzzled by this matter. After all, although Luo Lan is not strong enough as a staff officer as long as he has enough strategy. Why Fleet Admiral? But these are not important anymore. After all, who would have thought that in less than 2 years, Luo Lan would return to Malinfondo in this capacity? Is this considered a homecoming? To a certain extent, it should be counted, at least the Flying Squirrel thinks so. Let's go, otherwise the old man will become anxious. After thinking about it for a moment, Luo Lan said. The flying squirrel nodded and immediately led the way. Although Luo Lan didn't need anyone to guide him because of his familiarity with this place, his identity was there after all. Even if it is not needed, it still needs to be done. As for Momosagi, as the fleet commander who dominated this battle, and as the General Yishao, they also followed suit. Along the way, wherever the four people passed, they attracted the attention of almost all the sailors. Some of them are curious, some are in awe, but some showing hatred in his eyes. After all, during the previous naval battle in the Windless Belt. Although the higher-ups know that the casualties in that battle were basically all sailors, but they have more or less acquaintances in the headquarters, so. After noticing this scene, the flying squirrel opened his mouth to explain. In fact, Luo Lan understood it without him having to say it. Even under the joint operation of him and Sengoku, those who died were the CP people and the spies planted by the world government in Marine. But after all, he lives in Marineland, how could he not know anyone or have friends here? Naturally, there will be some people who hate themselves because of the deaths of those people, this is inevitable. But Luo Lan didn't care. It is simply impossible to complete the transformation of this world without hurting anyone. He is not so idealistic. No problem, Luo Lan waved her hand without stopping at all. After seeing Luo Lan's reaction, the flying squirrel breathed a sigh of relief and continued to lead the way. Advertisement, headquarters building, high-rise conference room. All the elite lieutenant generals and generals above are gathered here at this moment. One by one, they all stared at the door of the conference room. At this moment, the door was pushed open, and Flying Squirrel walked in first, and behind him were Luo Lan, Momosagi, and Yishao and the other three. Hey, are you waiting for me? Luo Lan looked around the conference room, then grinned and said. For Luo Lan, here are all old acquaintances, most of whom she knows. I just opened an empty seat and sat on it directly. Then, Paluzolino, I recently came up with a set of training methods called Fishing 108 Postures. Are you interested? Kuzan, don't think that just because you wear a blindfold, others will think you are asleep. You need to practice pretending to be asleep. Sakaski, don't forget that you still owe me your life. If you go to work for me in King's Landing for 100 days, how about we settle everything? Ah, by the way, Lieutenant General Chadu, you must be troubled by Gion-san's absence. Why don't you join me as well? Besides, as soon as I sat down, while everyone was stunned, Luo Lan started to say hello one by one in a strange way. Without caring at all, someone on the main seat was already blowing his beard and glaring, and was about to explode. Enough. What are you here to do, poach people? Finally, Warring States couldn't bear it any longer and slapped the table hard, stood up and shouted. Luo Lan raised his head and pinched his chin, as if he was thinking about whether what Warring States just said was feasible. Also, it's not impossible, after a while. Luo Lan nodded and then spoke. It made Warring States so angry that he looked like he wanted to go up and teach the traitor a lesson. Fortunately, Higuchi stopped this farce. Both of you, please be quiet, this is a combat meeting. Crane opened his mouth. Warring States immediately sat back down. Luo Lan also put away her previous expression and became much more serious. Seeing the changes in the two men, all the Marine generals in the conference room had to sigh. It has to be Lieutenant General He. Chapter 269 Joint Operations Meeting. A farce ended. This joint operations meeting is also on the right track. On one of the walls of the conference room, a huge map of Malinfondo hung. Flying Squirrel, on the other hand, stood in front of the map and explained the battle plan formulated by Marine. After half an hour, just when Luo Lan was about to fall asleep, she finally finished speaking. You brat, I called you here to coordinate operations, but you still dozed off during the combat meeting? This battle plan of yours is a piece of shit. You've been talking about it for a whole hour, can I not doze off? Luo Lan looked disdainful and responded directly. This made all the Marine generals look a little unhappy. After all, they had held more than 10 meetings in a row before finally formulating this combat plan, and now they're being called bullshit. It's so cool to have such a good-looking face. You brat, tell me, what's wrong with this battle plan? Although Warring States showed an expression of disdain for Luo Lan's words. But inside, there was a lot of panic. After all, Luo Lan was a god-tier figure in combat planning when he was in the staff department. Could it be that they spent half a month and so many people working together to formulate a plan? Is there really a serious problem? If this were true, it would be a big loss for Marine. Luo Lan didn't speak, but looked at the map on the wall. Then, the thoughts move. The mark representing the main ship of the Whitebeard pirates was pulled out from the map, moved to the inner bay of Marinefondo, and renailed. All of your defenses are facing the sea, but what if Whitebeard directly coats the main ship, then uses submarine method to reach the inner bay and then surface again? By then, the main force of the entire White Regiment will appear in the hinterland, and the defenses you have deployed on the periphery will become. It makes no sense. If nothing else, if Whitebeard gets violent, I'll give you a big one in this position, haha. The whole of Malinfondo will become history, whoa. At this moment, everyone was stunned, because they knew very well that what Luo Lan said was correct. Whether it was the loopholes in the outer defense line or the subsequent assumption that Whitebeard destroyed Malinfondo, there was nothing wrong with it. Landing in the hinterland, and then before everyone had time to react, he directly used the shock fruit to destroy the entire Malinfondo, Whitebeard. It is indeed possible to do this. Although there is a high probability that he will not do this, after all, he is here to save people. Advertisement, but who can guarantee that? What if this guy is out of his mind and does this? Maybe most of the high-end combat forces can survive, but the middle and lower level Marines. Definitely lost in one day. Horrible, absolutely terrible. Just thinking about this possibility caused cold sweat to break out on many people's foreheads. Fortunately, Luo Lan was summoned to hold a joint operations meeting, otherwise it would really be possible for him to overturn this time. What do you mean? Warring States took a deep look at Luo Lan and then asked. Immediately adjust all coastal defense gun positions and aim them at the inner bay. But what if the Whitebeard pirates don't appear from the inner bay? At this time, some people also raised questions. After all, if Whitebeard had not appeared from the inner bay, then all the coastal defense guns aimed at the inner bay would have been useless. You must know that large caliber coastal defense artillery does not change direction just when you say it, it takes time. When you finally turned the gun's muzzle, everyone washed up on the shore. Who are you? Looking at the person who asked the question, Luo Lan frowned slightly. Because I don't know him, and this person is not wearing Marine's Code of Justice. Caven from World Government, after all, CP0 will also have 3 groups participating in the war this time. I see. After hearing Warring States' explanation, Luo Lan nodded to express his understanding. Then he looked at that person. You know why no one else has any doubts? Why? Cowan was stunned for a moment, then asked. Because I have never missed it. Everyone who once doubted me has been slapped in the face, so. In order to avoid being slapped in the face again, no matter how outrageous what I say, no one will stand up and question it. I'll say it again, the Whitebeard pirates will appear from the inner bay through submarine. After finishing speaking, Luo Lan ignored the dark-faced Caven. He continued pointing at the map and started talking. Whitebeard can sneak, so can we. Advertisement. The conventional marine fleet is too useless and has no other use except to deal with the aftermath, so it is simply used as a decoy and deployed along the coast to confuse the enemy. Cursing secretly in his heart. As for the Whitebeard pirates who broke into the inner bay. When the pirate forces are attracted here by the bait, that is, the regular fleet of marine headquarters, we will suddenly appear and launch a comprehensive attack from the side. Finally, the regular marine fleet will step forward to clean up the aftermath. Let's just say 24 ships. During the battle, this fleet will be under the unified command of King's Landing's 2nd Fleet and deployed at this location in a submarine mode. You have the nerve to ask, 24 ships? To say it's tasteless is a bit of an exaggeration. As for Akainu, he looked relieved. In that matter, what you did was indeed unethical, but who told you, Marine, not to operate independently, but to obey the world government's orders? Because compared with King's Landing's fleet, the two are not in the same dimension at all. Ahem. If you, a brat, hadn't taken away all the shipworkers in the Seven Waters City, and also robbed the world government's 150 billion belly allocation, would Marine have been so difficult? As for Kaido and BIGMOM who may appear, the King's Landing fleet will help you temporarily block them. Luo Lan looked around the conference room and then asked. But unfortunately, they couldn't refute it yet. Don't you want to lose face? His whole face turned dark. She even expected Luo Lan to say more, especially to despise Kuzan, who was so ineffective in his work. Yes, under the coordination of he, the progress was more than the originally estimated 20 ships, but it was only 24 ships. To be honest, with Whitebeard's current state, plus the absence of Marco, as long as Kuzan and Perusalino don't paddle, it's just a white ball. Marine can definitely crush it. Ignoring the trio of generals, they made some adjustments to the Marine combat deployment. Otherwise, I wouldn't have done this myself. Luo Lan nailed the mark representing the Marine regular fleet close to the shore. After answering this question, Warring States glared at Luo Lan fiercely. Luo Lan stopped explaining, then turned to look at Warring States. How many new Marine warships are there now? Even if what you said is true, you can't say it in front of everyone. Feel Sengoku's gaze and the words contained in his gaze. Luo Lan coughed a few times in embarrassment. Any more questions? At the same time, Luo Lan's words about the Marine fleet were too useless, which also made Warring States and all the Marine generals blush. But Aokiji. Hearing this, Kizaru was fine and looked indifferent. As he spoke, Luo Lan pinned the icons representing King's Landing and the new Marine fleet on the map. Chapter 270 HNA Brigade, Dispatch. At the same time, Marine held a combat meeting. The first fleet of King's Landing also arrived in the New World and entered the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. In order to support this operational range spanning more than 300 nautical miles, Luo Lan had sent a warning airship over 3 days ago to conduct comprehensive monitoring of the entire sea area. How's it going? In the bridge of the flagship, Momosagi asked his deputy. According to the report from the security airship, there are currently more than 100 pirate groups and pirate joint groups wandering outside the Whitebeard pirates. At the same time, Commodore Violet has confirmed that the Beasts and the BIGMOMC are among them. The Thieves' Fleet. Among them, the presence of Charlotte Katakori, Charlotte Daifuku, and Charlotte Cracker was confirmed in the BIGMOM Pirates Fleet, and the presence of the Three Calamities was confirmed in the Beasts Pirates Fleet. It's just that, like other pirate groups, they are currently just wandering outside the Whitebeard pirates' territory and have not entered it. Although everyone now knows that the Whitebeard pirates have left in full force and are heading to Marineland. But who can guarantee that Whitebeard didn't set a trap for them? Just wait for them to attack, then suddenly show up and kill them? Although the possibility is very small, you can't say it's absolutely impossible, right? Therefore, the hundreds of pirate groups, the Joint Pirate Fleet, or the Beasts and the BIGMOM pirate group are not prepared to be the first to rush in. Instead, he wanted to wait for others to go in and test it out first. But no matter who it is, no one is a fool, and no one wants to be the first to rush in and be the guinea pig. This is how the current situation has emerged. It is estimated that they will only take action after Whitebeard appears in Linfondo. After Momosagi listened to the report, he nodded and said. Then Momosagi began to think deeply. After a while, it will be too late for us to react until the battlefield of Marinefondo begins and these pirates rush in at the same time. After all, there are hundreds of large pirate groups, many of which are large fleets composed of multiple pirate groups, not to mention the 2-4 Emperor's fleets. We do not have the ability to handle so many at the same time, so before they take action, we must take advantage of them and reduce their numbers. The fleet is dispatched immediately, targeting target number 073, 70 nautical miles away. Momosagi waved his hand and shouted an order. Yes, Lieutenant General. More than 10 minutes later, 5 medium-sized sailing ships are wandering on the sea at the moment. They are composed of 5 New World pirate groups. The lowest bounty offered by their respective captains is 150 million belly, while the highest bounty is even as high as 250 million belly. Like other pirate forces, they are just wandering around the periphery of Baituan's territory at the moment and are not ready to break in yet. Advertisement moreover, they are also very self-aware and do not intend to seize a piece of territory, but are just prepared to rush in when the time comes, grab it and run away. Because they know very well that even if they capture an island, they will not be able to hold it in the end. This is New World. More than 200 million pirates are nothing here. However, they were having a banquet and imagining a bright future in the near future. At this moment, they had no idea that it was right above their heads, or more accurately, above the clouds. The 2 floating fortresses of King's Landing, as well as 100 or dozens of powerful steel battleships, are watching with eager eyes. You can rush down at any time and ravage them, on the flagship of the First Fleet. Momosagi looked at the information about the 5 pirate groups below and showed disdain. With this strength, she doesn't need to summon the fleet staff to formulate a battle plan. Just start giving orders directly. Take out the new equipment the science department gave us this time and try it out. Lieutenant General, are you talking about the phone jammer? Yes, now is not the time to let them spread the news. Inform Brigadier General Weber of Floating Fortress No. 1. After the signal suppression is completed, let them attack immediately and practice their skills first. Clear. The adjutant saluted and immediately went to deliver the order. That's right, the commander of Floating Fortress No. 1 is none other than Weber from Sky Island. And the entire First Air Group, hundreds of pilots, are all composed of Sandians. According to Luo Lan, that is, Sandians are all natural pilots, and most of the various actual combat maneuvers of the Naval Aviation Force today were created by the First Aviation Group, that is, Sandians. However, although King's Landing has established a Naval Aviation Force and organized 3 brigades, it has not experienced any actual combat. This time is a good opportunity, and Momosagi also plans to let them take the opportunity to practice their skills. After receiving the order, the entire No. 1 floating fortress became busy instantly. Only fighter planes were towed out of the hangar one after another, then mounted with aerial bombs or torpedoes and sent to the runway. Although I can see the appearance clearly, I still don't know what they are. The original Sandian warriors, such as Bram, Kamachili, Jabeo and Lackey, became squadron captains of 4 squadrons, with the military rank of colonel. Advertisement at first, when he just looked up, he accidentally noticed a large number of small black dots appearing in the sky. Then 4 air combat squadrons were organized in the air, and these 4 combat squadrons formed an air combat group. Weber even personally boarded a fighter plane and went to the front line to command operations. The atmosphere is so warm. These strange things are coming towards them. But at this moment, he knew one thing very well, and that was, the pirates drank wine while singing Binks's wine, the so-called pirate song. On the watchtower, a pirate on duty was looking at the sky, narrowing his eyes slightly. On the sea, a banquet was being held on the deck of one of the pirate ships. At this moment, most people think so. Watch the sky. After confirming this, he immediately started roaring at the deck below. On the deck, all the pirates were already drunk, and they were very confused after hearing the shouts. The waves are like pirate pillows. That enemy attack from the air? After all, no one in this world has ever seen an airplane. What is it? Enemy attack. What is that guy talking about? Could it be that we held a banquet and asked him to be on duty, and he felt unhappy, so he was deliberately playing a prank? The ship is the pirates' home. The fighter planes were loaded and took off one after another. Raise the sails, set up the rudder and sail to a dangerous place. I'll send you Binks, the wine that has been brewing for a long time. But soon, as the distance between the two gradually narrowed, he could slightly see the appearance of those things. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Everyone shouted after them. But there were also a few people who looked in the sky in the direction pointed by the pirates on the observation deck. Immediately, his expression changed, at the same time. Chapter 271 The War on the Top begins. Attention all squadrons, attention all squadrons. The target seems to have discovered us, and the deck is currently very chaotic. The first squadron followed me and was responsible for attacking the first round of attacks and covering the second and third squadrons in dropping aerial bombs. The fourth squadron is responsible for releasing fish. The battle begins. Weber gave the order and pushed the joystick sharply. Driving the fighter plane, he took the lead in diving down. At the same time, more than 20 fighter planes immediately broke away from the fleet and rushed down with Weber. Before the pirates figured out the situation, Weber pulled the trigger, and 4 cannons fired directly from the bow of one of the pirate ships all the way to the cabin. Immediately afterwards, more fighters followed Weber, doing the same thing. Since there was a banquet before, there were many people on the deck of this pirate ship, more than 50 people. The results are also conceivable. After a round of strafing, except for a few strong or lucky pirates, at least 30 people were directly beaten into a hornet's nest. A large amount of bright red blood directly dyed the entire deck red. The scene was very bloody. This was not over yet. When the first squadron's attacks had all passed through the pirate fleet, the second and third squadrons followed closely. Unlike the first squadron, they did not carry the 4 cannons, but mounted several aerial bombs. He just swooped down on the 5 pirate ships, and then threw aerial bombs one after another. The 5 pirate captains with a bounty of over 100 million are certainly not useless. Immediately use all means to intercept these diving fighters. But before they had time to take action, the first squadron that had flown past had already made a roundabout and flew back. Shoot at them again. There was no choice but to suspend the attack and switch to defense or dodge. While he managed to avoid this wave of attacks, he also missed the best interception time. Aerial bombs landed on 4 pirate ships one after another. On average, each pirate ship was allocated at least 10 pieces, and the pirate ship that held a banquet before was given special attention, and more than 30 pieces were dropped directly. Then, no more, 5 pirate ships were immediately taken to the sky. This aerial bomb does not seem to be big, but because the madman from the science department added many specialties from the pirate world, its power even exceeds Luo Land's F*-500 in his previous life. Advertisement: if you use this thing to blow up a wooden sailboat with so many bombs at once, what will be the result? Don't think about it at all. Even the captain with a bounty of more than 200 million did not escape and was killed on the spot. At this time, Lackey's voice came from the combat channel. Weber, you have killed all 5 pirate ships, so what will my 4th squadron do? Unlike the previous 3 squadrons, the 4th squadron commanded by Lackey carried all torpedoes. I wanted to take this opportunity to test the effectiveness of the torpedo in actual combat. But the result? All in all, Lackey was unhappy, and Weber would be miserable when he returned. Who in HNA's first team doesn't know that Weber and Lackey are now approaching the stage of marriage? Even though Weber is usually very domineering, in fact this guy. She is a super disciplinarian. Involuntarily, the other 3 squadron captains all mourned for Weber in their hearts. As for Weber himself, the cold sweat dripping down his forehead said it all. At the same time, inside the flagship bridge of the First Fleet, Momosagi and a group of subordinate generals were watching the entire process from the main screen on the bridge. Suddenly, there was a gasp of air throughout the bridge. Really, that attack just now was too terrifying. Everyone put themselves in their shoes and thought about it. If they were on those pirate ships, would they be able to survive? Soon, everyone had the answer, and that was absolutely impossible. Combat Staff Officer, where is the next location? Just when everyone was shocked and stunned, Momosagi's voice suddenly sounded, bringing everyone back to reality. Among them, the combat staff under Momosagi was even more excited. Lieutenant Admiral, it is target number 01727 nautical miles away, a pirate group called the Black Widows. There are 4 pirates in the group who have a bounty of over 100 million, of which the captain has a bounty of 388 million belly. Just one pirate group? Yes, the combat staff nodded and confirmed. Send the order to Weber and ask them to go directly to deal with it after replenishing their ammunition, and also tell him. The answer is no, because before every battle, Momosagi has people use phone bug signal jammers to jam the entire battlefield. Advertisement: in this situation, it disappears day by day. For her, even these pirates in the New World, as long as they are not the 4 emperors and those big pirates with more than 500 million belly, are just training partners for her fleet exercises. Intel. A towering execution platform stood on the square. After all, that thing is too powerful. From the coast to the distance between the execution platform, as many as 100,000 elite naval soldiers were waiting. At the same time, Momosagi also led the fleet and began exercises in various subjects. Momosagi hesitated for a moment and then ordered. Therefore, the matter will not be discovered in a short period of time. Marine versus Whitebeard's top battle. Take it easy this time and test the torpedo's attack effect with the 4th squadron. As for such a big move, was it discovered by anyone? It's just that the person being rescued is a pirate. The First Fleet destroyed 4 fleets, a total of 11 pirate groups. Everyone says that drills should be closer to actual combat, but Momosagi's drill. On the same day. Therefore, in the subsequent battles, the 2 naval aviation groups in the first and second floating fortresses were acquired by Momosagi to only carry machine guns or torpedoes. Those pirates with abilities who fell into the sea because the pirate ship was destroyed. Unless the weapon is very powerful, or the fruit has special abilities, if a wave of aerial bombs is dropped, there will basically be no bones left. And time. Those pirates had no chance to pass the news on. On the day of Marco's public execution, and all of this is transmitted live to the big screen in every kingdom. Those with abilities must be kept alive, especially those with high-quality abilities. The entire Marineland was in a state of mourning. Take one of the maritime search and rescue subject exercises as an example. Yes, Lieutenant General, on the sea, there are more than 500 various marine warships, which is simply mind-numbing. That kicked off. It's just actual combat, of course. Starting from the third time, Momosagi prohibited the HNA Brigade from carrying aerial bombs for attack. Originally, whether the pirates died or not was not a matter at all, but the key point is. Chapter 272 Top 5. Hello everyone, I am Cow, a reporter from the World Economic News. As you can see, I am currently in Marine's headquarters, Marineland, and in 3 hours, Marine will publicly execute Marco here. This is the first time in 20 years that Marine has been publicly executed again. The last person to be publicly executed was One Piece Gold D. Roger. Maybe some people don't know who Marco is, let me introduce him briefly. The reporter of World Economic News at Marine headquarters is speaking seriously in front of the camera. And this picture was also broadcast to big screens around the world. Just like the last naval battle in the Windless Belt, it was once again broadcast live around the world. The only difference is that this live broadcast was conducted by Marine on its own initiative, while the last time it was in a windless zone. It is passive. A few minutes later, under reporter Cow's gushing, Marco was finally introduced inside and out. Among them, it was also emphasized that this is Whitebeard's most important son. After listening to what I just said, everyone should be able to understand why Marine is so prepared today. According to the information I received, in order to deal with the possible attack of the Whitebeard pirates, Marine has mobilized 100,000 elite troops to garrison Marinevando. Not only that, in order to ensure nothing goes wrong, Marine also recruited Shichibukai to help defend King's Landing. Everyone, please look. At this time, the cameraman took the camera phone and pointed the picture at the bottom of the execution platform. I saw several men dressed incompatibly with Marine, standing there at the moment. These are the 7 warlords of the sea who responded to the call. They are Moonlight Moria, Tyrant, Bartholomew Bear, the King of Monsters, Ambryo Ivankov, as well as Whitebeard II, Edward Weeble, with the introduction of Ka. The whole world exploded in an instant. Sabaody Islands in front of the big screen. Isn't it going down to Shichibukai? Why are there only 4 people, and 2 of them are new people? Where are the others? Where is the Pirate Empress? Where is the most beautiful woman in the world? Without an empress, who would want to watch Shichibukai? No, when the 2 new people were added, only their names were reported before, but who is this Demon King? This appearance, this makeup, it's too eye-catching. Hurry up and cut the screen, who wants to see these pirates? A group of people were cursing and shouting to cut the screen. Advertisement. In fact, among the 4 people who are here now, Shang may be the only one who looks normal. The other 3 are almost brought to tears when I talk about them. Especially that guy Ivankov, as those people said, is too eye-catching. Finally, coupled with the absence of Hancock, the most beautiful woman in the world, naturally no one wanted to see these 4 guys, so they all shouted to cut the scene. And Ka, as if he heard the shouts here, led the cameraman to move the screen upwards. I saw that on the left side of the execution platform, there were 5 extremely eye-catching chairs. However, all 5 chairs are empty at the moment. Everyone, these 5 chairs are amazing. Look, their owners are here. In the picture, Ka shouted exaggeratedly. It instantly attracted people from all over the world. Then, 3 figures appeared on the edge of the screen, walking towards the chair. Everyone recognized them immediately. If this wasn't the 3 Marine generals, who else could it be? After all, photos of the 3 generals can often be seen in newspapers. At this time, everyone had a question in their minds. 5 chairs, placed side by side. Explain that the identities of the 5 people who will be sitting here are all the same. Otherwise, why would you sit with the 3 major generals? But who are the remaining 2 chairs prepared for? At this time, 2 more figures appeared on the edge of the screen, and the eyes of people all over the world were instantly focused on them. After all, the answer to their question just now was those 2 people. Then, the sound of FK instantly resounded in every corner of the world. He's actually from King's Landing. That's not right. Why is one young and the other more exaggerated, a blind man? This is a script, it must be a script, otherwise, how is this possible? Why would a boy with no hair and a blind man sit with the 3 Marine generals? By the way, no one knows who these 2 guys are. Don't worry, the reporter will definitely introduce you later. Sure enough, Ka spoke on the screen. Let me introduce you next. The young man walking in front is the mysterious Junlin Fleet Admiral Luo Lan, and the one behind him is one of the 3 generals of Junlin, a smile codenamed Fujitora. What advertisement is this young man the leader of King's Landing? And this blind man is actually the general of King's Landing? At this moment, the jaws of countless people around the world suddenly hit the ground. A moment later, the whole world was stunned. First the 3 generals sat down, and then Luo Lan and Fujitora also sat on the remaining 2 chairs. I said, do you have to sit here and be looked at like a monkey? It's a live broadcast now, do you understand the live broadcast? As soon as he sat down, Luo Lan asked unhappily, forget it, others can't sit here if they want. I heard that the 5 elders didn't want you to sit here at first because you were too pushy. I don't know how Fleet Admiral convinced them, but they finally agreed. On the side, Aokiji said lazily. I'm afraid the old man told the 5 elders that because I am the Fleet Admiral of King's Landing, as long as you arrange for me to sit with you, it will be equivalent to telling the world that the Fleet Admiral of King's Landing is actually equivalent to the rank of Marine Admiral. This comparison can directly push me down one level, so those 5 idiots agreed, right? Luo Lan thought for a moment and then said. Not to mention, this is what the Warring States period really told the 5 elders. Then the 5 elders thought about it. Yes, this method is good. It seems to make Luo Lan high profile, but in fact it lowers his status in everyone's heart. I have to say that the thinking of 5 elders is quite similar. By the way, Fleet Admiral said you married Hancock? What, the old man even told you this? I heard it by accident. I thought Sengoku was so loud that even Aokiji told him. I guess Aokiji overheard it when I told Suru. Thinking of this, Luo Lan also breathed a sigh of relief. But in the next second, you don't know how happy the Warring States Fleet Admiral is. Whenever he meets someone, he will say that his son married Hancock, the most beautiful woman in the world, and I happened to hear it when Fleet Admiral told the messenger at the door of his office. Listen to Aokiji. Luo Lan looked hopeless. Chapter 273 World Government that Respects the Bandits. After the reporter Cal made an introduction, there were still 2 hours and 50 minutes before the public execution. However, there is still no trace of the Whitebeard pirates on the sea, and even the scout ships scattered dozens or hundreds of nautical miles away have no visual reports. There was a calm wind and waves, as if the White Group had given up on Marco. But most people don't really think so, after all. Whitebeard is famous for how protective he is. On the execution platform, Warring States looked at the time, and then picked up the telephone bug for amplification. Before the execution begins, I have something to explain to you. Marco. About the significance of this man dying here today. Although everyone already knows Marco's identity, it is limited to the fact that he is the son of Whitebeard of the 4 Emperors and the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, but it is not clear how evil he is. According to relevant statistics, during Marco's nearly 30-year career as a pirate, he caused a total of 372 civilians and 1,278 Marines to die, and the number of disabled people was even higher, and this is just the number that can be counted. In the battle between Kaido and Whitebeard's pirates a few months ago, the war spread to more than 10 islands. At least 50 people died in the aftermath of the battle between Marco and others. There was even a ship that went to the Marine warship that was rescuing civilians was destroyed by him, and more than 60 heroic Marine officers and soldiers survived. His sins are unforgivable, and this is just one of the more than 10 captains under Whitebeard, let alone the one who caused the most damage. The crimes committed by the Whitebeard pirates are too numerous to describe. Warring States held a loudspeaker phone and talked endlessly on the execution platform. And what he said, except for a small part, is indeed true. Although Marco will not go out to kill or plunder civilians, or it can be said that the White Group is very restrained in this regard, especially the group of people who are captains, basically they will not do such things. But the battle between strong men, especially Kaido, invades the White Group's territory all day long. How could we possibly take care of the civilians in this fight? Even if you don't take action, someone might punch you several hundred meters away and kill a group of civilians. Not to mention, 2 strong men of similar strength were doing their best on a certain island. As for the Marine part, needless to say, this is also true. Take Luffy's havoc on Judiciary Island in the original book as an example. Watch him blow groups of Marine soldiers into the sky. I wouldn't believe it if hundreds or even thousands of sailors didn't die during the rush in. About Marco. Advertisement far from exaggerating the figures stated by the Warring States period, they deliberately understated them. After all, if thousands of sailors died because of Marco in the past 30 years, then isn't Marine shameless? As for the example given by the Warring States period at the end. Although it was not a lie, Warring States played a trick on the purpose of the warship. Because that warship was not there to rescue civilians, but a surveillance ship to monitor the battle between the 2 4 Emperors groups. But as mentioned just now, although some language skills were used in the words, what Warring States said was basically all facts. The disclosed data of this item also allowed many people to intuitively understand it for the first time. How much blood debt has been borne by Marco? Marco has committed numerous crimes, and the crimes committed by the Whitebeard pirates as a whole are even more numerous than can be described. Marco's public execution here today not only tells those criminal pirates that this is the fate of all of them, but also publicly declares war on the Whitebeard pirates. Even if it's the 4 Emperors pirate group, first, Marine, I'm still brave enough to destroy it. Marco is the first, but he will definitely not be the last. His death will be a sign that the era of great pirates is over. Starting today, the countdown to the end of the great pirate era has begun. Sengoku shouted loudly. Luo Lan was a little disdainful. Forget it. Killing a group of 4 emperors and reviving Marine's reputation is no problem. As for killing all the pirates, will those 5 old guys allow it? So, stop dreaming. Luo Lan is not the 100,000 sailors cheering loudly at this moment, nor the countless civilians around the world who are being brainwashed in front of the big screen. He has a deeper understanding of the existence of pirates. You say the world government is incapable of ending the age of pirates? Nonsense. Believe it or not, if world government and Marine join forces, and even use some of their trump cards, they can directly defeat the four emperors tomorrow, and within a few years, they can kill 99% of the pirates on the sea. However, why have pirates not withdrawn from the stage of history for decades or hundreds of years, but instead become more and more numerous? Advertisement. The answer is unexpectedly simple. To use a sentence from Luo Lan's previous life, it is: respect yourself. Why does the world government do this? In fact, it is very simple, in order to control the franchised countries. After all, if there were no pirates, then the participating countries would no longer rely on the world government, and would become increasingly unwilling to pay so much heavenly gold every year. This will undoubtedly cause the world government to slowly collapse. How can this be done? So, a pirate plan emerged. As long as the power of pirates increases, and if these participating countries do not firmly embrace the thighs of the world government, they will be in danger of annihilation. Then, all problems will be non-problems, and the Tianlong people's rule of the world will be as stable as a rock. At first the plan was very successful. Relying on the huge threat of pirates, all participating countries have to cling tightly to the thigh of the world government. But soon, problems arose. The pirate power has grown so fast that it has completely exceeded the control of the world government. Of course, this does not mean that pirates can overthrow the world government, but it means that it has become increasingly difficult for the world government to check and balance these pirates without using its secrets. After Roger's execution, the pirate power expanded rapidly and almost escaped the control of the world government. This is also the first step in Roger's entire plan. You use pirates to rule the world, then I will follow you and let the era of great pirates come. Facing a world that was completely out of control, the five elders had to make another plan, which was 7 Warlords of the Sea project. Yes, now that the original balance has collapsed, select some people from the pirates to form the 7 Warlords of the Sea. To put it more bluntly, it is to win over a group of powerful pirates to join their side. Thus, the balance between the two parties can be regained. This is why, in the original work, the 5 elders said that the balance between marine, pirates, and Shichibukai is the cornerstone of the world. Pirates are bandits that the world government needs to support. The premise is that the bandit you raised cannot escape control, let alone eat its master. It is precisely because of this that Luo Lan said it was simply impossible for the Warring States period to completely eliminate pirates. Because 5 elders doesn't allow it. Chapter 274. The bait at the beginning. Time passes little by little. There were only 2 hours left before the public execution. But there was still no pirate ship seen on the sea. This made everyone watching the live broadcast wonder, is it possible that Whitebeard, who has always been protective of the calf, this time? Are you really going to abandon Marco? However, at this moment, a Marine colonel ran to the execution platform with an anxious face. Fleet Admiral, it's bad. The more than 10 warships we have contacted outside have not completed the latest regular contact, just now. When we tried to contact these warships, we found that they had all lost contact. I am afraid. Hearing this, Warring States frowned deeply. At the same time, the colonel's report was also transmitted through the loudspeaker phone bug in the hands of Warring States. The sound resounded throughout Marineland and the live broadcast screens on islands around the world. At this time, Cao suddenly saw Seng Guo's eyes narrowed slightly, staring at the sea in the distance, and he quickly turned his head to look. He immediately pulled the photographer next to him over. Over there, take pictures over there, hurry up. The live broadcast screen began to change with the direction of the photographer. It was a vast sea, except that a large number of ships appeared on the horizon, all heading towards Mlinfondo. The sails on the masts are all pirate flags, pirates. Coming. It is about 7 nautical miles from Marineland. At the beginning was a large fleet of 43 pirate ships, all of which were affiliated pirate groups under Bai Tuan. Although there are no pirates with more than 500 million, each captain's bounty is basically more than 200 million, and there are many pirates with more than 100 million. Each of their pirate groups is a famous presence in the New World. A few hundred meters behind them were 700 or 800 pirate ships. Not under the Whitebeard pirates, but because of the rumor spread by Luo Lan before, the pirates wanted to participate in this feast. Each one has strength and ambition. Advertisement. Of course, none of them are stupid, so they won't rush to the front. The first battle must be fought by the people with white beards, and they just follow behind to save your strength and wait for the big battle when you finally snatch the eternal pointer. But no matter what, with the addition of the 43 pirate ships of the White Group, more than 800 pirate ships came together, which was twice the number of the Marine fleet. The scene was still very terrifying. The fleet is ready for battle, and the pirates will never be allowed to approach Marinefondo. Warring States' order was instantly broadcast throughout Marineland through the loudspeaker in his hand. Then, hundreds of warships deployed close to Marinefondo turned their guns and aimed them in the direction of the pirate fleet. Just waiting for them to get within range, a super sea battle that is twice as large as the sea battle in the Windless Belt will begin. The leader seems to be the pirate group affiliated with Whitebeard, and the others should be some pirates that have nothing to do with Whitebeard. Aokiji looked in the direction of the pirate fleet and frowned. Of course, Whitebeard put them here to lure the marine fleet away. There are nearly 500 battleships. Even small battleships have dozens of sailors on board. Add them all up, and the entire fleet has more than 30,000 sailors, and nearly 40,000 sailors, all of whom are the most elite sailors in the headquarters. At the same time, there are nearly 10 lieutenant generals, as well as a large number of major generals, commodores, or colonels, who are also in the fleet. What does this mean? This means that as long as this fleet can be diverted to a certain distance, the combat power of Marine Fando's middle and lower levels will be almost halved in an instant. In this way, when Whitebeard charges out of the inner bay, he will encounter much less resistance. On the side, Luo Lan said lightly, to be honest, looking at the entire battle on the top in the original book, from a tactical level, Whitebeard is much stronger than Marine. The reason why we lost in the end was because the gap in absolute strength was too big. Among Whitebeard's subordinates, only Marco can temporarily compete with the generals, let alone Sengoku and Garp. They're definitely at the level of the four emperors and can challenge Whitebeard in a duel. The overall strength of both sides is not at the same level at all. Just like that, the first half was so tangled. In addition to the two generals paddling, isn't the biggest reason for Marine's various tactical mistakes? As soon as the war started, the entire fleet was enraged by Whitebeard's affiliated pirate groups. Then, because all the formations were aimed at the sea, after Whitebeard landed in the inner bay, a large number of arrangements were in vain. This allowed the Whitebeard pirates to actually play vigorously in the first half. However, since we have guessed that Whitebeard will land from the inner bay, the fleet should not fall into the trap again, right? Aokiji glanced at the unmoved Marine fleet and then asked. I won't fall into the trap, but there's nothing I can do about it. If it's me who can't seduce Marine, then I can seduce the brainless pirates behind me and pull them together into the Marine fleet array to engage in hand-to-hand combat. Advertisement, and I took advantage of the chaotic battle to quietly withdraw from the battle circle with 43 pirates, and then landed on Marinefondo from the front, and responded to Whitebeard's internal and external battles. Hiss. Aokiji's scalp feels numb, dirty, really dirty. Sure enough, people who play tactics have dirty hearts. Luo Lan, luckily he is on his side this time, otherwise, just talking about tactics. I'm afraid there's no one in the entire Marine who can compete with him. Be prepared. In 10 minutes at most, Whitebeard will appear, and the location. This is it. Luo Lan raised her hand and pointed at the inner bay. At this moment, Aokiji and Kizaru also looked a little more serious. Akainu's eyes sparkled. The three of them stared at the inner bay. The subsequent development was just as Luo Lan said just now. Seeing that they could not draw any hatred, the 43 pirate captains gathered together and rushed towards the Marine fleet. And with the white group taking the lead, there are hundreds of pirate groups who want to join in the fun and get a piece of the pie. Everyone followed immediately. In the past, they were surrounded and suppressed by Marine. It was rare that they surpassed Marine in numbers. How could they not take advantage of this opportunity to defeat Marine? Anyway, with the Whitebeard pirates as the vanguard, what else is there to be afraid of? More than 800 pirate ships, almost occupying the entire field of vision in front of Marinefondo, launched a charge towards the Marine fleet. As time passes little by little, the distance between the two sides is also getting closer a little bit. Finally, 10 minutes later, the artillery fire began to roar and the artillery battle between fleets. Here we go. It was also at this time that on the sea surface of the inner bay. Lots of bubbles popping up. Chapter 275. Those who play tactics have a dirty heart. Coming, after discovering the movement on the sea surface of the inner bay. Luo Lan's eyes narrowed slightly. The next moment, 3 huge ships suddenly jumped out of the water and finally floated on the surface of the inner bay. It was the Moby DK, the main ship of the Whitebeard pirates, and 2 sub-ships. Immediately, there was a sound of footsteps, although I didn't step on the deck deliberately and the sound wasn't loud, I don't know why. Everyone in Marinefondo heard it clearly. Moreover, every time the sound of feet hitting the ground sounded, everyone's heart seemed to be hammered. Very depressing. At this time, the live broadcast footage also cut away. I saw a huge figure, holding the supreme sharp knife Kong Yunki, walking towards the bow of the ship step by step. A moment later, he came to the bow of the ship, punched Kong Yunki to the ground, and looked at the results of the battle on the execution platform. If this isn't Whitebeard, who else could it be? At this moment, the whole world became quiet. Waring states, I have really troubled you to take care of my son these days. Now that my father is here, please leave him to me. Although Whitebeard's words were in a calm tone, they still conveyed a feeling of being taken for granted. It seems that he came here, then made friends during the Warring States period, and finally everyone, this is how things should develop. On the execution platform, Warring States glanced at Whitebeard. Then pick up the speakerphone bug in your hand. Attention all coastal defense gun positions, the target is Whitebeard in the inner bay, the bombardment begins. The Warring States period's order confused many people. Coast defense artillery? Shouldn't that thing be facing the sea? Even if you want to turn the muzzle, it can't be done in a short time, right? Besides, the inner bay is more than 3 kilometers away from the shore of Marineland. This distance is. Even the coastal defense artillery can't hit it. In the minds of most people, this is the logic. But there were also a few people who vaguely guessed something. I saw that from the newly built fortresses near the coast, huge cannons with completely different shapes from this era were pushed out. They are not facing the sea, but all facing the direction of the inner bay. This makes many people call it impossible. Advertisement. Unless all coastal defense guns were pointed in this direction from the beginning, it would be impossible to achieve such a scene. And if it was true from the beginning, so, were all Whitebeard's actions anticipated? Thinking of this, many people took a deep breath. Immediately afterwards, before Whitebeard could react from his daze. Boom 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 boom. A series of gunshots had sounded. Nearly 200 new cannons, imitated from the Junlin naval guns, all roared. New cannonballs that were not in the traditional spherical shape hit Whitebeard's location with faster speeds and more precise trajectories. In fact, Whitebeard was shocked at first when he learned that those coastal defense guns were aimed at the inner bay from the beginning. But shock is shock, and fear is not something to be afraid of. After all, it is impossible for Marine's artillery to attack at a distance of more than 3 kilometers. But who would have thought? Marine actually used new artillery and new artillery shells, which are enough to attack itself with high accuracy at a distance of 3 kilometers. Whitebeard's mouth Kakuzu couldn't help but twitch. Fortunately, the live broadcast was facing those coastal artillery pieces, so no one noticed Whitebeard's expression. The next moment, Whitebeard also became fierce. He directly inserted Kong Yunki into the deck, and then a ball of white energy appeared and wrapped Whitebeard's right fist. Air shock. With a low shout, he punched his right fist out of the air. A vibration invisible to the naked eye instantly covered a large area. And the entire area happens to be the only path for those cannonballs. After a moment, all the cannonballs exploded in the air without any exception. After intercepting all the cannonballs, Whitebeard raised his hands this time. At the same time, 2 light groups appeared at the same time, and unlike the previous air shock that intercepted the shells, Whitebeard actually squat down slightly on both knees and start to accumulate strength. This was obviously an amplified move, which made many people nervous. Especially Akainu. He was ready to get up and go to fight Whitebeard. The unchecked Whitebeard is too scary. He might just destroy Malinfondo with one big move. The best way to avoid all this is to arrange for people to entangle Whitebeard together so that he has no chance to use his big move. After all, although this guy's ultimate move is powerful, the forward swing is relatively long. Therefore, as long as someone can keep him company, there is no need to worry about other things. However, before Akainu could get up, Luo Lan spoke to stop him. Senior Sakaski, they want to create a tsunami to add to the fun. Why are you joining in the fun? Can your power eliminate the tsunami? Advertisement? What will happen to the thousands of pirates who have lost their foothold? Those who play tactics are dirty, especially those with abilities will immediately lose their combat effectiveness. If at this time, the coastal defense artillery launches a covering strike on the entire inner bay, or if it is more ruthless and asks Senior Sakaski to come up and hit Meteor Volcano, guess what the result will be? Aokiji took a deep look at Luo Lan and then nodded. On the contrary, Aokiji's ability is extremely suitable. Just create an ice layer 1 meter thick, don't do it too hard. Luo Lan sighed slightly. Luo Lan, you are so cruel. Luo Lan said speechlessly. I see. Aokiji was a little confused and looked confused. Nonsense, Marco is not dead yet. This guy destroyed the entire Marinevondo. Is he planning to kill Marco as well? He could already picture it now. Rushed out, tsunami? Indeed, even if he rushed over now, he would not have time to attack Whitebeard. At the same time, with his own abilities, there was no good way to stop the tsunami caused by Whitebeard. A 1 meter thick layer of ice is enough for those pirates to step on it and charge to the shore. At this time, Luo Lan turned to look at Aokiji. All fell into the seawater. Hear this. Kuzan, the tsunami can freeze a little harder, but the sea below. Thousands of pirates left the ship, rushed onto the ice, and then headed for the shore. Why are all of them so clueless? You guys don't really think that Whitebeard is going to destroy Marinefondo, do you? Although Akainu wanted to refute, he could not find a point to refute. Do you even need to ask? But at this moment, the coastal defense artillery began to carry out a large-scale saturation attack on the ice surface, where Akainu rushed up and directly covered the ice surface with Meteor Volcano. Sure enough. Senior Sakaski, do you think your ability can evaporate a tsunami in an instant? Upon hearing this, Aokiji's eyes widened instantly. So, let Kuzan go. The 1 meter thick ice surface must not be able to withstand it and will begin to collapse. Akainu was stunned. Chapter 276 Inner Bay Trap under the power of the shaking fruit. The sea surface on both sides of Malinfondo began to rise very strangely, and even rose hundreds of meters behind it. 2 super tsunamis were formed that sandwiched Marinefondo. Seeing it, the entire island was about to be swept away by 2 tsunamis. Under this mighty force of nature, everyone seems very small. However, most people did not notice that one of the 5 chairs on the right side of the execution platform was empty at the moment. That's the seat that belongs to Marine General Aokiji. As for Aokiji himself, he finally arrived at the inner bay just before the 2 tsunamis were about to fall. He stepped on the sea. No, he stepped on the frozen sea. Then he knelt down on one knee and pressed his right palm on the small piece of ice under his feet. Phew, I finally caught up. Ice Age. The next moment, with Aokiji's feet as the center, the terrifying freezing power quickly spread to the surroundings. First, the inner bay, then there's the outside of the island. Finally there are tsunamis on both sides. In just a few seconds, the whole world seemed to be frozen. The tsunami that was like a natural disaster just now has turned into an ice sculpture and will not fall in a short time. But at the same time, Aokiji's Ice Age also provided the Whitebeard pirates with an excellent landing location. After all, the inner bay is very large. If the Whitebeard pirates want to attack, they must first sail to the shore of the inner bay. But there is no need to do this now, because the pirates only need to jump off the ship and rush over on the ice. There was no need to waste time to resist Marine's attack and drive the ship past. So, under Josie's shout, thousands of pirates rushed out of 3 huge pirate ships, jumped off the ship one by one, stepped on the ice and began to charge. On the other side, Marine just stood on the shore and watched coldly, with no intention of rushing to the inner bay to fight with these pirates. This situation made Whitebeard frown deeply. I always feel like Marine is plotting something again. But no matter what he thought, he couldn't figure out the reason at all. Because, no matter which aspect you think about, for the time being, the situation is beneficial to you. At that time, as long as the suns wash ashore. As for the affiliated pirate group, they had their hands free according to the plan, landed on the coast of Marinevando, and started attacking from the outside. You can do it yourself. Thinking of this, Whitebeard also turned his head and glanced. I want to see how far the battlefield is now. It's just that it's okay if you don't look at it. Once you look at it. Advertisement: Whitebeard's whole body is in bad shape. The scene that I originally expected, that the pirate fleet rushed into the Marine fleet and fought with Marine at close range, did not appear. On the contrary, at this moment, they were still nearly 1 kilometer away from the Marine fleet, and on their flanks, a steel fleet with dozens of warships appeared. Terrible and precise bombardment. Almost every round, at least a dozen pirate ships will be destroyed. The entire pirate fleet was completely on the verge of collapse. If this situation continues, it will be considered lucky if the affiliated pirate groups under his command are not completely wiped out. As for their original plan to land on the coast of Malinfondo and launch an attack from outside, it's completely scrapped. Could these fleets that suddenly appeared be King's Landing? Whitebeard aimed his gaze at one of the chairs on the right side of the execution platform. To be more precise, it was Luo Lan sitting on that chair. However, is that all what happened outside the sea? No, it's not, because Marine deployed hundreds of new large-caliber coastal defense guns on the coast and began attacking again. This time, Whitebeard is not focusing his fire, but launching a covering attack on the entire inner bay. At this time, Whitebeard really didn't want to intercept like before. Otherwise, my own power will definitely accidentally injure my sons. But he wasn't too worried. Although he couldn't use air shock to intercept on a large scale, none of the captains of the White Regiment were freeloaders. Sure enough, at the next moment, a famous captain started to take action. The fastest one is the Foil Beasta. I saw him leap into the air, and immediately flew up with 2 western swords waving. The whole sky looked like it was raining roses. Although beautiful, it is very deadly. Although to the naked eye, it looks like countless rose petals falling. In fact, each petal is transformed by Beasta's slash. Let alone a human being, even if an iron block is touched, it will be cut open like tofu. The next moment, several artillery shells passed through the Rose Rain instantly, but when these cannonballs flew out from the other end of Rose Rain, they seemed to be disintegrated and turned into countless fragments and fell down. Even the fuse failed to work, and everything turned into dumb pieces. And the other side, Diamond George also jumped, and then used his huge body to block the path of 2 of the cannonballs. Boom boom. After 2 loud noises, Xiaoji's skin surface, which was already covered by diamonds, was intact. Advertisement: more than 10 captains, each using their special skills, successfully intercepted more than 90% of the cannonballs. Saturation bombardment of the inner bay, and Akainu's wide area moves. Either that, there is only 1 meter of ice thickness. Although Aokiji's little devil's strength is still a bit immature, his ultimate move of freezing the sea can definitely freeze dozens or hundreds of meters deep. How could it be only about 1 meter? Akainu, who was sitting at the back just now, has now appeared at the edge of the inner bay. Captain of the 6th Division, a person with the ability to carry lots of fruits. When Whitebeard raised his head, he saw countless giant fists of lava falling down. The pirate casualties were probably not even 100. Suddenly thinking of something, Whitebeard's expression suddenly changed. Passed into Whitebeard's ears. With a loud shout, Akainu launched his signature move. There was even a squad leader. Something is wrong, this is so wrong. But this shouldn't be the case. Although the single point attack is not as strong as the Big Fire Breath or Dark Hound, it is a super wide saturation attack skill. Because those countless giant fists of lava have been continuously hitting the ice. It is extremely appropriate to use it in this situation. All fell into the sea. In short, although there were losses in this wave of attacks, the losses were not large. For the rest, there were either no pirates at the landing point, so the captains didn't bother to care. Although there were pirates at the landing point, there were not many of them, and the captains had no time to deal with them. Except for a small number of people with special abilities, and some people who were lucky enough to stand on the wreckage of some larger ice blocks, most of the others. Whitebeard could even see the seawater from those craters. But it's too late. Could it be meteor volcano? And just a few seconds later, the entire inner bay ice completely collapsed, and all the pirates lost their foothold. However, they were trying hard to intercept the shells, but they didn't notice it. Blamink. Meteor volcano. Just then, Akainu shouted. However, Whitebeard, who was still standing on the bow deck, was not focused on Akainu, but on the places in the inner bay that were too late to intercept and fell on the ice and exploded. In other words, these ice layers are not thick or even very thin. Chapter 277 Riots in Impel City. Blamink was also unlucky. Just now, a cannonball failed to intercept, causing the ice on his side to break into many pieces. Now when Akainu's meteor volcano hits it, it just plows this place again. As a result, there was no place where we could barely stand. In addition, he can't fly and he doesn't know skills like moonwalk. The result is naturally, with a plop, it fell into the seawater. Fortunately, there are no Marines in the inner bay, they are all pirates. When several pirates nearby saw their captain falling into the water, they immediately jumped in to save him. But no matter what, even if he was rescued immediately, Bramink would not be able to recover within a few minutes. Therefore, as soon as the war started, the core combat strength of the White Regiment -1. Although for a pirate of the captain's level, Brackman's temporary loss of combat power is not a big loss. After all, even if Thatchy died and Marco was arrested, the White Group still has more than 10 captains and Bramink is not one of the strongest among the White Division captains. But below the squad leader, the Baituan's losses just now were too great. Nearly half of the pirates fell into the water, even those who still had a foothold and did not fall into the water. At this moment, they are just standing on some small ice fragments. Not much room to move around. This means, they all became targets. As long as Marine continues to bombard them, how miserable will their fate be? It's already conceivable. At this moment, Whitebeard's face was extremely ugly. This is no longer a gap in strength, but a complete failure at the tactical level. From the very beginning to now, every step of my life seems to have been calculated accurately and the countermeasures have been planned in advance. Warring States period? No, I have fought against Warring States many times. Although he is called a wise general, he definitely does not have such ability. But if it's not him, who is it? Could it be? Suddenly remembering something, Whitebeard raised his head and looked in the direction of the execution platform. No, to be precise, it was the 5 chairs on the right side of the execution. The young man sitting in the 4th position. A few years ago, there was an amazing guy in Marine advertisement. Although that man had never been on the front line, even the 4 emperors suffered defeat many times in various battles planned by him. However, later I heard that the guy was exiled to the East Daxia Sea by the Warring States period. At that time, I even mocked the Warring States period's behavior. But no one expected that in less than 2 years, that man would appear again. And as soon as it appeared, countless major incidents occurred. The most outrageous one was to defeat the combined fleet of world government and marine in the windless zone and seize the East Daxia Sea. In the end, they even forced the world government to compromise and recognize that guy's right to rule the East Daxia Sea. The appearance of the Warring States period, Lord Commander Ron of King's Landing. At this moment, he was sitting in the special seat next to the execution platform, looking at him with interest. Yes, it's definitely this guy. But, lousy is a Whitebeard. Just that. Marine versus the Whitebeard pirates. Judging from the current situation, Marine is in a good situation. Within Malinfondo, the main forces of Whitebeard are now suppressed in the inner bay, unable to successfully land, and are constantly being passively beaten. Outside of Marinefondo, there are 43 affiliated pirate groups, and a fleet composed of hundreds of pirate groups from Paradise or New World. The combined steel fleet composed of King's Landing and Marine was located 2 kilometers away and bombarded from the flank. The losses were extremely heavy. The hundreds of Marine sailing warships on the front also shortened the distance to 500 meters at this moment. And while shelling, continued to shorten the distance to increase accuracy. Before his eyes, he was about to be annihilated by Marine and King's fleet on the sea. As a result, most people watching the live broadcast thought that Whitebeard was gone. Fail. It's just a matter of time, but at this moment, a Marine colonel took the phone bug and quickly ran to Sengoku's side. There was even a hint of panic on his face. Fleet Admiral, emergency contact from Impel Down. At this time, emergency contact? Could it be? Is there something going on over there in Impel Down? Advertisement. But the problem is that now is the critical moment of the war. Although Marine and Impel Down are very close, it only takes 2 hours for a sailing ship to get there, but not even 1 hour for new warships. Just when Warring States had a headache, Warring States thought it was a call from Magellan. After all, Kaido and Bigmom haven't shown up yet, so he must leave enough combat power behind. Fleet Admiral, there is currently a riot in Impel Down. Director Magellan has personally led his people to suppress it, but if he relies on him alone. After taking the call, Warring States spoke. Where's Magellan? After thinking for a long time, Warring States still couldn't make a decision. Luo Lan didn't know when he came to the execution platform. No one knows who is locked up in Lever 6 better than him. That's Rafteru's eternal pointer, it's Warden Shiryu. He didn't know when he colluded with the new 7 warlords of the sea Blackbeard Teach. He quietly brought him into Impel Down City half an hour ago and entered Lever 6. Now all the pirates in Lever 6 have been liberated. Otherwise, once the front foot troops and generals are transferred and the other 2-4 emperors groups appear on the back foot, what will happen? I am Sengoku. Riot. What's going on? After all, after being imprisoned for so long, it would be great if they could still be half as strong at this moment. Of course, this premise is that after they escape, recuperate for a period of time, and regain their full strength. All these people imprisoned in Lever 6 were released by Shiryu and Blackbeard. Apparently, something really happened in Impel Down City. Even if those 2 guys have no interest in going to Rafteru themselves, they will never allow others to get it. Do we have to give up Impel Down City for the absolute victory of this battle? If these people are tied together, they're at least equal to the strength of 2-4 Emperor's groups, right? What, not to mention Kizaru, if we set off now, we can arrive in half a minute at most. Whether it is to deploy troops that are encircling and suppressing the pirate fleet, or to deploy general-level combat forces, it is not suitable. Is this okay? Sengoku Fleet Admiral, I am Domino, the Deputy Warden of Impel Down. Everyone in warring states was stunned. How about I take someone with me? But what did he hear just now? What's more, the two of them have the ambition to become one piece. Turns out to be just a Deputy Warden. You know, Luo Lan has analyzed that the probability of those two guys appearing is over 90%. Chapter 278 Magellan's Stubbornness Impel Down Lever 5. After the Lever 6 accident, the first thing Magellan did was to destroy the elevator. Therefore, if the prisoners in Lever 6 want to escape, Lever 5 freezing hell is a hurdle they cannot get around. And Magellan was alone, guarding here. It's not that he doesn't want others to defend, but once he takes action, it will be an attack without distinction between friend and foe. Although you can wear a gas mask, the gas mask is easily damaged during fierce fighting. Another is that after an ordinary jailer is knocked down by a prisoner, his gas mask is very likely to be snatched away. Not to mention, the gas mask can only resist his ordinary poison gas, the other ones. It's useless even if you wear a gas mask, as long as it comes into contact with your skin, you'll be dead, unless you're someone with strong weapons or someone with special abilities. But no matter which one it is, ordinary jailers don't have it. At this moment, Magellan was kneeling on the ground, gasping for air. He was covered in wounds all over, with almost no good spot. Although Magellan is very capable, who are the people who escaped from Lever 6? Each and every one of them was a former great pirate. There are even several legends. Even though these people can only exert 40 to 50% of their strength due to long-term torture, so many people. Where could Magellan alone stop him? Rather, it would be better to say that he is quite strong if he can block it by himself for so long. This can be seen from the pirate corpses all over freezing hell, including a few big pirates among them. Even if a marine general comes over, he may not be able to do better than him. But now, it's already the end of the battle. Ha 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 ha, Magellan, you are really strong, how about joining my Blackbeard pirates? Except for Blackbeard, who rushed in front and exchanged a few blows with Magellan at the beginning, and had been hiding behind the crowd since then, he came out at this time. The first thing he opened his mouth was to recruit Magellan. However, his recruitment was destined to fail. After all, Magellan. Dream, pirate. None of you can escape today, you will all die here. The giant soldier of poison, the judgment of hell. Advertisement: the terrifying toxin was suddenly released from Magellan's body, and slowly condensed into the form of a skeletal giant. This is a bright red toxin, not the previous purple one. Anyone who comes into contact with it will be infected and slowly spread, eroding everything. Until death. Suddenly, the entire freezing hell was in a state of complete chaos. This was Magellan's last resort, and it also squeezed out all his remaining physical strength. The whole person just fell backwards. Without Magellan's control, the giant skeleton army composed of bright red poison was completely out of control. Everything is its target at this moment, fortunately. Magellan did not let other jailers come down, so the whole freezing hell except for him. All are pirates. Even if you lose control, even if you don't distinguish between friend and foe, it doesn't matter at all. I have done everything I can, and I will leave the rest to you. Sengoku Fleet Admiral. This was Magellan's last thought before he lost consciousness. Although Magellan fainted, the pirates in freezing hell were really miserable. Those who came up from eternal hell were not bad. After all, they were either big pirates or legends from the old era. Although their strength was not at the peak, they still had many methods. But the pirates who were originally locked up in freezing hell were not that strong. That can no longer be described as miserable. One by one, they fell into the venom. Both their expressions and movements were quite terrifying. Simply, it was like a hellish scene. Push forward to the city, one level above ground. Two streaks of light flashed through the air, and immediately two figures appeared in the sky. It was Luo Lan and Yishao. Fleet Admiral, your flying speed is really amazing. Being taken on a flight by Luo Lan for the first time, Yishao was filled with shock. From Marine headquarters to here, although the distance is not far, it is still dozens of nautical miles. Advertisement as a result, it arrived so quickly, not even 10 seconds. This speed is simply incredible. Okay, let's go down quickly. Magellan's situation is not good. Luo Lan used his sense of sight to sweep away, and then controlled his telekinesis to let himself and Yishao land on the platform. At the entrance, a seductive blonde in uniform also ran over quickly. Luo Lan Fleet Admiral, right? Warring States Fleet Admiral has already told me, but I didn't expect you to come over so soon. Domino's face was full of shock. She just hung up the phone a few seconds ago, and the person arrived a few seconds later. Even General Kizaru doesn't have this speed, right? How's it going? According to the order of Director Magellan, all jailers have been deployed from Lever 1 to Lever 4 to perform suppression tasks, and I am leading people to guard the only exit from Impel Down City. Huh? It doesn't mean that Blackbeard was taken directly to Lever 6 by Shiryu, and the battlefield is at Lever 5. There should be no problems on the upper 4 floors. Why does it need to be suppressed? A row of question marks appeared on Luo Lan's head. Buggy was killed by him in the East Daxia Sea. After he conquered the Baroque Cooperative, Mr. 3 was recruited by Robin to serve in the intelligence department because he had not harmed civilians. As for Luffy, he was still imprisoned in Rhode Island by himself. Why are there still problems with the 4 floors above? Ah, it's like this. Shiryu saw that in addition to bringing Blackbeard in, the chief seemed to have brought some other people in. However, what we can confirm so far is that only Blackbeard's group entered lever 6, and another group of unidentified guys went to the 1st to 4th floors to cause trouble. And that group of people seems to be very familiar with the structure of Impel Down City. Even though we have deployed enough manpower to search lever 1 to lever 4, we still haven't been able to catch them. Hearing this, Luo Lan frowned slightly. It has been 20 years since I traveled to the world of pirates. And in the past 20 years, one thing has been proven countless times, that is, even if Luo Lan changes some things with his foresight, some major events that should happen will still happen. Even if the person who triggered these events is gone, there will be other people who trigger it through other methods. It is the convergence of world lines. As for who the group of people Domino was talking about, Luo Lan didn't have a clue yet. But basically, this should be the case. Chapter 279 Divine Consciousness Impact. After understanding the situation, Luo Lan asked Yishao to guard the ground floor, and at the same time asked Domino to lead people to lever 1 to lever 4. Of course, he was not prepared to let Domino deal with those mysterious people. After all, Domino did not have that strength. In fact, Luo Lan is ready to play a big one. After all, for all the prisoners in lever 6, even if Luo Lan and Yishao go together, there is no problem if they want to block it for a while, but suppressing. It's simply not possible. Therefore, Luo Lan plans to play a big one. Domino's mission is to go to the 4 floors and bring all the jailers back to the ground floor. To put it simply, everyone evacuates. As for Luo Lan herself, she went directly to lever 5. Don't take the elevator or the corridor, it's too slow. Arriving at the center of lever 1, Crimson Hell, Luo Lan stamped his feet. Suddenly, a hole about 1 meter in diameter opened in the ground, and Luo Lan fell directly into the beast hell of lever 2. Then repeat this operation until lever 5 freezing hell. Along the way, the jailers on each floor who were performing suppression tasks were all confused when they saw this situation. Who is such a tiger? Impel down, lever 5 freezing hell. The terrifying poisonous skeleton giant army has finally exhausted all its energy at this moment and can no longer maintain it. Little by little, it turned into bright red poisonous mist, and then slowly dissipated. It's finally broken up. Now, no one in Impel Down can stop us. It's time to leave. First go to Marineland and find a way to get Dad's earthquake fruit, then go to the New World and become the new Emperor of the Sea. Ha ha ha. Blackbeard came to Magellan and kicked him. When he saw no reaction, he immediately started laughing wildly. However, boom, a loud noise came from above. What's going on? Blackbeard looked up sharply. I saw that a hole was broken in the dome of freezing hell, and at the same time, a figure followed the hole. Advertisement fell down, after seeing clearly the person's clothing and appearance. Blackbeard's entire face darkened. Even if the other party turns into ashes, he can still recognize it. After all, a few months ago, after he escaped from the Whitebeard pirates and found his first batch of subordinates. It's this guy who appears with a fleet of 4 steel battleships. In a short period of time, he slaughtered all his subordinates except Fan Kao. Damn Luo Lan, since you're here today, it's just the right time to deal with you together. Behind him are a group of big pirates and even several legends. Blackbeard was so high-spirited at the moment that he didn't take Luo Lan into his eyes at all. Even if those legends won't listen to his orders, if they want to leave Impel Down City, they still need to get rid of Luo Lan first, right? So, no difference at all. Not to mention you, Luo Lan, even if Warring States or Garp came in person, he wouldn't be afraid. Hey, isn't this Blackbeard? Why, you finally managed to save your life in Punk Hassad. The scars healed so quickly and you forgot the pain. Now you dare to bare your teeth at me again? As soon as Luo Lan landed, she started taunting. It's not that he talks a lot, it's that he needs time. After all, with his current strength and means, it would be no problem to hold these people back for a while, but the premise is. This so-called moment is not a very long time, so, let's talk some trash first and delay for some time. Stop being arrogant, we are in Impel Down City now, and the battleships and weapons you are so proud of cannot be used here. Weapon? Blackbeard, did you misunderstand something? What's the meaning? It means that the reason why I use weapons to solve problems most of the time is because I am too lazy to move. Do you understand? The next moment, Luo Lan's eyes narrowed slightly. Conquerors activates instantly. No, this is no longer Conquerors but a higher dimensional spiritual attack. After all, Luo Lan's mental power has completely transformed. Even Luo Lan gave herself this new mental power. He was given a name that was second out of 10, Divine Consciousness. That's right, Luo Lan calls his spiritual power after transformation spiritual consciousness. Advertisement used to distinguish it from ordinary mental power. Strictly speaking, mental power attacks using divine consciousness are no longer Conquerors but something else. Yes, Luo Lan also gave this a name, Divine Consciousness Impact. Luo Lan's consciousness was like a raging sea, wave after wave, constantly washing away everyone in freezing hell. Some Lever 5 prisoners, who were originally weak in strength, rolled their eyes one by one at this moment. After a while, a group of pirates wearing prison uniforms lay on the ground. If you look closely at these people's statuses, you'll see. There were about 2 people inside, but they were all lifeless and completely dead. Even the red-haired Shanks guy couldn't do this. Although the prisoners in Lever 5 Freezing Hell are definitely much weaker than those in Lever 6 Eternal Hell, there are not even pirates with a bounty of over 100 million. But it is absolutely impossible for one conqueror to go down and kill everyone directly, or even kill 20% of them. As the most domineering man on the sea, Shanks has the absolute right to say this. If you interview him, he will definitely tell you one thing. I really can't do it. Likewise, the big pirates from Eternal Hell, as well as several legends from the old times who also came from there, all had their eyes widened. They had never heard of such a powerful conquerors. Some of them are from the Rocks era, and some are from the Roger era. You can swear by your chest. Whether it's Rocks or Roger, their conquerors are definitely not that scary. Not even half of it. Perhaps Luo Lan's current hard power is not enough to dominate the entire world, or to suppress everyone here. But, just talking about spiritual power, or what Luo Lan calls himself, spiritual consciousness. Then he is definitely the strongest existence that can crush the entire world, bar none. In this current situation, Luo Lan released his consciousness intentionally. Look at those great pirates in the past, or those legendary figures, one by one. I didn't dare to step forward for a while. As long as they don't stop moving forward, even temporarily, Luo Lan's purpose of delaying time will be achieved. At this time, Blackbeard's face looked extremely ugly. Although he hated Luo Lan so much that he gritted his teeth. But at this moment, he also didn't dare to step forward and take action. The whole freezing hell suddenly became quiet. Chapter 280 The Pacifist Who Was Brought Forward. Luo Lan's hand directly suppressed all the pirates. Even legendary figures such as Deathless Bullet, Berndy Waldo, and Valoric Redfield are no exception. Some of them are indeed reckless, some are extremely proud, and some are arrogant. But as legendary figures, no one is stupid. Just like Kaido, even though he is usually so crazy, if there is a real possibility of death, he will not rush in and cause trouble. Therefore, a person's appearance is just an appearance. Luo Lan, on the other hand, pretended to be a peerless strong man and looked at everyone indifferently. But in my heart, I hope Domino will move faster. I won't be able to hold on for long, as time goes by. These guys will definitely find out the clues. At the same time, Marine Headquarters, Marineland. When Whitebeard saw the sailor running up to the execution platform with a horrified look on his face, and then answering the phone, Sengoku's face looked as ugly as possible. He knew that something was definitely going on, and it was something big. Finally, when Whitebeard discovered that Luo Lan left with a smile, his eyes suddenly lit up. Although I don't know what happened, but it seems. The 2 most troublesome guys finally left, although he couldn't see through Luo Lan's strength, that smile. Definitely better than the 3 Marine generals. This is of course, after all, he is at the level of Marine General, and now he has been staying in King's Landing for several months. Today's Yishao is no longer at the level of General, but has already initially entered the level of 4 Emperors. What, you said the General and the Emperor are at the same level? Although there is such a saying, and it is said by the original artist, what the original work shows from beginning to end is that the 4 Emperors are stronger than the Generals, and much stronger. In what way is this considered to be the same level as the General and the Emperor? So, I left with Luo Lan and a smile. For Whitebeard, this is more comfortable than leaving the 3 Generals. Is Kaido finally here? Suddenly, Whitebeard noticed something and turned his head to look upward. Advertisement and those who had the same actions were Warring States, Crane, and the 3 generals. All the top marine experts stopped moving at this moment and looked up at the sky with solemn expressions. But the next time, the sight of Kaido emerging from the clouds did not appear. On the contrary, even if there are clouds blocking it, everyone can still see the flashing red color reflected through the clouds. Just like above the clouds, there are constant violent explosions. Right now, at an altitude of 8,000 meters above the sea, it is located between the White Sea and the White Sea. A huge green dragon was being swallowed by countless explosions. And around it are hundreds of metal artifacts that are very small in comparison. They flew around the green dragon at extremely fast speeds, as if dancing in the air. At the same time, missiles were fired one after another, causing Kaido to scream. Of course, these missiles do not have guidance capabilities. After all, King's Land does not yet have a global positioning system, nor can it produce various types of chips. Therefore, these missiles all fly in a straight line. Fortunately, the size of the blue dragon that Kaido transformed into was too big, and he was suppressed and couldn't move. Therefore, even a straight line attack can ensure a very high hit rate. At this moment, Kaido was extremely depressed. I thought the time had come and it was time for me to take the stage. But who would have thought that before he could rush down, a group of flying things would come out of nowhere, and then all kinds of things that were 10 times more terrifying than artillery would hit him head on. Didn't you see that several of your dragon scales were blown off? Also, those guys who stepped on Moonwalk actually caught and recycled their own dragon scales below. Too much, too much. Hold head high. Kaido raised his head and let out a burst of dragon roar. Then, he opened his mouth wide and spit out a stream of hot breath towards the 3 fighter planes that were flying past him. However, his forward swing was a bit long, and everyone knew that he was about to breathe out hot breath. Among the 3 fighters, 2 were simply avoided by a beautiful maneuver. As for the remaining one wing was burned because it moved half a bead too slowly. But the problem was not serious. He barely regained control of the fighter plane and flew staggeringly towards the floating island in the distance. At this time, the voice of Smoker, the commander of Floating Island number 3, rang out from all the fighters participating in the battle. And it was extremely frustrating, but the pacifists were still found. Advertisement: it was blown up to the sky in an instant. No, we must speed up. Even if we can't destroy the white group before Kaido appears, we must severely damage it. No matter what it is called, as long as it can severely damage Kaido. Whitebeard didn't know at this time that it wasn't that Kaido couldn't come down, but that he was stuck at an altitude of 8,000 meters. Countless pirates. Immediately I couldn't sit still. Whitebeard seemed not to have heard it and still looked up at the sky. Do you want to wait for more casualties on my side? Attention everyone, continue to contain Kaido. Dongfeng Express is already on the way and is expected to arrive in 30 seconds. At the same time, warring states on the execution platform also noticed something strange in the sky. Back on the Moby DK, Josie looked anxious. At the same time, the next moment, more than 20 tyrant bears suddenly appeared on the battlefield. They were deployed at equal distances outside the inner bay. Although Whitebeard has his own pride, he is not willing to join forces with other 4 emperors. Marine's bombardment continues, and the captains of the White Regiment are working hard to intercept it. Dad, the situation is not good. More than a dozen huge missiles had been fired from Whitebeard's territory in New World a few minutes ago, and were heading towards the Marine headquarters at high speed. Frowning slightly. The inner bay of Marineland. What is Kaido doing? One by one they raised their hands, and then. Moreover, Whitebeard had to admit that Kaido's ability was indeed the most suitable person to break the situation in this situation. But with their unstable footing, they didn't dare to move too much at the moment, and even when they moved their hands, they were restrained. Watching, more and more shells that slipped through the net were falling, destroying the few footholds bit by bit, and everyone was anxious. Yes, although it is still more than a year away from the original work. The weakened version of Kizaru's laser was shot towards the inner bay like raindrops. Send an order for all pacifists to dispatch, launch an encirclement along the inner bay, and launch an all-out attack on the Whitebeard pirates. Naturally, he guessed who the person above the clouds was. After all, this thing can be used as a floating turret. But it's not like Kaido was called here by himself. It's just that this guy has obviously arrived. Why hasn't he come down yet? Although Smoker doesn't know why Luo Lan gave that thing a name like Dongfeng Express, it doesn't matter. Chapter 281. Falling Kaido. At this moment, everyone was stunned. He looked at the 20 pacifists, and then looked at the bear under the execution platform, where Shichibukai was. What the hell? The tyrant bear is obviously there, but now the other 20 bears are bombarding the inner bay. Where did it come from? Although everyone around the world is asking, there is no answer. But if Luo Lan were here, she would definitely recognize him. Isn't this thing just led and developed by Vegapunk, a pacifist codenamed PX? In terms of strength, he is almost comparable to Marine Lieutenant General. Although it is not very strong, on such a large-scale battlefield, coupled with the current situation where the pirates are trapped in the inner bay. The pacifist is definitely an extremely efficient killing weapon. However, Luo Lan would definitely be surprised when a pacifist appears on the battlefield. After all, this thing would not happen until more than a year later. The white group is being slaughtered below. In the sky, Kaido was not feeling well either. During the siege, hundreds of fighter planes deliberately left a path open, which was a direct path to the floating fortress. At first, Kaido thought he had found a loophole in the encirclement and planned to break out from this direction, and then turn back to fight back. However, before he could take action, the whole plan fell through. And he finally knew why those flying iron lumps deliberately set aside an area so that they would never fly over. Because a series of artillery shells were fired directly from the floating fortress a few kilometers away. These shells are more powerful than what Kaido experienced in Punk Hassad, and they are still much larger. After all, during the time of Punk Hassad, the 4 Junlin ships were only first-generation warships equipped with 180mm main guns, and the floating island fortress. From the word fortress, we can know that it is not just a mobile airport for fighter planes, but a war fortress. Even though they were short on time, King's Landing still completed the arming of one of the floating fortresses, and that fully armed floating fortress is the one above Mlinfando's head now. In other words, it was the one that was being bombarded several kilometers away from Kaido's front. Although there are also small caliber cannons equipped on it, the one currently attacking Kaido is a 380mm cannon with a terrifying caliber. At the same time, armor-piercing shells were used. It's Kaido. However, he has transformed into a green dragon at this moment with hard dragon scales. Advertisement. But he was still injured. There was no way to quickly get rid of the flexible iron lumps around them, and the only undefended direction in the front was constantly bombarded by dozens of giant cannons from the opposite side. Kaido went crazy, and just then, the hundreds of iron knots that had been surrounding him suddenly dispersed. What does it mean? Kaido was a little confused. He had injured 5 of them in a long time. Aren't you completely dominant? Why not continue? Kaido cannot understand the behavior of the ruler. But this is not important, because all the iron lumps that are constantly attacking and extremely flexible around him have retreated. Then, wouldn't I be able to act at will without any hindrance? A pair of red dragon eyes were staring at the floating fortress several kilometers away and the hundreds of fighters returning to the fortress. Kaido showed a dangerous look. Want to run away after doing it to yourself? There are no doors. Immediately, the dragon flicked its tail and flew towards the floating fortress in the direction of the fighter plane's retreat. However, as soon as he started to move, he started to sound alarms like crazy, it seemed. Something extremely dangerous is coming towards me, and the direction is behind yourself. Kaido braked suddenly, steadied himself, and then wanted to turn around. But it's too late. More than a dozen huge missiles flew over a large distance in an instant at a speed close to Mach 10, and hit Kaido's even larger blue dragon body one after another. Even the few that didn't hit directly exploded directly around Kaido. These missiles all use hot shells, and they are also improved third-generation flame shells. What is stored inside is all Ian's cyan blue flame that reaches tens of thousands of degrees. In the past month, Luo Lan had completely drained Ian dry for this war. He was asked to inject flame into the newly cultivated flame shells in Rhode Island every day, and it was not just an ordinary flame, it had to be a blue flame under the full power of Ian. Finally, before the war began, King's Landing produced hundreds of special warheads based on third-generation fire shells. Although it was still a dragon roar, this time the dragon roar gave people the feeling of screaming. It was undoubtedly the tone of that scream, advertisement. However, when he turned to look at the colonel, he found. I was completely stunned immediately. The next second, Warring States also raised his head. You can obviously go up and put the 8-foot Magatama, right? I saw a huge green dragon falling from the sky. Looking at the fighting situation in the inner bay, Warring States was very dissatisfied. In fact, Kaido was actually screaming. Soon, he immediately shouted to the colonel next to him. In the current battle situation, the best way is to directly use large-scale moves and carry out coverage strikes. But Kizaru, what's going on? Its body is accompanied by a blue flame. It's still too slow, let Perusalino attack with all his strength. Kaido, the only difference is that the tone of the shout is different. There are 5 chairs, and 4 of them are empty. How can you have the nerve to continue sitting there? More than a dozen exploded at the same time, and the blue flames instantly swallowed Kaido. And the tone at this moment. What are you doing? Sakazuki is the only one doing output. Does that guy just watch the show? Although it is not as powerful as the slashing shell warhead used to intimidate the world government, it is definitely not small. In less than 10 seconds, he could no longer maintain his flying posture, and the specific body of the blue dragon fell directly towards. Akainu does this very well. Look at how much fun he had hitting it with the meteor volcano. At this moment, the colonel was looking up at the sky, his face dull. But the colonel didn't respond, which made Warring States even more angry. Warring States looked to the right of the execution platform, where Kizaru had his legs crossed and was watching the battlefield with great interest. He was so angry. In the 10,000-degree heat, Kaido was burned miserably even with the protection of dragon scales. Forget about Aokiji, although he has a wide range of moves. Once Ice Age is used, the pirates have a foothold again, so they can paddle legally. No matter how the dragon is called, it always has the same sound. He was still sitting there without moving. That's Chapter 282, The Miserable Kaido. Pay attention to the sky above, it's Kaido. Warring States held a loudspeaker phone and roared. In fact, the location where Kaido appears is too deadly, just on the inner bay encirclement. As soon as he comes down, a huge gap will instantly appear in the entire encirclement, and the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates can also break out of this gap. 4 emperors. The 3 generals alone may not be able to stop him, let alone the 2 water monsters Aokiji and Kizaru among the 3. Immediately, Sengoku prepared to send an order to the vice admirals and elite vice admirals on the marine fleet to come back in half. However, he had not yet given the order. The colonel on the side pointed to the sky. Fleet Admiral, Kaido's condition doesn't seem right? Upon hearing this, Warring States looked up again. At this moment, Kaido had fallen freely all the way to an altitude of about 3,000 meters. Compared to its previous height, Warring States and others could now see more clearly with the naked eye. Immediately, he discovered something was wrong. Although Kaido is a phantom beast species, he is not an elemental phantom beast species, but what is this cyan blue flame covering his body? I have never seen Kaido in this posture. Is it a newly developed ability? And when he looked carefully through the gap between the blue flames, I finally understood what the colonel said was wrong. I saw that many of the scales on Kaido's body were missing, some were even burnt black, and his whole body was covered in burnt and dried blood. This situation doesn't look like it's coming down to attack Marine, but it looks like. Was he beaten up in the sky and then knocked down? This. Warring States was a little confused. I don't understand what's happening at all, but soon, he once again remembered a previous inference, that is. The Golden Lion was killed by Luo Lan in the East Daxia Sea, and Junlin obtained the Piao Piao fruit. Then, the only force that can stop Kaido in the sky and have the strength to injure him should be the king of Luo Lan. Could it be that? In addition to the terrifying fleet that King's Landing brought, they also deployed powerful combat forces above the clouds. How much power does this kid still have hidden in his hands? If Luo Lan hadn't gone to Impel Down City at this moment, warring states would have really wanted to call this guy over and ask him a question. The inner bay of Marineland. Advertisement. Kaido appeared from the sky and rushed down from the perfect attack position. Whitebeard also breathed a sigh of relief. Although he is proud, he does not want others to help. But in this current situation, he had to admit that the Whitebeard pirates alone had no hope at all. And Kaido. The timing and location of the appearance were just right. Kaido, Lousy owes you a favor, but I'm afraid I won't have the chance to return this favor. Whitebeard looked up at the sky and whispered softly. No matter you won or lost, he never thought about leaving alive. In this era, there is no ship that can carry oneself, and as a legend. This grand battlefield is the best place for me to end my life. But it's very fast, probably only 2 or 3 seconds. Whitebeard also noticed something was wrong. Kaido didn't mean to rush down an FK Marine. He was obviously beaten hard and seriously injured. Fell from the sky. I didn't see that both eyes on his huge dragon head were closed. I'm afraid they've all fainted. At this moment, Whitebeard's entire face turned black. Useless trash. I cursed secretly in my heart. Now he no longer expects Kaido to open up the situation. He only hopes that he will fall down and knock over more Marines to use his remaining heat. After all, that guy's body after transformation is big enough, isn't it? Such a large size, such high mass, coupled with the constant acceleration when falling. Although Whitebeard doesn't understand science, he also knows a common sense. That is, the heavier, the faster the speed, then. The more powerful it is, however. Kaido disappointed him once again. Just when Kaido fell all the way to only a few hundred meters above the ground, he suddenly woke up. He immediately tried to stabilize his body. After all, he himself was seriously injured. If he hit the ground at this speed, it would definitely add to the injury. This is not possible. In the end, with the hard work of this guy, he finally stabilized when he was only 10 meters away from the ground. At this moment, even Kaido couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then he raised the faucet's head fiercely and looked upward. Advertisement. Kaido rolled his eyes and thought about all aspects in an instant. He has not forgotten why he came here. Even if Linlin comes out after that, it will be useless. With Whitebeard's character that values commitments, as soon as an agreement is reached. Wouldn't it be nice to seize Whitebeard's territory while he's away? Moreover, as far as I know, Linlin's wife is also here. The dragon grinned and began to taunt. He is really a guy who succeeds in nothing but fails in many things. Now that you have come, you must get the eternal pointer, and you can't come here in vain. In the end, he even used some unknown ghost to attack him. Whitebeard must be really talented. You said you woke up at the last minute. Ralph Drew's eternal pointer. It's just a pity that all these calculations require a foundation, and that is. Who says Kaido can only be reckless? Huh. You, Whitebeard, seem a little miserable. Therefore, before Linlin comes out, he must first find a way to reach an agreement with Whitebeard. Doesn't this mean that those guys in the sky don't follow martial ethics? Kaido looked up for a long time, but could see nothing but clouds. If it were a head-on fight, would I be so aggrieved? Whitebeard retorted directly. Kaido secretly cursed the guys he met in the sky, and then looked at Whitebeard. Look at the injuries all over your body, even half of your dragon scales have fallen off. He knew in his heart that the other party did not follow him. Then, he looked around again, and immediately saw the Whitebeard standing on the Moby DK, staring at him, and... As soon as he said this, Kaido became angry. How can you be better? As for Whitebeard, in the inner bay, there were at least 1,000 pirate corpses floating on the sea. Can't you just smash it down honestly? Although he didn't know where she was dragging him, when she appeared, he had another competitor. If it weren't for the eternal pointer of Raph Drew in Whitebeard's hand, I wouldn't have come here to join in the fun. He was a little speechless. The real him is more calculating than anyone else. Whitebeard, how about I help you open the gap, and Raph Drew's eternal pointer belongs to me. Chapter 283 Crisis. From the rear. Hearing Kaido's words, Whitebeard snorted and did not answer. How should he answer this matter? You know, Whitebeard's attitude towards this matter from the beginning was only 7 words, that is. Neither admit it nor deny it. That's right, everything is left to you to guess. Anyway, I won't admit that there is such a thing, but I won't deny that there is such a thing either. However, no one got the first 3 words, and just used Whitebeard's non-denial attitude as the only argument. Since Whitebeard did not deny it, then this matter is true. I have to say that Whitebeard played this matter very cleverly. No matter who spread the rumor, Whitebeard could use the entire rumor to his advantage without even opening his mouth. It's just that he doesn't know all of his actions. This was arranged by Luo Lan, and it was also the result that Luo Lan expected. Seeing Whitebeard, he just snorted coldly and had no other reaction. Kaido was also anxious. Whitebeard, if you don't agree, believe it or not, I will turn around and leave. Then let's go, Whitebeard said calmly. He seemed indifferent to Kaido's departure. You. Okay, I'll bring Marco here for you, is that okay? Looking at the indifferent Whitebeard, Kaido gave up. Just follow the rumored request, which is to help Whitebeard rescue Marco. Anyway, I can fly. If I want to snatch Marco, my advantage must be greater than that stinky B***ch Linlin, right? What I, Whitebeard, have said always stand true. Whitebeard said seriously. No one would doubt his words. Because, whatever Whitebeard says never counts. However, there is a premise here, that is what my Whitebeard said, but the rumor that he has Rafteru's eternal pointer and will give it to anyone who helps him rescue Marco. Did my Whitebeard say this? No, I have never said these words, and I have never admitted them. So, I say that what I say always counts. Is there anything wrong with this? No, not at all. Advertisement. Hearing what Whitebeard said, Kaido felt relieved. Then he looked up at the sky again, and after confirming that the iron lumps above really would not come down, he felt his own state again. After confirming that the injury was mostly healed, he turned to look at the surrounding Marines. There was a dangerous look in his eyes. I also have to sigh here at this guy's physical strength and recovery speed. It's really outrageous. There is one more 4 Emperors, which is obviously not good news for Marine. As I said before, Marine can do whatever he wants with the 4 Emperors. Although Marine can defeat the 4 Emperors, he can only do so only after paying a certain price. As for the 4 Emperors, it is not something Marine can fight alone. As for the 4 Emperors, therefore, the appearance of 4 Emperors at the same time made the warring states period nervous, and they constantly mobilized their troops to deal with this situation. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, Marine will suffer huge casualties. The only good news is that Kaido came alone, not the entire Beast Pirates together. In addition, King's Landing's powerful fleet blocks the sea. So, although it is a bit troublesome, overall it is not a big problem. As for Marine, morale is still high. Soon, a place surrounded by the inner bay, near Kaido. Under the command of warring states, another small encirclement was quickly formed. This is an encirclement composed of Aokiji as the main one, assisted by 2 elite lieutenant generals, and 5 ordinary lieutenant generals. Not to mention killing him, but to contain an injured Kaido, this power is enough. As for the main force of Marine, it was still put into the War of Annihilation in the inner bay by the warring states period. Pin down one, and then concentrate on killing the other first. This is the current core tactical thinking of the warring states period. There is absolutely no problem with this tactic. At least from the current stage, this is indeed the case. But at this moment, Sengoku hasn't realized that right behind the headquarters, deep inside Marineland, there is a marine warehouse. The real danger is approaching. Marine headquarters, Marineland. Warehouse number 7. This is about 7 kilometers away from the front line, the inner bay. It can be regarded as the rear area far away from the battlefield. The 2 ordinary Marine soldiers standing guard were also very excited when they heard the faint shouts of killing coming from 7 kilometers away. I can't wait to rush to the front line immediately and sacrifice everything for justice. Advertisement. It's a pity. The 2 of them are just recruits, and those who can participate in this war are Marine elites. So, it's not that they don't want to go to the front line, it's that they not qualified yet. There are many recruits like them in the headquarters, but they are all left behind at the moment. After all, this is Malinfondo, and there are many important places. Even in a war, a large number of people are needed to guard the rear. Undoubtedly, these recruits are the most suitable personnel for this task. Karen, do you think we will win? Isn't this nonsense? We are just a pirate group, but we are Marine. But I heard that each of the 4 Emperors' pirate group has the strength to fight against our Marine. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. A sailor named Karen denied it outright. In his mind, Marine is the strongest, pirates. Even the 4 Emperors are just a pirate group, how can they be Marine's opponent? Just then, suddenly there was a thud in the warehouse. Although it wasn't very loud, both of them heard it. Karen, did you hear that? I heard it, it seemed like it was coming from the warehouse. Isn't it haunted? The ghost you are causing, maybe a wild cat or something, will make something fall. Don't scare yourself with the sound of it hitting the ground. Karen slapped the other sailor on the back of the head. Then he pushed open the warehouse door and prepared to go in to see the situation. At the same time, when Karen opened the door, there was a huge wooden box placed in a corner of the warehouse. This was transported along with other supplies before the war. At this moment, one side of the wooden box has been opened. The huge wooden board fell to the ground. The sound that the 2 sailors heard just now was the sound made by this wooden board hitting the ground. Without the cover of the panel, the contents of the wooden box were revealed. That's a mirror. A huge mirror that is 8 or 9 meters long and about 3 meters wide. The next moment, a hand stretched out from the mirror. Caught it. On the border of the wooden box. Chapter 284 Junlin, Dispatch. On the execution platform. Warring States looked at the battle situation below and was very satisfied. Akainu and the newly joined Kizaru led a group of lieutenants in an encirclement composed of tens of thousands of elite Marines, plus a large number of new artillery and indiscriminate bombardment by pacifists. The Whitebeard pirates can simply be described as horrific. Of the approximately 5,000 pirates, half were now dead or injured. The only drawback is that Kizaru is a bit bad at paddling, and the number of pirates he has killed is even less than that of a lieutenant general. Even if the 8-foot Magatama was released just now, the impact point was basically no man's land, and few people were killed. Warring States really wanted to ask him, what are you doing? As for the other small encirclement, although Aokiji asked you to fight the white group, the effect would be the same as the current Kizaru. It looks very fierce, but in fact there is no result. But if you asked him to contain Kaido, the result was quite good. After all, against Kaido, Even if Aokiji wants to paddle, there is nothing he can do. Because Kaido will stare at him and hammer him. Although there are still some flaws, the overall battle situation is still very good. As long as there are no other surprises, today's battle. Marine wins for sure, however, if nothing else, the accident happened soon. The same colonel, who had just stepped off the execution platform, ran up again with a phone in hand and an anxious look on his face. Fleet Admiral, emergency notification from the rear. Warring States frowned slightly, and then took the phone bug from the colonel's hand. I am Warring States, what's going on? Fleet Admiral, I am Brigadier Dort. The big MOM pirates suddenly appeared in the logistics area. We suffered heavy casualties. Please support us immediately. What? Warring States was confused. Dort naturally knew about it and was left behind to direct more than 2,000 recruits. How BIGMOM appeared there is no longer important. The important thing is, Warring States knew very well that with just one brigadier general and more than 2,000 recruits who had just completed training, it was absolutely impossible to stop a 4 Emperor's regiment. But now, where can I free up manpower to support that side? This is not a problem that can be solved by sending tens of thousands of soldiers there, it is just a matter of death. Not to mention suppression, just to contain BIGMOM, you need at least one general, plus several elite lieutenant generals, not to mention that BIGMOM is not alone there. Didn't you hear Dort talking about the BIGMOM pirates? Unless you directly allocate half of the high-end combat power on the frontal battlefield, there is no way to suppress the BIGMOM pirates. Right, I can't make any adjustments here, but over there in King's Landing. After all, if they had not made a mistake in their judgment, they would have the power to repel Kaido in the sky. Maybe. Advertisement, think of this. Warring States called Tina directly. Blue brew brew. I'm Tina. Tina, I am Sengoku. Sengoku Fleet Admiral, is there anything going on? Yes, the BIGMOM pirates made a surprise attack on Marinefido's logistics area. There are now heavy casualties there, but I can't allocate troops to suppress it on the frontal battlefield. Warring States spoke very quickly and directly explained the matter. I see, in this way, Warring States Fleet Admiral, you will directly deploy the high-end combat power in the inner bay to deal with BIGMOM. As for the vacancy in combat power, we, Junlin, will fill it. After saying that, he didn't wait for Warring States to reply. The call was immediately hung up by Tina. Looking at the hung-up phone in his hand, Warring States was a little speechless. Now Lentina, do you dare to hang up on yourself like this? One by one, they all followed the example of that brat. However, the next moment he understood why Tina hung up the phone. On the sea a few kilometers away, a large number of figures in King's Landing's second fleet jumped up from the battleships, and then walked on the moonwalk to the inner bay of Marinefondo. At a rough glance, the number of people must be around 5,000. Moreover, who could be the one taking the lead if not Tina? Etc. 3,000 people walking on the moonwalk? Suddenly, Warring States became sluggish. Finally, Warring States discovered something was wrong. Not everyone can learn moonwalk. Without a Taoist value of 2 to 300, you won't even be able to reach the learning threshold. And look at the speed at which those 5,000 people are traveling. You must be very skilled in using this moonwalk, and each one of them is incredibly strong. After being stunned for a while, Warring States shook his head and came back to his senses. Then facing the colonel on the side. Go, send an order to Akainu and Kizaru. When the people from King's Landing arrive, have them take everyone to the logistics area for support. You must hold BIGMOM back before the war ends. Also, let me use Shichibukai to fill the gap in high-end combat power after Akainu and the others left. Originally, Sengoku was not planning to let Shichibukai go. After all, the battle situation was so smooth. The Marine alone defeated the pirates, and the 7 weapons combined to defeat the pirates were 2 completely different concept stocks. But now, there is nothing he can do, although the troops brought by Juna are super strong. It can even be said that from the perspective of ordinary Marines, these 5,000 people are stronger than the 100,000 elite Marines gathered here. But after all, they are just middle and lower level forces. Advertisement they alone can't deal with Whitebeard. Therefore, the Warring States period had to dispatch Shichibukai. He was even ready. Once Whitebeard started taking action, he would personally fight Whitebeard. Yes, Fleet Admiral. The colonel nodded and immediately went to deliver the order. Warring States, on the other hand, looked in Tina's direction again. It's okay if you don't look at the sea, once you take a look. Warring States was dumbfounded again. I saw Tina, who was originally at the front of the team, stepping on moonwalk. Suddenly it turned into a bolt of thunder and rushed over directly. In just a blink of an eye, Tina appeared above the inner bay. This speed is not much worse than Kizaru's, could it be? Thunder fruit? That's not right, isn't Tina a threshold fruit? Did he eat the second one and become a person with double fruit ability? Shouldn't. Junlin has already mastered the method of letting the ability user eat the second fruit, right? Warring States' eyes widened and he kept thinking. After Tina came to the top of the inner bay, she scanned the battlefield below and then locked one of them. Then, Tina's entire right arm turned into thunder. White thunder. A low drink. A terrifying thunder column suddenly crashed down. It swallowed up a figure below instantly. Tina's move is actually Enel's divine sanction. However, it was naturally impossible for Tina and the others to use such a middle-class name, so they were changed to Bai Lei. Of course, in addition to the basic Bai Lei, this move has also been developed by Tina and others into several derivative versions, such as Purple Thunder, Red Thunder, and Dark Thunder. The power of each one is greater than the last, especially the last hidden mine, which completely integrates the arm color into it, and its power is terrifying. At this moment, everyone was stunned by this white thunder. The thunder pillar with a diameter of more than 5 meters lasted for more than 10 seconds before finally dissipating. At this time, people could finally see clearly what was going on inside. I saw a guy with all his hair standing up and his whole body charred, already lying on the remains of a small piece of ice. His eyes turned white and he lost consciousness, and his identity was immediately recognized by the surrounding captains. Fosa. Chapter 285 Female Thor, Tina. The person who fell was none other than Fosa, the captain of the 15th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Although his strength is not outstanding among the squad captains, and is even ranked at the bottom, he is still a solid squad captain anyway, but now he was knocked down by this woman's blow. What strength is needed to do this? I'm afraid that even if he is not a general, he must at least have the strength of a candidate for general, plus a sneak attack is possible, right? Many people made quick estimates in their minds, and then came up with an answer. This woman wearing the uniform of King's Landing and wearing the shoulder title of Lieutenant General is at least a candidate for general. Even, he has already entered the ranks of generals. This is a bit scary. Court death, air shocked. At the bow of the Moby DK, Whitebeard looked at Fosa, who was charred and unconscious, and his eyes turned red. He clenched his fist tightly with his left hand, and immediately a ball of white energy appeared and enveloped his fist. Whitebeard shouted low and punched out from the air, with endless anger. The angry attack of 4 emperors should not be underestimated. Naturally, Tina would not be stupid enough to fight with Whitebeard. After all, what she was good at was never fighting with fists and fists. It turned into a bolt of thunder, and in the next second it arrived at the edge of the inner bay, not far from Akainu. Whitebeard's airshock is indeed very powerful, and both the attack distance and the killing range are quite large. But as long as you are fast enough, just leave the killing circle of the airshock. Although the answer is surprisingly simple, as far as Luo Lan knows so far, there should be only 5 people in the entire pirate world who can do this. And 4 of those 5, all in King's Landing. That's right, they are Luo Lan, Ace, Zoro, Tina, and Kizaru. Only the 5 of them have enough speed. As for the others, it can only be solved by hard connection or dismantling. It's impossible to just get out of the way like Tina. Tina, is this the thunder fruit? Akainu asked dumbfounded. Yes, General Akainu. But your fruit ability, if I remember correctly, shouldn't it be a threshold fruit? Tina just smiled and did not answer the question. At this time, Kizaru also fell from the sky. Hey, this speed is almost catching up with me, how scary. Tina could only roll her eyes at this mean voice. In the last 2 minutes, my people can come over and take over part of the defense line. The 2 generals can take their people away now. After all, the situation in the rear seems not to be good. Advertisement. Speaking of this, Akainu is no longer obsessed with the issue of Tina's fruit. After all, he had received the order and knew what was happening on the rear. But what did Tina say? Wait a minute, King's Landing's troops won't arrive in 2 minutes, but you're asking us to leave now? 2 minutes without any defense is enough for those pirates to rush out of the inner bay. Akainu shouted. Isn't this a joke? Don't worry, I have received a call from Luo Lan. The push to the city has been basically completed. He and Yishao can arrive in a minute at most. But there is still a 1-minute gap, although he was a little unsure about Luo Lan's strength. That smile. The feeling given to him was even stronger than those of the 3 generals. These 2 people are enough to replace him and Kizaru to fight against Whitebeard. But this 1-minute gap still exists. How to solve it? Are we really going to let the pirates rush out of the inner bay? Tina, on the other hand, looked at the inner bay. This minute. I'll fight for it, soon. Tina jumped into the air. 20 million volts, Thor, boom, hundreds of meters in the air. Tina's entire body was completely elemental, and a moment later, a huge humanoid figure composed solely of thunder and lightning appeared in everyone's field of vision. Different from Enel in the original work, Tina's thunder god posture has not become bloated, but has maintained her original tallness and perfect figure. Although it has no entity, it looks like it gives people a very blood-soaked feeling. If we really want to talk about the reason, it is the advice Luo Lan gave to their thunder trio, 2 words, compress. Compress and recompress the power of thunder until it reaches the extreme. Therefore, in the Thor form, although they store more energy than Enel, they are compressed to the extreme, so the overall appearance does not look bloated. A female thunder god is born. Countless thunders, with Tina as the center, were traveling throughout the airspace. And in the sky, I don't know when, thick thunderclouds have gathered, and they are getting bigger and bigger. As a result, the entire inner bay was completely dark because the sunlight was blocked. It feels like the end is coming. Tina is like a real god, with a pair of eyes that flash like thunder even though there is no body. Advertisement. At this moment, he was looking at the pirate below calmly. No one can survive, right? As for those ordinary pirates. At the same time, under the leadership of Akainu and Kizaru, all the marines in the inner bay encirclement had withdrawn and rushed to the logistics area behind. They couldn't help but have this idea. Looking at this scene, he knew that he could no longer remain silent. Even the squad captains had to do their best to stop it. The entire thundercloud began to riot, as if something was brewing. At this moment, the whole world became quiet, it was even split apart directly. Then, her right hand was raised, when Tina waved her right hand down. If this continues, in just a minute or two, except for the stronger pirates in the inner bay, everyone else. In just a few seconds, Leon's riot stopped, and then. This time it was not attached to the fist, but to. The war is as if the stop button has been pressed. On the blade of Kong Yunchu. Boom! Once struck by lightning, even if you don't die, you will definitely lose half your life. Thunder falls like raindrops, each one. There were more than 2,000 pirates, and more than 300 of them had been killed in just over half a minute. This is simply not the power that humans should have. Holding the long handle tightly with both hands, he swung it towards the sky. Immediately, that white energy appeared again. The entire sky was split open, and thunderclouds. All carry endless power, and the thunder in the sky continued, with no intention of stopping. The huge body jumped directly from the Moby Dick and landed on a piece of ice debris in front that was slightly larger than it could hold him. However, many of them have forgotten that after excessive calmness, countless terrifying thunders erupted from the thundercloud in an instant, swallowing up almost the entire inner bay. Often a terrible storm comes, as for Whitebeard. The terrifying slash brought an even more terrifying shock, and the next moment. Witnessing this scene, everyone in the world felt. All the pirates below looked up at the sky with horrified expressions, even the marine in the encirclement outside the inner bay was no exception. Thousands of Thunder, Chapter 286 The Disappeared Impel City. Sure enough, am I still too confident? I originally planned to delay it for a minute, but it ended up being only half a minute? Moreover, it's because Whitebeard didn't make a move in the first half minute. Seeing her advanced version of Wan Lei slashed by Whitebeard, Tina couldn't help but smile bitterly. But no matter what, in the next half minute, I have to block it even if I try my best. Time goes back to 2 minutes ago, Impel the city. Lever 5, Freezing Hell. On one side was Luo Lan, who just stood there, looking at the hundreds of pirates in front of him with extremely indifferent eyes. On the other side are the Blackbeard pirates, Shiryu of the Rain, Lever 5 and Lever 6, totaling over 100 pirates. At this moment, except for a few pirates in Freezing Hell, most of them have fallen. Most of these hundreds of pirates are from Lever 6 Eternal Hell. Although there were a large number of people, including many former legendary figures, no one dared to step forward at this moment. Really, the conquerors shown by Luo Lan is too exaggerated. Have you ever seen conquerors that can last for almost 10 minutes? They've seen it, just now, it's not just a matter of duration, the most critical thing is the strength of Luo Lan's conquerors. It's so outrageous, you know, among the pirates here today, there are still many people who have seen Rox, or simply stayed on Rox's ship. In terms of individual strength, he was even more powerful than Roger. But even Rox and conquerors are not as powerful as Luo Lan. It's not even a little bit different, but a huge difference. How can such a powerful conqueror's master be weak? Basically impossible. This is also the reason why, despite the fact that there were more than 100 people, they were still confronting each other after 10 minutes, and no one dared to step forward. After all, no one is a fool. In this situation, why should I be the first? If you want to go up, you go up first. As long as you go up, I will definitely follow. This is what everyone thinks, and the result is. No one will be the first to do it, and no one will follow. At this time, Blackbeard is undoubtedly the most anxious. If this time was delayed any longer, it wouldn't be enough for him to rush to Malinfondo. And being unable to get to Malinfondo meant that he couldn't take this opportunity to get Whitebeard's shock fruit. Some time ago, my character finally exploded, and I accidentally found the dark fruit, and the Junjen fruit is the best combination with the dark fruit that I have longed for. If you miss this opportunity, you will regret it for the rest of your life. No, we must find a way to break the status quo. Just when Blackbeard was about to make a move, Luo Lan's phone suddenly rang. Blue brew brew. Advertisement. This incident caused him to stop what he was about to do. I am Luo Lan Fleet Admiral, I am Deputy Warden Domino. Is it done? It's done, now all that's left is Director Magellan. It's okay, Magellan, I'll be in charge. After speaking, Luo Lan hung up the phone directly. Then, sorry everyone, I wanted to stay with you for a while longer, but time. It seems we have arrived. With that said, Luo Lan turned her head and looked at the ground. Magellan's body floated slowly, the next moment when no one reacted. Only hearing two whooshing sounds, Luo Lan and Magellan flew upward at extremely fast speeds. He rushed out through the hole he had opened by himself before. Then, he arrived all the way to Lever 1, finally turned around, flew directly out of the Impel City, and appeared on the ground floor. I saw that there was no one on the platform. Yishao and all the jailers were now crowded on the 3 warships outside the city. Smile and take action. After scanning the information and confirming that nothing was missing in the advancing city, Luo Lan shouted directly in the direction of Yishao. The latter nodded and slightly pulled out the staff and sword. An extremely terrifying force of gravity was instantly released. Luo Lan, on the other hand, activated his telekinesis at the same time and erected a telekinesis barrier at the exit of the Impel City to prevent the prisoners inside from escaping. Of course, although this barrier is strong, it certainly cannot stop those guys in eternal hell. It won't take long for them to break it open, but that's not important. For Luo Lan, it's not about blocking all the time, but just to buy some time. Yes, it really is a little bit of time. Moreover, it is also just an insurance, because based on Luo Lan's knowledge and perception, even if he escaped suddenly, those pirates were still very cautious and their movements were not fast. Now, I have just arrived at Lever 4. He was even observing lever 4 for any ambush instead of rushing towards lever 3 immediately. Therefore, although a final protection was provided, Luo Lan believed that this telepathy barrier was probably useless. Because, at this moment, it was clearly broad daylight, but suddenly it became dark. If you look up you'll see, a huge meteorite is falling from the sky and its target. It happens to be impelled down. After all, Luo Lan doesn't have invincible strength yet, and Yishao doesn't have that kind of strength either. Advertisement with the two of them, it is basically impossible to suppress everyone in Lever 6. Therefore, Luo Lan made a decision. Since it can't be stopped, just destroy the Impel City and kill all the pirates. In another sense, this is equivalent to preventing the pirates from escaping, right? More than 10 seconds later, just when the pirates confirmed that there was no problem with lever 4, they started to move towards lever 3. Boom! A mushroom cloud instantly rose from the windless zone. If Luo Lan hadn't used telekinesis in time to erect shields for the 3 warships and send them all into the sky. So, at such a close distance, none of these 3 warships and the Impel City jailers on them would survive. At this moment, the jailers were lying on the side of the warship one by one, looking at the extremely shocking mushroom cloud below, and they were all dumbfounded. Advanced City. Directly destroyed? Moreover, the General of King's Landing actually summoned a meteorite? Is it so outrageous? Floating in the air. Luo Lan used her sense of perception to sense the situation below. Then he frowned. Are there too many people who have survived? In Luo Lan's perception, a total of 13 people survived. Although I don't know how they did it, I did perceive 13 people. But it doesn't matter. The number of people was reduced to 13, plus they had been detained and tortured for a long time, and they had just been hit by a meteorite. He and Yishao should be able to deal with each other. Even if you can't kill them all, at least most of them should be left alive. However, just when Luo Lan was about to greet him with a smile and go down together to deal with the aftermath, the phone bug rang again. Blue brew brew, I am Luo Lan. Luo Lan, this is Tina. There is something wrong with Marine Fando. I need to take people to the inner bay immediately for support. How long does it take for you to solve it? It's done. In a minute at most, Yishao and I will be there. Clear. The phone hangs up. Luo Lan sighed. 13 lucky guys? Forget it, after the war at the top is over, we will deal with them one by one. As long as those who were targeted by King's Landing have not left this world, it will be useless no matter where they hide. Immediately, he controlled the 3 warships and flew in the direction of Malinfondo. Chapter 287. Tina is injured. Luo Lan arrives. If he just smiled, Luo Lan would be able to reach Malinfondo in less than 10 seconds. But at this moment, he could not directly put the 3 warships on the sea. After all, if such a big meteorite hits, you can imagine what the situation will be like on the sea surface. Didn't you see that the tsunami below was hundreds of meters high? Fortunately, this is a windless zone, and there is nothing nearby except impelled down. In the sky, 1 person and 3 ships broke through the sound barrier one after another, heading towards Malinfondo. At the same time, over Malinfondo, Tina, who had been shattered by Whitebeard's sword, began to accumulate energy again. Thunderbolts fell from the sky one after another, but they did not hit the inner bay, but all landed accurately on Tina's Thunder God's body. As this process continued, countless thunder energy began to gather around Tina, wrapping her in it. A moment later, the female Thor disappeared, replaced by a huge ball, a ball made purely of the power of thunder, with a diameter of hundreds of meters. The entire thunderball was filled with the aura of destruction. Its energy density was so high that even Whitebeard's eyes widened. Immediately afterwards, everyone heard Tina's voice. Lei Ying. That's right, Lei Ying, but it is also different from Enel's thunder. Enel's move requires the cooperation of Ark's proverbs before it can be used. However, Tina doesn't have to. However, although there is no need for the Ark's motto, she uses herself as the core of Lei Ying. Coupled with the fact that it was compressed to the extreme and had a stronger thunder power than Enel, the power of this move, at least 10 times more powerful than Enel's move. I saw a huge thunderball falling straight towards the inner bay. If such a terrifying thing were to fall into the inner bay, most of the approximately 2,000 people still alive on my side would be killed in an instant. This kind of thing must never be allowed to happen. Feel the power emanating from the thunderball. Whitebeard made a judgment instantly. Holding Kong Yunki tightly with both hands, the white light group appeared on the blade again. Then swung out. It was still an empty shock, but this time Whitebeard used nearly 90% of his strength. The next moment, the entire sky shook, and even the naked eye could see that cracks appeared in some places in the sky, as if advertisement the space seemed to be cracked. The next moment, there was a huge roar. Tina's lightning strike was blocked only 100 meters away from the ground. It was the collision of shock and thunder. 2 completely different energies were competing in the sky at this moment. Although it looks like a tie, if you look closely you will find The huge ball of thunder has shrunk in size compared to just now. And this trend is still continuing. This shows that the terrifying energy in the thunderball is being consumed bit by bit at this moment. At this time, a terrifying aura suddenly burst out from Buybeard's body. That's Conqueror's. However, this time Conqueror's did not sweep around, nor did it stun a large number of ordinary sailors. Instead, through Whitebeard's precise control, it was condensed on top of his own cloud cutter. Then, Kong Yunki was swung down for the second time. This time, it's not the power of shock, but Conqueror's entanglement. Thunder Autumn, who had been competing with Whitebeard's Kongjun, causing him to lose nearly half of his power, was hit by Whitebeard's domineering slash. Finally, he could no longer withstand the shock force that was still acting, and could no longer maintain this power. Thunder Autumn suddenly exploded, and as for Tina, also unable to maintain the posture of the female Thor, she returned to her original posture. A mouthful of blood spurted out. Although this improved Lei Ying can exert very terrifying power, it is relatively. The consumption of one's own physical energy is also very terrifying. In addition, being attacked by the combination of Whitebeard's Kongshock and domination, Tina was not only suffering from physical exhaustion, but was also seriously injured. This scene made Warring States look very ugly on the execution platform. Akainu and Kizaru had just led the encirclement with their front legs, and most of their combat power left. Hind legs. Tina was severely injured, and the soldiers of King's Landing were still some distance away from the inner bay, and it would take at least more than a minute to arrive. And this period of time was enough for the pirates to take advantage of the weak encirclement and wash ashore directly. It seems that I have to take action. Warring States ripped off his justice coat and threw it to the ground. Then he prepared to go to the inner bay and stop Whitebeard personally. However, before he could take action, the situation on the field changed again. Because, in the sky above the inner bay, there were 2 more people and 3 warships at the moment. One of them hugged Tina, who almost fell, in a princess hug. If not Luo Lan, who else could it be? Advertisement. Not to mention the means to bring everyone from Impel down to Marinevando in less than a minute. There was no way. Who told her to deal with Whitebeard just now? Now, Luo Lan has brought all the jailers in Impel Down City? Those ones. Then, he looked at the Whitebeard in the inner bay. Although the injuries on the body were not minor, overall, they did not cause any serious injuries and were not life-threatening. Tina shook her head. Seeing Luo Lan put Tina down on the deck, Domino quickly stepped forward to support her, then patted her chest and promised. After all, no matter if he went to freezing hell alone, he blocked the entire Eternal Hell pirates for 10 minutes. But what to do in Impel Down City? When he saw the appearance of Luo Lan and Yishao, Warring States was also determined. Sister Tina, are you okay? Her main problem at the moment, as she said herself. This alone makes Tina proud enough. Domino, do you have anyone here who can treat me? Aren't they the jailers of Impel Down? After all, this is Impel Down. There is always a doctor, right? Yes, our doctor is a devil fruit user. Although his ability is not strong, it is an auxiliary ability that can increase healing. Almost the entire process was squeezing out all of his strength, attacking with 120% of his combat power, not to mention the full power output of the Super Thunder at the end. This is of course, didn't you see that Whitebeard used 2 moves to suppress it, and used 90% of his combat power? Or later, he decisively ordered the destruction of the entire Impel City. Out of strength, don't worry, we will take good care of Lieutenant General Tina. However, when he saw the 3 warships, he was a little dumbfounded. Very good, I'll leave Tina to you. Domino now respects Luo Lan like a god. It's okay, it's mainly because I lost my strength. Luo Lan nodded. All her energy was drained out of her in an instant. All of this brought them too much shock. Luo Lan directly carried Tina to one of the warships and then asked. If it was a normal battle, it would be no problem to fight Tina for several days and nights. This shows how terrifying his last move just now was. For a while, no one could give him an answer. A series of question marks instantly rose above Warring State's head. Chapter 288. The irritable Whitebeard. Luo Lan is very clear about Tina's current strength. Although he has not yet reached the level of a veteran general, he has indeed stepped into the ranks of generals. Compared with marine alternate generals, such as T-Dolphins, they are stronger. But it is weaker than the 3 generals. It stands to reason that this person is definitely not Whitebeard's opponent, and he is not even qualified to let Whitebeard use 90% of his power. But compared to others, Tina is special because of her devil fruit, which is Thunder Fruit. In Logia, the title of the fruit with the strongest attack power is not for nothing. When Tina completely gives up speed and defense and focuses on attack, she can definitely explode with 120% attack power. This made Whitebeard misjudge Tina's strength and directly used 90% of her strength. Of course, part of the reason for this is because Tina killed the pirates of the White Group too quickly, and Whitebeard was really anxious. But no matter what, after beating Tina into that state, Luo Lan didn't intend to let it go. Fleet Admiral, let me come. Huh, do you want to try the Whitebeard for a smile? Yes, I have improved my strength so much in King's Landing, but I still have no opponent, so. Hearing this, Luo Lan understood clearly. Indeed, in the past few months since Yishao, Eagle Eye, and Huang Mu came to King's Landing, their strength has been growing crazily every day. Today, they have already surpassed the level of the 3 marine generals. Especially Hawkeye and Yishao, one is now at the level of 4 emperors, and the other is even worse, but not much worse. And Whitebeard is indeed a rare opponent for them who can measure their own strength. Okay, since you want to go, then go ahead. However, let me clean up the inner bay first. This is the battlefield for the strong, and it's time for the minions to leave. After the words fell, Luo Lan's eyes narrowed slightly. The terrifying impact of consciousness instantly starts from himself, and then spreads forward in a fan shape. The entire inner bay was covered in an instant. At this moment, the situation changed and there was a thunderstorm. The entire climate suddenly changed without warning. The pirates in the inner bay rolled their eyes one after another. Some of them were lucky enough to fall on the ice, and some were unlucky. Advertisement, then it sank directly into the sea. As for the squad captains, except for the ones at the top who could barely hold on, those at the back were even pressed directly onto the ice and couldn't even stand up. However, it is quite rare to be able to still maintain consciousness. The next moment, with Whitebeard as the center, the terrifying conquerors also broke out. Although Whitebeard does not control Shanks' dominance and cannot cause physical damage, in terms of basic power, it is no worse than Shanks, and is even stronger than him. The title of the world's strongest man is also not for nothing. After realizing that the situation was not good, Whitebeard immediately activated Conquerors in an attempt to counter Luo Lan's spiritual impact. It's a pity that if it were in the same dimension, perhaps the power Luo Lan can unleash now is really not as powerful as Whitebeard. However, are the mental powers of the two really in the same dimension? The answer is no. Moreover, Luo Lan had already jumped out of a simple explosion of power and evolved into a pure impact of spiritual consciousness. As soon as the two came into contact, the terrifying collision shook the entire Mlinfondo. Even the surrounding space began to crack and then shatter. Fortunately, space has the property of self-healing. As long as the power does not exceed the limit that this world can bear, it will not cause permanent damage. Therefore, a strange phenomenon occurred. Those spaces that are cracked or broken due to the struggle between the two will soon be slowly repaired. It's just that just after it was almost repaired, it cracked again because of the impact of this force again. Repair and destruction are carried out alternately. This is what everyone sees at this moment. Even Warring States on the execution platform opened his mouth wide at this moment. He really didn't expect that Luo Lan's Conquerors was so strong, and even vaguely suppressed Whitebeard's Conquerors. This is not because the Warring States period is boasting, but although the confrontation between the two is fierce at this moment, it can be clearly seen. The white-bearded Conquerors are being suppressed little by little. The area it can cover is also getting smaller and smaller. From half of the inner bay at the beginning to now, there is almost only 1/3 left. If this is not being suppressed, what is it? Oh, yes, you can also say. Defeated. Advertisement. Yes, Luo Lan's spiritual impact defeated Whitebeard's Conquerors from the front. The next moment, Conquerors, which had just been defeated a little bit, suddenly turned into a huge rout, completely dissipating in just a few seconds. Luo Lan's spiritual consciousness impact once again covered the entire inner bay. Feeling the oppression caused by the impact of his spiritual consciousness, Whitebeard's face turned ugly. Even Shanks, who is known as the most domineering man, Conquerors is only half as good as himself. But the kid in front of me, who looked like he had just turned 20, defeated his own Conquerors so easily. How could something like this happen? After a while, Luo Lan put away his spiritual attack, but there were originally nearly 2,000 pirates capable of fighting in the inner bay, but now there are only more than 30 people left, except for the captains and some strong people in each team. Everyone else was finished. One is lying on some ice wreckage or floating on the sea. All in all, nearly 2,000 people lost their combat effectiveness instantly. Kid. Whitebeard frowned and shouted loudly. He was really angry. In this war, from the very beginning to now, every step I take seems to be in the calculation of this brat, making me extremely frustrated. Even now, this kid came out again and directly showed the Conquerors who was more terrifying than the 4 emperors, knocking down almost all the 2,000 pirates under his command. How to continue fighting? There's no one left, okay. As for Kaido and Bigmom, one came alone and was extremely unreliable, and the other actually took the opportunity to rob the Marine headquarters supplies. Whitebeard just wanted to curse. Well, Bigmom is a little more reliable than Kaido. At least they also lured away 2 generals, more than a dozen lieutenant generals, dozens of major generals and brigadiers, and tens of thousands of elite naval soldiers. Look at Kaido, 1 Aokiji, and a few more people to cooperate and support him, and he is completely entangled. You guy, why don't you bring the entire beast pirates here? Fortunately, I gave up my persistence and lowered my face by not admitting or denying it in exchange for your intervention. Result. What a useless guy. Chapter 289 Changes Under the Sea. In fact, Whitebeard really underestimated Kaido. Unreliable? No, it depends on which angle you look at it. The actual situation is that Kaido is definitely a genius. As for the image of a reckless man, it is just what he shows to you. Why did you bring so many people here? It would be difficult to evacuate then. Do you really think you can capture the Marine headquarters? Don't you know that Mlinfondo is right next to you? If things really go wrong, do you think the world government will just watch Marines defeat in the fall of Marine Fando? Maybe you have to use some background. When that time comes, everyone will be left there. Therefore, capturing the Marine headquarters was a false proposition from the beginning, so things would be simple. If you want to fight and retreat quickly, the best way is to go alone. Even if something goes wrong, I am confident that I can run out. Besides, why are so many people here? Wouldn't it be nice to keep most of them in the New World and let Sanzai take them to seize the old man's territory with the white beard? As for Bigmom, the basic view is actually similar to Kaido's. It's just that the choices made later are different. For her, with the ability of the mirror fruit, even if there are more people, there will be no problem if she wants to evacuate in the end. As for why not leave everyone to grab territory like Kaido did? That's because Marine Headquarters also has a lot of good stuff. For example, Marine Treasure Trove. It is said that there are many good things stored in it that can be exchanged for military merit. For example, famous swords, devil fruits, etc. Isn't this better than simply grabbing territory? Besides, it's not like I didn't leave anyone behind in the New World. How about Katakuri and a few ministers take charge of grabbing the territory? And this is also the reason why Bigmom did not come to the frontal battlefield, but appeared in the rear of Marine. In short, everyone has his own plan, no one can tell anyone else. The real fools were probably the hundreds of pirates affiliated with Whitebeard who attacked on the sea. Those pirate groups from Paradise and New World. Whitebeard stared at Luo Lan in the sky and was about to take action at the next moment. He had already figured it out. If he wanted to reverse the situation, he had to take down this kid first. Advertisement otherwise. Today in the entire White group, no one can even think of leaving Malinfondo. However, just when Whitebeard was about to take action, a figure appeared between him and Luo Lan. One of the three great generals of King's Landing, Fujitora, smiles. Whitebeard said through gritted teeth. Although he has never fought against Yishao, he can feel that this guy is no weaker than the three marine generals, and is even stronger. With such a person standing in front of him, the possibility of taking down the kid is almost zero. Even if he wants to defeat the three generals, it cannot be done with just a few moves in a short time. What's more, the man in front of me, Whitebeard, did not show any contempt at all because the other party was blind. At their level, the role of sight and color in battle is definitely much more important than eyes. Fight by sight? That is all unfashionable behavior. The next moment, Yishao took hold of the staff and sword and pulled out a section of it. Boom! The terrifying gravity came instantly, covering the entire inner bay in an instant. On the sea, those captains who had barely withstood the impact of Luo Lan's consciousness but had not yet completely changed their knees suddenly bent and were pressed directly onto the ice. In fact, you need to use your hands to support the ice surface to barely support your body. It's not that they can't bear such gravity, but that they have never experienced high gravity and their bodies need time to get used to it. But obviously, this is not something you can get used to in a short period of time. And soon, the ice surfaces could no longer bear it and began to crack or even break. This made the captains who were ability users cry miserably. Without this gravity, they could still find a place to stay, jump to other ice surfaces, or rely on some special physical skills or abilities to temporarily escape in the air. But at this moment, it is difficult for them to even stand up straight, let alone other operations. One by one, after losing their footing, they also fell into the sea. Stop! The white light group appeared again, wrapping Whitebeard's left fist. Then he smashed it out into the air with a smile. Fujitora frowned slightly, and then completely unsheathed the staff and sword that had only been partially pulled out. A burst of purple, mixed with some strange black energy, entangled the entire blade of the staff and sword. Gravity Knife Tiger. Boom. One side is the force of vibration, and the other side is gravity. If it were the previous Fujitora, his gravity would never be able to compete with Whitebeard's vibrating force. Advertisement. Whitebeard snorted coldly. It can affect Whitebeard's shock fruit, preventing its vibration power from fully penetrating in. And this gravity is obvious. Seeing this scene, Whitebeard, who was fighting with Yishao, still the strongest in the world, immediately, Luo Lan fell directly downwards, then fell into the sea and disappeared. As for the small part that invaded, its power can no longer pose any threat. Then tow away. Yes, there are at least thousands of these individuals, saving people. Seawater will have a certain blocking effect on sight, hearing and color. It does not mean that you cannot perceive sight and sound under the sea surface, but compared with land, the perception distance of sight, hearing and color will be greatly shortened. Help! But is Luo Lan an ordinary person? And at this moment, they are all fishmen, resist hard. I have seen white beards too many times, but directly cut off. They moved very fast, and when they reached the depth close to the sea surface, they directly pulled down the unconscious and floating pirates in Baituan one by one. There are even a lot of mermaids included, of course. It's not to drag them back and use them as food reserves, but no, his mental power is so strong that he can even cross a dimension. Even if he is blocked under the sea, he is still strong enough to sense tens of thousands of meters. A large number of individuals appeared. He didn't expect that because of the changes he brought about, Whitebeard would actually drag Fishman Island into this war. However, is it a bit too much to do this in front of yourself? Luo Lan looked at the sea below and frowned deeply. He discovered that it was about several hundred meters below the surface of the inner bay. Laozi has a white beard, and whether he has fruits or not, it won't have any impact, Just when Yishao and Whitebeard were fighting fiercely. This is also the first time he has seen someone who can block his own shock power. His face suddenly changed. As soon as Luo Lan thought, an invisible telepathy barrier formed instantly, like a huge hollow ball, wrapping Luo Lan in the middle. But now his gravity knife tiger can even release more than 100 times the lateral gravity. Holding Kong Yunqi firmly with both hands, he swung it towards the location of Yishao. I put a bubble on them first to make sure they could breathe before taking them away, more like. And, if they didn't perceive it wrong, these guys should. Even in the deepest part of the pirate world, Luo Lan can still sense the situation on the bottom of the sea. Chapter 290 Quantity replaces quality. The mental barrier supports a spherical space several meters in diameter. Water pressure, buoyancy, none of them exist. After all, Luo Lan was not swimming, but moving with the power of her mind. Sure enough, there were a large number of murlocs under the sea, hundreds or thousands of them, and even deeper, at a depth of 3,000 meters, there were 2 large coated sailing ships. In these sailing ships, many fishmen are using special equipment and raw materials from the Sabahadi Islands to continuously create bubbles one after another. The other fishmen held these bubbles from the boat, quickly swam close to the sea, and dragged each pirate into the sea. Then, the bubble containing air will be immediately put on the heads of the pirates. The next thing was simple. After ensuring the oxygen supply, they took these people to dive into the deep sea and sent them all to the sailing ships. At this time, Luo Lan also had to sigh. The people in the pirate world are really strong, especially those who have been trained like this. If it were his previous life, even if the bubble on his head could withstand the water pressure, at a depth of 3,000 meters, the body that was not protected by the bubble would have been crushed long ago. At this time, the fish people also noticed Luo Lan. Everyone looked frightened and swam frantically towards the deep sea. Save people? That is without endangering yourself? After all, Fishman Island is the territory protected by Whitebeard. But if I endanger myself, I'm sorry, it's important to escape. However, if Luo Lan is doing this under his nose, will you watch the murlocs escape? Obviously, this is impossible. Escape? Isn't it over? Is it possible for your Fishman Island to participate in the war? Luo Lan opened his big hands, and the terrifying telepathy instantly spread to the deep sea. The next moment, the 2 sailing ships were wrapped in telekinesis, and then like a piece of paper being crumpled into a ball, they were crushed into 2 solid balls little by little under Luo Lan's telekinesis, and they slowly sank toward the bottom of the sea. The other fishmen fled in all directions. Luo Lan was too lazy to care. Without the equipment in the 2 sailing ships, even if the fishmen wanted to save people, they couldn't. Moreover, Luo Lan didn't have that much time to slowly pick up these fleeing fishmen underwater. Fishman Island. Just wait until you are free to clean up later. The sight and color instantly expanded to the maximum range, and I checked again to see that nothing else was missed. Advertisement. Luo Lan relied on her mind control to quickly rise upwards. In a moment, he jumped out of the sea again and returned to the sea in the inner bay. Whitebeard's face was extremely ugly, although he does not have Luo Lan's exaggerated knowledge, and does not know that the 2 sailing ships he arranged below have been destroyed, but since Luo Lan has gone down and is now up again, then what's going on below, he can probably guess without looking at him. At the same time, this also represents the sons in the sea who have been rescued by the fishmen before, or are not dead yet and are waiting to be rescued. Now, either he is already dead, or he can only wait to die. Whitebeard was prepared to die here, but he never thought that all his sons would die here. And it was precisely for this reason that the backhand at the bottom of the sea was left behind. I didn't expect that my own hand, it was destroyed again by this kid named Luo Lan. Kid, die. At this moment, Whitebeard was really angry. Exuding murderous aura, he raised his head and stared at Luo Lan. Then he held Kong Yunqi tightly and waved it with all his strength. Upon seeing this, Yishao immediately rushed forward, then covered the staff and sword with the condensed armament color, and then coordinated with his own gravity. The enhanced version of the gravity knife tiger immediately slashed towards Whitebeard. In an attempt to force Whitebeard to defend himself, he gave up attacking Luo Lan. But Yishao underestimated Whitebeard this time, especially Whitebeard, who was determined to kill someone. Let alone defense, Whitebeard didn't even dodge, he directly used half of his body to block it, and at the same time, he completely swung down the Kong Yunqi in his hand. Even though he had a white beard, his left arm was also seriously injured by the blow he just took with a smile. But at the same time, a slash mixed with the power of extreme shock and Conqueror's entanglement hit Luo Lan fiercely. Yishao wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Luo Lan took out a black jackal and immediately pulled the trigger like crazy. Ba 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 ba. A series of gunshots sounded like Gatling. Dozens of rounds? No, at least hundreds of rounds. After Silas's ultimate transformation, plus an unlimited supply of telekinesis bombs. Luo Lan even added Ba Tang's blessing to every bullet. Dozens or hundreds of bullets, spaced at almost the same distance, lined up in a straight line and hit the incoming terrifying slash. Advertisement. The next moment, the 2 sides collided. The first bullet didn't even make Whitebeard's angry attack pause, and it exploded directly. Although both sides have Ba Tang, Luo Lan disperses Ba Tang into every bullet, so in terms of a single bullet compared to Whitebeard's slashing attack, it is definitely much weaker. Second shot, third shot, the situation remains the same. It was not until more than 20 rounds that the situation began to change. The slashing attack actually paused, although it was only for a very short moment, even ordinary people couldn't see it. However, there was indeed a momentary pause, And when the bullets reached 50 rounds, the pause in the slashing became somewhat obvious, and even ordinary people could see it. Moreover, because of this moment of pause, before the first bullet was exploded, the next bullet also hit. And this situation immediately formed a vicious circle. If multiple bullets collide with the slash at the same time, the pause time of the slash will be longer, which may cause more bullets to hit at the same time. Soon, a strange scene appeared. The slash released by Whitebeard in anger actually stopped completely in midair. On the front of the slashing attack, more than 30 rounds of bullets were bombarded on it, competing with it. Eventually, all the bullets ran out of energy and fell downwards. And Whitebeard's slash also completely disintegrated like broken glass. This scene made everyone a little confused. How can a musket be played like this? Yes, with his current strength, if he were to face Whitebeard head-on, and Whitebeard's full strength attack was full of anger, he would definitely not be able to fight. You will get hurt to some extent, so Luo Lan came up with this idea. Since one move cannot beat one move, then it is 100 moves against one move. Although firing 100 moves instantly will greatly weaken the power of each move, the victory lies in having enough numbers. If quality is not enough, quantity will win. Luo Lan also tried this method before when fighting the Golden Lion, but it was not as exaggerated this time. The result is that it is indeed feasible. Part of the reason here is that the existence of Yishao severely injured Whitebeard's left arm. Otherwise, if Whitebeard pursues him, Luo Lan may not feel comfortable. Of course, it's not that Luo Lan doesn't have a trump card to fight with Whitebeard, but he just doesn't want to be exposed here. Otherwise, even if he has not completely reached the level of Whitebeard, fighting with him for a few hours. The problem is still not big. Chapter 291 Support from the Air. Just after Luo Lan blocked Whitebeard's move, thousands of soldiers from King's Landing also arrived one after another. These are not ordinary soldiers. The weakest among them has thousands of power points. The combat effectiveness is even equivalent to that of a brigadier general in the headquarters. Thousands of major generals, can you believe it? However, before they could take over the encirclement, they heard new orders from their own fleet admiral. Send 4,000 people to support the Marinefondo logistics area and cooperate with Marine to suppress the BIGMOM pirates. Everyone else, take down all the remaining members of the Whitebeard pirates. Apart from Whitebeard, there are only the captains and a few pirates left here. It doesn't make much sense to deploy all 5,000 people here. On the contrary, BIGMOM in the logistics area is the big problem. Akainu and Kizaru can only work together to hold back BIGMOM herself, but none of the dozens of sons and daughters under her command are weak. If there were no reinforcements, relying solely on those lieutenant generals and marines would definitely be a battle with huge casualties. This is not possible, you know, although Marine is still named Tianlong now, in the future. It's definitely Luo. Not to mention, given the relationship First had with Marine, how could I just watch countless Marines die there? It's Fleet Admiral, just as Luo Lan guessed. At this moment, the situation in Marine Fando's logistics area is not optimistic. Although Akainu, Kizaru, and a group of lieutenant generals arrived first, BIGMOM had too many sons and daughters. The two generals were fully committed to dealing with BIGMOM and had no time to do other things. More than a dozen lieutenant generals were also held back by ministers, and even some non-elite ordinary lieutenant generals had a situation where two people could only fight against one person. It has to be said that, leaving aside the four emperors themselves, the cadres under their command, the BIGMOM pirate group is definitely the one with the largest number and the strongest overall strength of its cadres. When the generals and lieutenant generals were all entangled, everyone could only watch helplessly as other cadres under BIGMOM and countless pirates wreaked havoc in the logistics area, unable to stop them. Perusalino, you go deal with the others first, I'll hold BIGMOM back. Seeing that the situation was not good, Akainu shouted at Kizaru. The latter nodded and turned into a flash of light and left. Advertisement however, Akainu made the wrong payment after all. With Kizaru's usual style, I'm afraid any minister in the BIGMOM pirate group would be able to fight with him for a long time. And the reality is exactly the same. As soon as Kizaru left the battle circle on BIGMOM's side, he was stopped by Smoothie. Then the two of them went back and forth, fighting like crazy. As for Akainu, after finally blocking BIGMOM's attack again, he turned his head to take a look at the battle situation. Suddenly, the whole person felt bad. No, Kizaru, are you a poisonous guy? You have a hard time fighting with that woman Smoothie, and you look so scared. With that woman's strength, even if you can't kill her with one move. But it can definitely be killed within 3 moves, right? After all, I paid by mistake. I don't know how the battle in the inner bay is going. At this moment, Akainu had no choice but to hope that the battle in the inner bay would end soon and that other marine combat forces would come to support as soon as possible. Only in this way can the BIGMOM pirates be completely suppressed. As for the 50,000 elite marines who are still on their way over. To be honest, although it is somewhat useful, it is useless. It is said to be somewhat useful, because they can encircle and suppress the ordinary pirates under BIGMOM. As for saying it's useless, that's because they can't deal with the cadres under BIGMOM. This cannot be won by relying on quantity. Didn't you see that in the original work, the not-so-strong protagonist group directly defeated the 10,000 sailors on Judiciary Island? This is enough to illustrate that the quantity It cannot make up for the absolute strength difference between the two. Unless they are the kind of soldiers from King's Landing, it's a pity that King's Landing's soldiers are filling up the inner bay defense line and will not come here in a short time. Involuntarily, Akainu sighed slightly, but soon, he seemed to feel something and raised his head and looked towards the sky. And those who had the same actions as him were BIGMOM, a group of ministers, and some marine generals. I saw hundreds of strange iron lumps appearing in the air, swooping down quickly. No, to be precise, they were rushing down towards the logistics area where they were located. What is this? Advertisement. The next moment, just like laying eggs, small and painful, long cylindrical iron lumps fell from those big iron lumps, and smashed into the crowd of pirates who were wreaking havoc everywhere because they could not contain them. It's just an iron lump. Even if it's bigger and solid, can it still crush someone to death? All the pirates expressed their disdain for those iron lumps falling from the sky. Not to mention those strong men, even ordinary pirates like them can kick this thing away with one kick. But not long after, when these iron lumps were about to fall to the ground, some pirates jumped up, kicked them with their feet, or chopped them with knives. Boom 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 boom. What an iron lump, that's an aerial bomb. And it's the same one used to attack Kaido before, and one shot can destroy a building. Not to mention these pirates, even Kaido was screamed by the explosion, and several pieces of his dragon scales were knocked off. How could these ordinary pirates resist this power? The pirates who were originally extremely arrogant now all turned into flying men. However, most of them do not fly into the sky intact, but like Buggy, they fly up after being broken into pieces. For a time, countless stumps were flying in the sky. This scene is simply worse than hell. BIGMOM also jumped in anger, because those iron lumps immediately started climbing again after dropping the aerial bombs. BIGMOM wanted to take action, but couldn't do it. I can only watch the hundreds of iron lumps getting smaller and smaller. And Akainu was even more stunned. Then, he remembered the scene when Kaido appeared before, and he had wondered at that time whether Luo Lan had deployed combat power above the clouds. Otherwise, Kaido's injuries at that time would be completely unexplainable. So, these iron lumps that can fly and drop bombs are the same force that injured Kaido in the air before? At the same time, King's Landing has mastered a full range of recruits that can fly. In any case, after such a round of bombing, no minister was killed. But those pirates who were plundering everywhere because they could not be restrained were killed a lot. Even among the remaining ones, nearly half were injured. As for some of the facilities that were destroyed, such as several warehouses and so on, Akainu didn't care at all. It would be better to be destroyed than to be plundered by BIGMOM. Otherwise, Marine headquarters was successfully robbed by pirates, and you. Where to put Marine's face? Advertisement chapter 292. The war situation turns around. The large aerial bomb is really powerful. The only drawback is that the falling speed during bombing is too slow, and anyone with some strength can avoid it by a sufficient distance. Therefore, under this wave of bombings, only a few ministers were slightly injured. As for those who were killed, they were basically minions. But that's enough. Because, what troubles Akainu the most at the moment is these guys who are taking advantage of them to frantically move materials from Marine's warehouses. This time it was better, and most of them were killed instantly. Akainu was in a good mood. The next moment, Akainu also sensed that about 2 kilometers away, a large number of people quickly broke into his perception range. Is this the arrival of the next 50,000 elites? Akainu couldn't help but be overjoyed. This group of guys thought it would take them a while to arrive, but they didn't expect to move so quickly. It seems that he is still very well trained, but soon, Akainu realized something was wrong. Why do all of them have such strong auras? No, these are definitely not the 50,000 elite Marines who came to support them. Each one of them has the physique of a Brigadier Marine. It's so outrageous. The most important thing is that they are so fast. In only about 10 seconds, it was close to a distance of 700 or 800 meters. At this speed, we can reach here in less than 20 seconds. Akainu couldn't help but turn around and take a look. After all, coming here from the inner bay is through a main road in Marineland. Even though it was still more than a kilometer away, people could already be seen at this moment. All he saw was a large piece of black, rushing towards him very quickly. At the same time, Akainu also recognized that it was that force. Black, and somewhat similar to Marine's uniform. Who else could this be if it weren't a soldier from King's Landing? However, the soldiers of King's Landing should not be filling in the gaps in the inner bay, so why did they come here? Akainu doesn't understand, but that's not important. Thousands of soldiers from King's Landing arrived, except for BIGMOM and a few ministers, the rest. They can all be dealt with. Sometimes, Akainu really envied Momosagi and Tina. As a soldier, who wouldn't want to command such a powerful army? In comparison, the Marines tens of thousands of elite soldiers. It doesn't smell good at all either. Advertisement. In less than 20 seconds, 5,000 King's Landing soldiers rushed into the battlefield like tigers. Of the hundreds of pirates still alive, as soon as they came into contact with one of them, countless of them were beaten away and collapsed instantly. Even several ministers who were directing the transportation were entangled. If you can't beat 1-on-1, then 10-on-1. If you can't beat 10 against 1, then 100 against 1. Unless you are at the level of the 4 emperors or the vice president, you will be besieged by hundreds of guys with a power value of thousands or even over 2,000. Even if you are the minister of the BIGMOM pirates, you still have to lie down. Not to mention that many of King's Landing's soldiers carry special grenades made of seastone powder, and they are specifically responsible for suppressing ability users. But there are many capable ministers in the BIGMOM pirate group. This is really awesome. A grenade is thrown out, and seastone powder instantly covers a large area. As long as you dare to breathe, you will be attacked immediately. And even if you don't breathe, once these powders are contaminated on the skin, although the effect of seafloor stone weapons or seafloor stone handcuffs is not as strong, it will still have a considerable weakening effect. Finally, there are 5,000 King's Landing super soldiers who are like wolves and tigers, with at least over 1,000 power points. This, except for the top experts, who is not afraid of. Therefore, as soon as the BIGMOM pirates clashed, they were immediately blinded. The whole situation was turned upside down in an instant. Now, BIGMOM has become eager to escape and rescue the situation, while Akainu has become an entanglement and obstruction. As for the ministers who are fighting against the lieutenant generals, the same situation is the same. Everyone is very anxious and wants to get rid of their opponents as soon as possible, otherwise. I'm afraid that if that group is weak, the cadres who are left to direct the pirates' transportation, as well as the hundreds of surviving pirates, will all be suppressed soon. For BIGMOM, the battle situation is almost a collapse. And this collapse, it happened in a very short period of time. In the inner bay, Yishao and Baibeard were in direct confrontation. In a short period of time, more than 10 moves were made. Although Whitebeard is slightly better every time, there is no way to kill him in a short time or severely damage Yixia. Whitebeard couldn't be more clear about his physical condition. Advertisement: not only is the activation of domineering not as smooth as before, but even the sustainable time of full-out combat has been reduced one by one. No, it's a discount. When he was at his peak, he could fight with all his strength for days and nights without any problem. But with his old body and various hidden injuries all over his body, it would be quite good if he could hold on for 10 minutes with all his strength. The force of vibration and gravity are intertwined with each other. As a result, even the magnetic field in the entire inner bay area was in chaos, and the sea surface was changing in various irregularities. Sometimes the water level is depressed, sometimes. Suddenly a huge wave arose. If the sea could talk, it would definitely say something. You too, if you want to fight elsewhere, don't bother me, okay? Close black lens bracket. Although the sea surface was innocent, the surviving pirates and captains on the sea surface were the ones who suffered the most. There are even people who keep going back and forth due to gravity and shock force. All were torn into pieces. I don't know whether the vibration output is more, or the gravity output is stronger. In short, each of those pirates, even if they were not torn into pieces, still vomited blood and suffered internal injuries. In other words, the situation of the squad captains is slightly better. It's not that Whitebeard didn't notice this situation, but he couldn't stop. I can only bite the bullet and continue fighting with Yishao, trying every possible means to solve it as soon as possible. But in his anxiety, he forgot one thing, and that was: the more anxious you are, the less likely you are to do it. Whitebeard is in such a situation now. He is very anxious, although the attacks are very fierce, but also because of this, all the attacks are somewhat straightforward and have no change. For Yishao, it feels like it is easier to deal with than the previous encounters. Fleet Admiral, this is the logistics area. Reinforcements from King's Landing have arrived. The battle situation is now reversed and we have the upper hand. Fleet Admiral, this is the task force. We have wiped out 80% of the pirates on the sea. We are currently jointly encircling and suppressing them with the King's Landing fleet. In half an hour at most, we can wipe out all the pirate ships. Fleet Admiral, this is the inner bay. Due to the strong aftermath of the battle between Whitebeard and Admiral Fujitora, all sailors below the colonel have retreated 500 meters. Reports came one after another and they kept coming from the Warring States period. Marco on the side had tears and runny nose streaming down his face. On the execution platform overlooking the entire battlefield, Marco was very clear. In this war, Dad has no hope. If possible, he only hopes that his father will take the surviving people to evacuate immediately and never do it for himself. The entire White Regiment will be buried here. Chapter 293. There's a difference between intimacy and distance. 10 minutes, after only 10 minutes of fighting. Although Whitebeard still stood tall and straight and looked extremely domineering, he had already begun to pant. Logically speaking, this is absolutely impossible. It is common for the top warriors in the pirate world to fight for several days and nights at a time. In the original work, Akainu and Aokiji even fought for 10 days. Advertisement: and how could the stronger Whitebeard be like this in 10 minutes? But this is reality. Among all the strong men of the previous generation, Whitebeard can be regarded as the one with the worst physical health. Numerous hidden injuries require him to drink salt water every day to maintain his condition. As for fighting, well, now he is already very good. After all, the doctor said that he could only fight with all his strength for 10 minutes at most. To be honest, Luo Lan admired this old man a little. Even if your body has reached its limit, even if you are exhausted, even if you are filled with despair, but the body still needs to stand up straight. This is like what I said in my previous life. Your head can be cut off, but your hairstyle cannot be messed up. Well, now that it's used on Whitebeard, that's... People can die, but their legs cannot bend. Even after death, one must still maintain an upright posture. Not to mention, in the original work, even if Whitebeard is dead, he still stands upright, which can even scare Blackbeard. From some perspectives, Whitebeard is indeed quite awesome. But even so, it's time for this old man to come to an end. For the coming new era, Whitebeard is just a stubborn stumbling block, nothing more. Although it is a bit overwhelming, let me see him off for the last time. Smile. I understand. Hearing Luo Lan's shout, Fujitora smiled and nodded. Then, he turned over the staff and sword in his hand. Gravity Domain Reverse Release. The Gravity Brigade is the downward, positive gravity. The Gravity Knife Tiger is horizontal gravity. As for the field of gravity, it is universal gravity, and everything changes with the thought of a smile. This second, it can be downward gravity, but the next second it can be completely reversed and become upward gravity. Originally, this was a combat field that allowed the opponent to gradually lose the ability to move in various constantly changing gravity to achieve an effect similar to Genjutsu. But as for the tricks, it's not the ability user who has the final say on how to use them. Advertisement therefore, with this move, Fujitora can also fly for a long time, although the speed is not as fast as Luo Lan, and the consumption is a bit high. But these are not the same thing. At this moment, Fujitora is another use of the gravity field. The entire inner bay was instantly covered by Fujitora's gravity field, regardless of people, ships, or ice. At this moment, everything floated and rose into the sky. If Yishao hadn't controlled it, even the seawater would have risen with it. It was really. This can't be done without control. Otherwise, after pumping out a large amount of seawater, it will naturally cause the surrounding seawater to pour back, thus triggering the disaster of Malinfondo. This weird scene instantly shocked everyone around the world who was watching the live broadcast. If it was 10 minutes ago, Whitebeard could definitely use the power of shock to fight. Not only could he break Yishao's gravity field, but he could even suppress it in turn. But now, don't look at him still standing straight, but in fact. At this moment, Whitebeard is very close to running out of fuel. It's okay to activate the shock fruit a little and hit a few punches, but if you want him to activate it with all his strength on a large scale, even breaking Yishao's gravity field, it will be a bit difficult for him. Boy, what do you want to do? Send me to the sky and then throw me down? Whitebeard looked disdainful. Even if he is about to run out of fuel, he will not be thrown to death. After all, the strength of breaking lies here. If you want to use this method to deal with Lousy, are you underestimating my Whitebeard? How could it be? I just want you to use your last remaining heat. Luo Lan came directly in front of Whitebeard, which was also the side of Yishao. Said with a smile. What's the meaning? Don't worry, you'll know later. Luo Lan shook his head. He was not ready to say anything at this time. Just like that, while everyone was stunned, Fujitora's ability to smile continued to activate. Several people also rose higher and higher under this ability. Even minutes later, it passed directly through the clouds and disappeared. Only then did Whitebeard notice that there was an island above the clouds. And around the island, there are hundreds of strange iron lumps flying around, like the guardians of the island. Could it be a golden lion? Apart from this, Whitebeard couldn't think of any other possibilities for a while. After all, he didn't know about the previous battle in the East Daxia Sea, so unlike the Warring States period, he could guess that Jun Lin had obtained the Piao Piao fruit. As the burial place of the legend, are you satisfied with Whitebeard? I don't understand. If you want to kill me, you can do it in Marineland. Why did you bring me here? Advertisement. The reason is simple. I don't want others to see me take action, nor do I want them to know that I have captured the shock fruit. You want to take my shock fruit? Whitebeard's eyes widened. Is this kind of thing possible? It does not mean that the devil fruit will randomly find a fruit to temporarily host after the host dies. And this random range. It's the whole world. If there really was a way to seize the anti-devil fruit at will, there wouldn't be so many people imprisoned in Impel Down City's eternal hell. You know, there are many people inside because the devil fruit is too dangerous, so the world government does not kill them, but imprisons them in eternal hell. Otherwise, there is no need to go to such trouble. Obviously, what Whitebeard knows about King's Landing. Far less than the Warring States period. We in King's Land have our own ideas. However, I can finally give you a choice. Don't resist, let us peel off the devil fruit, then I will take all the dozen division captains under your command to King's Landing for trial. Otherwise, I will kill you first and then take out the devil fruit. As for your precious sons, Marine will take care of them and I won't care. No, what is the difference between what you brought to King's Landing for trial and Marine trial? Seeing Whitebeard's expression, Luo Lan naturally knew what he was complaining about in his heart. Let me briefly explain it to you. In King's Landing, if you actively kill civilians, you will definitely be punished by death. But if you kill indirectly, such as due to fighting, etc., then the death penalty can be avoided. Although there is a high probability that it will be indefinite, people can live, right? But if it is left to Marine to handle it, world government and Marine will do it to publicize this victory. How do you think they will treat your precious sons? You may be imprisoned for the rest of your life, but at least you can live, right? Luo Lan's words kept echoing in his mind. Whitebeard was silent. Does this include Marco? I told you, it's all the captains under your command, including Marco. The ones on the sea. Whitebeard, stop pushing your limits. Luo Lan knew who he was talking about. Wasn't he the captain of the 43 affiliated pirate groups? They are different from the squad captains under Bai Tuan. Many of them even take pleasure in robbing or killing civilians. Those guys. Luo Lan would not let them survive. Why? Hearing this, Whitebeard sighed slightly. But soon, his eyes became firm. Although they all call him Daddy, and although they are all his children, in Whitebeard's heart, there is still a difference between closeness and distance. If you have to give up another group in order to save the closest ones, then. Chapter 294 Death of Whitebeard. You know your own body. At this moment, Whitebeard, after 10 minutes of fighting with Yishao, was completely unsustainable. If you continue to fight, you will definitely be defeated in a few minutes. And when he failed, not to mention that Marco could not be saved, even the other sons could not escape death. Instead of doing this, if Marco and the others could live with their own lives, what would they be dissatisfied about? The only regret is that, except for Marco and his dozen squad captains, the other sons and daughters. Although the pirates below the captain and those affiliated with the pirate group also call themselves Daddy, when they have to make a choice, for Whitebeard, there is still a difference between closeness and distance. Maybe Whitebeard feels guilty for those other people, but even if he were asked to make another choice, it would still be this decision. In fact, Luo Lan has a very complicated view of Whitebeard. On the one hand, he is a pirate, the type that he will never forgive. But on the other hand, you have to admit that Whitebeard has indeed protected the peace of the New World for 20 years, and has never done anything like robbing or killing civilians. What we are talking about here is the Whitebeard pirates, not the affiliated pirate groups below. Of course, Whitebeard himself cannot be let go. This point does not need to be discussed at all, but Luo Lan will not erase his achievements in protecting millions of civilians to live and work in peace and contentment over the past 20 years. Only then did the current scene appear. At the end, he was given a choice. If Luo Lan were to follow Luo Lan's previous standards, not just civilians, they would never be able to distinguish between direct or indirect, subjective or objective. Even whether you have killed Marine will also be considered. According to this plan, none of the sons under Whitebeard will be able to pass the test, and they will all be sentenced to death. But at this moment, what Luo Lan and Whitebeard were saying was that it only depends on whether they actively indirectly killed civilians. As for whether they indirectly caused the death of civilians due to the impact of the battle, it was no longer included in the scope of the death penalty. But the death penalty can be avoided, but the crime of living is still difficult to escape. Life imprisonment will be the final outcome for Marco and the others. These squad leaders, he will spend his whole life to atone for his sins. This can be regarded as a reward given by Luo Lan to Whitebeard for guarding peace for 20 years. Malinvondo. At this moment, except for Kaido's small battle circle and Bigmom's big battle circle, who were still fighting fiercely, everyone else was looking up at the sky. After all, just now, because of Yishao's gravity fruit ability, both Whitebeard and Luo Lan rose up and even passed through the clouds. Therefore, no one knows what the situation is now. Advertisement. This situation lasted for 5 minutes. The next moment, the Warring States phone bug rang. I am Sengoku, Fleet Admiral, this is Sakazuki, the battle in the logistics area is over. So fast? Yes. Ever since we saw Whitebeard being taken to the sky by Luo Lan and the others, the Bigmom pirates began to retreat. They used the ability of the mirror fruit to leave directly, and because Bigmom personally cut off the queen, although we left most of them behind pirates, but her children, all ran away. Akainu said with a slightly reluctant tone. In fact, there is one thing he didn't say, and that is, when Bigmom finally broke off, Akainu was clinging to her alone and asked Kizaru to use his speed to find a way to break the mirror. But in the end, however, Kizaru was kicked away by a mere minister, and he missed the best opportunity. Akainu almost went crazy at that time. Kicked away by a minister? That minister didn't even use his armor. Kizaru, do you dare to be more outrageous? Sengoku, who heard Akainu's report, felt very sorry, but didn't think much about it. After all, the main task is to prevent the attack of the 3-4 emperors, then defeat Whitebeard, and execute Marco on time and successfully. As for whether Bigmom escaped, this is not the key issue. Besides, isn't there Kaido and a bunch of Whitebeard pirate captains over there in the inner bay? This result is already huge enough. Aang, however, just when the Warring States period thought so. Changes also occurred on the inner bay side. I saw Kaido using the mace to directly knock Aokiji away, and then transformed into a green dragon again, raising his head and letting out a dragon roar. Then, quickly fly into the sky, and looking at the direction of flight, it seems to have run away. Seeing this scene, Warring States clenched his fist fiercely. Aokiji, which side are you on? It's okay if you beat me, but at this critical moment, you were beaten by Kaido and flew out. Is it really such a coincidence? Well, whether it's such a coincidence or not. Advertisement. In less than half a minute, the 2-4 emperors escaped one after another. Only the White Regiment captains and a few combatants who were still conscious were left in the inner bay. Bigmom ran away, and so did Kaido. But you guys in the White group, don't even think about running away. As long as I capture you and execute Marco on time, then for Marine. Still a significant victory. Immediately, Warring States prepared to order an all-out attack on the more than 30 pirates in the inner bay who were either physically injured or mentally injured. Warring States had absolute confidence in winning them. I can't think of any possibility that they could escape. However, before he could issue the order, he discovered something was wrong. On the battlefield, many people looked up to the sky. His face was covered with a dull expression. Involuntarily, Warring States also raised his head to look, and his eyes suddenly shrank. Only Luo Lan and Fujitora were seen, reappearing through the clouds and descending rapidly. Luo Lan's right hand was carrying a huge body. Yes, his body is much bigger than Luo Lan's own. That body type, that clothes, that face. If not Whitebeard, who else could it be? However, at this moment, Whitebeard has closed his eyes, and it is not clear whether he is dead or just fainted. The only thing that could be confirmed was that there was a reassuring smile on Whitebeard's face. Of course, it's not very important what Whitebeard's expression is now. At this moment, Warring States, who was on the execution platform, was absolutely ecstatic. It doesn't matter whether he was knocked unconscious or killed. Because, the primary task of this battle, it's done. Compared to the ecstasy on Marine's side, the faces of the captains of the Whitebeard pirates in the inner bay all showed the opposite scenery. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Momentarily, I lost my will to continue fighting. That's when the 1,000 Junlin soldiers on the inner bay encirclement immediately took the opportunity to swarm forward. He controlled everyone without even encountering much resistance. Each of them was handcuffed with seafloor stone. Chapter 295 Luo Lan's request. Although he was run away by Bigmom and Kaido, but the Warring States period was quite satisfied with the results of this victory. Annihilated hundreds of pirate groups on the sea, killing and capturing more than 20,000 pirates. Inner Bay killed the entire Whitebeard pirates, and even Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors, died. Although the losses in the logistics area are not small, Bigmom can also be much better. Not only did he not grab much, but most of the pirates under his command were also killed, and even the ministers were all injured, some even seriously. The only regret is that Kaido ran away completely. But in any case, the main goals before the war, except Marco's execution because the time has not yet come, have all been achieved. As for Marco, Whitebeard is dead and the 4 emperors have also escaped. Could anything else happen? Doesn't exist. Immediately, the Warring States period began to direct the sailors to clean up the battlefield. Control all the captured pirates and prepare to be sent to Impel Down City for detention. At this time, the Impel Down City jailers who were sent to Marinefondo by Luo Lan finally came to the execution platform as a representative due to Magellan's coma and Shiryu's rebellion. You are Deputy Warden Domino, right? Yes, Fleet Admiral. Well, how is the situation in Impel Down City? Why, you can't say it. After all, there were so many people to be sent there next, and Impel Down City had just suffered a riot, and Warring States had to ask about the situation. It could be seen that Domino was hesitant, and Sengoku also frowned. In fact, this is not really about Domino, but Fleet Admiral Impel Down is gone. Oh, it's gone. Wait, what did you say? Gone? What does it mean, gone? Warring States suddenly froze. Fleet Admiral, literally, Impel Down City has been razed to the ground. Except for its jailers who escaped, all the prisoners may have been buried under the sea. Warring States opened his mouth wide. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. Why is a city as big as my own impelling city gone? Tell me carefully what's going on. Yes, Fleet Admiral, this is what happened. 3 minutes later, the Warring States period finally figured out the cause and effect. Advertisement at the same time, there is also some helplessness. Blame Luo Lan? But given the situation at the time, maybe doing so was really the best choice. After all, dozens of people in Eternal Hell have been released, including some once legendary pirates. And even if those legendary pirates are not locked up in Eternal Hell, they are all pirates with a bounty of at least several hundred million. With just 2 people, and being unable to exert full force inside the Impel City, it is really not easy to suppress this group of people, and one of them may even be killed. Destroy Impel Down? Forget it, it's better than being escaped by these guys. Although the 5 elders would definitely be furious because of this, they would only be beaten for a few hours at most. I'm used to it, really. However, thousands of pirates were captured on the sea surface and the inner bay combined, and now the Impel Down City is gone. What to do with this group of people? Is it possible to kill them all in Chengdu? Leave it to us in King's Landing to handle it? Just when the Warring States period was in distress, Luo Lan didn't know when, but he had already carried Bybeard's body to the execution platform. Marco on the side almost collapsed after seeing it. One had tears and the other had snot, and each of them cried into tears. If I leave it to you, how will you handle it? It's very simple. Send them to the East Daxia Sea and hand them over to King's Landing for trial. Those who deserve to die will be executed. Others will be sentenced to different years of imprisonment and ideological reform according to their respective crimes. Well, I don't have any objections, but the world government probably won't agree. After all, these people are all the results of this war. The 5 elders will probably try their best to use them. Warring States shook his head. As far as he is concerned, he definitely has no objection. After all, he knew very well how King's Landing dealt with pirates. After these people are sent to the East Daxia Sea, they will never have the chance to do evil again. But just his agreement is not enough. After all, Marine is an organization under the world government. What kind of character are the 5 elders? How can he, Sengoku, not know? It is absolutely impossible to leave this group of people to King's Landing to deal with. Okay, I won't force it. If they want to cause trouble, that's up to them, but I want these division captains under Whitebeard. Luo Lan shook her head and said again. Warring States was a little puzzled. What do you want these squad leaders to do? How do you think Whitebeard died? Didn't you and Yishao kill him? Hearing this, Luo Lan shook his head again. No, the two of us can indeed kill him, but not so quickly, he is Whitebeard after all. Advertisement, that's. He exchanged his own life for the lives of his sons from me. Sengoku's eyes widened instantly. Whitebeard. So dead? Are you going to let them go? How is it possible? The deal I reached with Whitebeard is only to keep these division captains alive, but not to release them. Call. Hearing this, Warring States breathed a sigh of relief. If Luo Lan really said he wanted to be released, then he would really have a headache. But the five elders side is probably, it's okay, just remind them that Whitebeard's territory in New World is still in my hands. Luo Lan said lightly. Warring States suddenly understood. Yes, for the five elders, Whitebeard's current territory in the New World is the most important. After all, that is the best territory in New World. Regardless of the island's population or various resources, they are all the most dense and best. In contrast, the prisoners of these squad leaders. Nothing at all. Moreover, Luo Lan did not want to release them, but just brought them back to King's Landing to be imprisoned. Five elders. I'm afraid I will really agree. Sengoku nodded, then picked up the phone and prepared to call the five elders. At this time, Luo Lan's voice sounded again. Well, just to remind you, the deal between Whitebeard and me is for all division captains. Wait, you mean? Including Marco? After understanding the meaning of Luo Lan's words, Warring States widened his eyes again and asked in disbelief. Others are fine, but this Marco. That would require a public execution. If the final execution was not carried out, it would be detrimental to the prestige of the world government. Five elders would never agree to this kind of thing. Don't worry, they will agree. In front of the entire Whitebeard territory, this little thing. Nothing? Luo Lan smiled. He holds Whitebeard's territory. I am not afraid of those five old guys not compromising at all. 9NF Chapter 296 Katakuri's frustration. Sengoku's conversation with the five elders. As Luo Lan expected, although the five elders were furious when they heard Luo Lan's request, when Warring States reminded them about Whitebeard's territory in the New World. They were silent for several minutes. As for the final result, I naturally agreed. However, the five elders also asked the Warring States period to send people to immediately control Morgan's men in Linfondo and ask them to stop the live broadcast. Anyway, Marine's victory was seen by the whole world. As for the final execution, even if the live broadcast is interrupted, the problem will not be too big. Just find some excuse afterwards. Other side. New World, all nations. Cake Island. Hundreds of people stepped out of a huge mirror one after another. All of them looked very ugly. BIGMOM, in particular, is on the verge of breaking out and losing control. When we set out, there were almost 1,000 people, and they were all the most elite pirates in the world, but when we came back, there were less than 400 people. Although all BIGMOM's children are back, only a few were seriously injured, but the middle and lower class pirates lost more than half. This is definitely a major loss for BIGMOM. The only gain is the small half of the warehouse that was grabbed at the beginning and has been moved. But there's nothing good in it, because that happened to be a warehouse where Marine headquarters stored food. Own. Are you short of some food? As for the other warehouses, before they had time to rob them, Marine and Junlin came to support them one after another, causing great losses to themselves. This is completely a loss-making operation to Grandma's house. However, it is not a complete failure. Judging from the situation at that time, Whitebeard was destined to be found in Marineland. Although he did not personally participate in the White Group's territory grab, with the strength of Katakuri and the others, there should be no problem in grabbing 1/3. With these territories in place, he can undoubtedly make up for a lot of his losses this time. Next, as long as you lick the wounds for a while, your overall strength will soon recover. Ask Katakuri how much territory Whitebeard has captured. Okay, Mom. The eldest son Perisparrow nodded and immediately took out the phone. Advertisement, however, half a minute later. Mom, I can't contact Katakuri. Then you won't contact Dafu or a few others to go together? Hearing BIGMOM's roar, Perisparrow shrank his neck and continued to dial the phone. But more than a minute later. Mom, I can't contact any of them. Hearing this, BIGMOM's heart skipped a beat. Shouldn't something happened? Whitebeard territory? Periphery. There is a small island called Zindi with a village on it. There were not many people, only about 80 people. At this moment, more than 80 villagers were all standing on the shore, looking into the distance. And to the west of the island, about 10 nautical miles. A fleet was about 2 nautical miles away, violently bombarding a fleet. This is a fleet of 8 sailing ships, all with unified flags on their sails. BIGMOM pirates. They are notorious in the New World and even the whole world. Even the marine warships have to take a detour when they see it. But at this moment, they are being bombarded indiscriminately. Just defending has exhausted all their energy, not to mention fighting back. And it's not just shelling. In the sky, there were hundreds of iron lumps, constantly hovering above their fleet, dropping a terrifyingly powerful aerial bomb from time to time. So much so that the entire fleet grew from the original 24 sailing ships and 2,000 pirates. It has become today's 8 sailing ships and more than 1,000 pirates. Moreover, among the 1,000 or so pirates, more than 300 were still in the sea, desperately shouting for help. Only, under the fierce attacks from the sea and the air, no one had the power to save them. Dafu, can't you contact Mom yet? No, I've tried everyone's phone bugs, but they all don't work. Dafu shook his head. At this moment, he had a phone bug in his hand, but the phone bug's eyes were closed tightly and there was no reaction at all. Fundamental. It can't be used. Although he didn't know what methods the people in King's Landing use, Katakuri was certain of one thing, and that was, it was definitely someone from King's Landing who did it. If a phone bug goes wrong, it can be said to be a coincidence. Advertisement, but 2, 3, or even all of them have problems, and it's still the same problem. That's definitely not a coincidence. Katakuri, what should I do? If we continue like this, even if we can intercept all the shells every time, we will definitely be consumed alive in the end. Dafu said worriedly. At the same time, he was panting slightly. Obviously, his condition is not very good. As for Katakuri, although he wasn't obviously panting, his breathing was actually starting to become rapid. After I come to break it off, you take the opportunity to leave. After pondering for a moment, Katakuri said with determination in his eyes. No, we have to go together. Let's go together? That means no one can leave? Katakuri shook his head. It's not that he hasn't thought of other ways, such as letting Dafu and the others hold on for a while he himself attacks alone and rushes directly to destroy the opponent's fleet. Yes, Katakuri thought about it and did it before. But it was a pity that not long after he rushed out, he had to retreat again. Because, after discovering that he was advancing alone, the opponent launched a new type of weapon, which was extremely fast, could fly, and could chase people and attack. If Katakuri hadn't had a very special ability that allowed him to defend himself in all directions, I'm afraid that I will be killed immediately. After the advance failed, he had no choice but to retreat. What followed was a full half-hour of beating, not to mention how frustrating it was. But while he was arguing with Dafu, he didn't know that a huge danger was approaching step by step. 2 nautical miles away. These guys from BIGMOM are more powerful than those from 100 Beasts. Looking at the picture on the main screen of the bridge, Momosagi's female adjutant sighed. When they dealt with the Beast pirates before, although there were more troops there were more than 30 sailing ships and 4,000 to 5,000 pirates. But it's a blast to shell. Because, you can easily hit. Unlike now, after the number of ships was reduced to 8, they have not made any achievements for a long time. This is normal. After all the beasts under his command are animal fruits, and very few have long-range attacks. Among the BIGMOM pirates, especially Katakuri, his ability is really suitable for defending against shelling and bombing. At the same time, there are fewer and fewer ships, which means that the range he needs to defend is also getting smaller and smaller. Momosagi nodded and said, it's not that BIGMOM's cadres are stronger than those of beasts, it's just that whose ability is more suitable for intercepting and defending against bombardment. However, time did drag on for a long time, and Momosagi no longer wanted to waste any more shells. Let Ace and Zoro enter the main gun and use the electromagnetic gun to open a breakthrough. Yes, Lieutenant General. Chapter 297 Shank's Confusion. It has to be said that Katakuri's ability is really suitable if it is used to defend against thermal weapon attacks. Whether it's missiles, aerial bombs, or large-caliber naval guns. There is a problem, that is, the penetration depth is not enough. In other words, the defensive wall created by Katakuri's Nuo fruit cannot be penetrated. All were intercepted and detonated dozens or hundreds of meters away. Therefore, Momosagi needs a weapon that can penetrate it instantly. Although there are armor-piercing bullets in the shells of naval guns, armor-piercing bullets are really useless for things that rely not on hardness but on toughness. Use missiles, the same problem exists. Then, there is only one choice left, and that is electromagnetic gun. Especially for the new generation of electromagnetic guns, the projectile speed can even reach around Mach 15, and can also use projectiles weighing up to 100 kilograms. According to the Ministry of Science, if this kind of projectile is used to attack land, its power can even destroy a miniature island instantly. So, to be precise, this is almost a half step into the threshold of a strategic level weapon. Lieutenant General, Brigadier General Ace and Brigadier General Zoro have entered the main gun and started charging. It is expected to be completed in 30 seconds. Target calibration, loading 37.5 kilograms projectiles. Clear. The female adjutant nodded and immediately conveyed the order. 37.5 kilogram. Among the standard ammunition for the Junlin electromagnetic gun today, it can only be considered medium size, and there are also heavy-duty and even tactical type ammunition. But obviously, Momosagi is not going to use those. After all, if you take out the tactical type, that is, the kind of projectiles that weigh hundreds of kilograms. It's not a question of whether Katakuri can defend himself or not, but a question of whether anyone can survive. To be honest, these people in the BIGMOM pirate group have very good results. Unlike the group of people from the 100 Beasts, Momosagi was disgusted by it. Therefore, Momosagi still adheres to the guideline of catching Katakuri and others when he can. Momosagi will not be cruel unless absolutely necessary. Although the pirate died, she didn't care, but she couldn't care less about the devil fruits in their bodies. To die. Then I have to wait until I fall into my hands and prepare the black cloth mixed with sea tower stone powder before I die. Advertisement otherwise, after returning home, I would still be scolded by that kid Luo Lan for a long time? Lieutenant General, the electromagnetic gun is ready to launch. Emission. Yes. The next moment, the two electromagnetic guns occupying the main gun position at the bow of the flagship instantly pushed out two 37.5 kilogram shells. It hit the target 2 nautical miles away, namely the sailing ship where Katakuri, Daifuku and others were. To put it bluntly, this distance is too close. The shells haven't even had time to warm up. You know, the designed range of this thing is 300 kilometers. Counting from the launch of the electromagnetic gun, in less than a second, the two projectiles arrived at the target in an instant at a speed of Mach 15. If it had been anyone else, he might not have had time to react. Or maybe they reacted but were too late to intercept. But Katakuri is different. His sense of sight is very strong, quite strong, even so strong that he can temporarily foresee the future. This ability, coupled with his devil fruit ability, is the biggest reason why he can still save 8 sailing ships despite double strikes from sea and air, and even surprise missile attacks from time to time. Therefore, 2 seconds before the electromagnetic gun was launched, he had already seen the scene of his sailing ship being torn apart in an instant. He used his ability early and used nuo fruits to prop up a thick glutinous rice barrier in the attack path of the electromagnetic gun. And almost at the same time this barrier was raised. 2 projectiles hit it hard, and the scene was just like the bullet hitting Luffy in the original novel. 2 pieces tens of meters long were pulled out, but it is a pity that the electromagnetic gun is not a gun after all. In the end, the glutinous rice barrier failed to completely consume its kinetic energy. Instead, its own toughness was exhausted by the 2 projectiles, and then broke. The final outcome was still the same as what Katakuri had foreseen, and there was no change. The terrifying kinetic energy instantly tore the sailing ship apart. Nearly 100 pirates, as well as countless wreckage, were all flying in the air at this moment. Taking advantage of this gap, Momoshiki immediately ordered all the battleships to fire a salvo, and hundreds of shells hit the remaining 7 sailing ships. At the same time, a large number of fighter planes in the sky also began to dive, dropping aerial bombs one after another. Without the protection of Katakuri and others, these 7 pirate ships had wool interception capabilities, and they were all blown up in a short time. Half an hour later, Momoshiki gets the final report. Katakuri and Daifuku are unconscious, and the others are missing. Advertisement: as for those ordinary pirates, only more than 300 were finally captured or captured. Hearing this, Momoshiki nodded, and then ordered his adjutant to take the unconscious Katakuri and Daifuku down, shackle them with stone, and send them to a special water prison. As for how to deal with it later, just let Luo Lan decide later. After all, Katakuri is an important character in the BIGMOM pirate group. Maybe that kid wants to be like a pirate and use this guy to start another top war? Therefore, Momoshiki gave up the idea of killing people immediately to get the fruits, and decided to lock him up first. But those ordinary pirates are not so lucky. Let the people with the stare fruit ability following the fleet interrogate them one by one. According to the old rules, anyone who kills civilians or marines will be executed on the spot. If not, they will be locked up first and sent to prison for reform after returning to Donghai. There won't be any preferential treatment like Whitebeard's sons. At the same time, hundreds of nautical miles away, the red-haired man stood at the bow of the Red Foss, and just 100 meters in front of it was a sailing ship that had been destroyed and was slowly becoming silent. On the deck of this sailing ship, there were pirates lying around. Some had sword wounds, some had gunshot wounds, and some had their entire chests dented, obviously suffering from horrific blows. This is already the 11th pirate group they have killed in the past 3 days. Although this efficiency is incomparable to Momoshiki's, the reason is not due to combat power, but people with abilities from the Piao Piao fruit on the King's Landing side can quickly reach the battlefield, but on the red-haired side, then we can only rely on the turtle speed of the sailboat and run slowly. It's like one is walking on 2 feet and the other is driving a car. Therefore, it is normal for red-haired to be slower in efficiency. At this moment, Shanks is thinking about a question. It has been more than a month since he ran to the East Daxia Sea, and recently he found that he was getting weirder and weirder. It's always good to be like this, or else I might as well stop being a pirate and just continue to work in King's Landing for the rest of my life. At first, such thoughts only occurred occasionally, but recently, this idea comes up more and more often. What is the situation? Shanks was puzzled. Chapter 298 Handover Meeting Marine Headquarters. Malinvondo. In the conference room, Luo Lan saw a familiar face. Khalifa and Alpha's father, former CP8 agent and current CP8 new commander, Lasky. Beside him, a certain girl was staring at him with a fierce look. It is Khalifa's sister, Kalfa. As for why he is so hostile to himself, it is naturally. Back in the capital of 7 Waters, Luo Lan and the Conquerors brought down everyone in CP8 and CP9, including Kalfa. Afterwards, Luo Lan was very naughty and asked someone to use the binding play on Kalfa. This bondage lasted for several days. It wasn't until King's Landing took away all the boatmen and their families, and the world government realized something was wrong and sent people to check the situation, that they were able to relax. How could this girl not hate Luo Lan? Ahem, Luo Lan, this is Lasky, the newly appointed new world governor of the world government, and his adjutant Alpha. He will handle the handover of Whitebeard's territory with you on behalf of the world government. Seeing that something was wrong in the atmosphere, warring states coughed a few times and immediately got down to business. Luo Lan was greatly surprised. No, what happened in the capital of 7 Waters, this guy was not finished, but was on the rise? What is going on? Lasky, right? I have an impression of you when you were in the capital of Seven Waters. Ahem. Seeing that Luo Lan was about to talk about that matter, Lasky also started to cough dryly, interrupting in this way. I have finally pushed the whole thing onto Spangdine, who is already dead. You must not say it again. Now that I'm talking about it, maybe what I did to deceive the five elders will be exposed, okay? Luo Lan smiled slightly. My dear, I have your handle in my hand. You know what we will talk about later. I can make some concessions, but don't go too far, otherwise we may end up falling apart. The two of them exchanged glances. They all understood each other's meaning. There was only a group of people. Marine looked at the two of them looking at each other affectionately, feeling very confused. Advertisement, Luo Lan. How is the situation in New World now? According to reports, in the past few days of battle, the First Fleet commanded by Momosagi defeated more than 300 pirate groups, including BIGMOM and the Beast Pirates. Luo Lan nodded and then replied, this surprised everyone. More than 300 pirate groups? You know, there are more than 300 pirate groups in New World. Not to mention there are 2 Four Emperors groups among them. Although the 4 Emperors themselves came to Malinfondo, they did not participate. But the results are still very exaggerated. Luo Lan, how many people did you capture from these 2 Four Emperors groups? As for the BIGMOM pirates, we captured Katakori, Daifuku, and Cracker. As for the Beasts pirates, when they intercepted them, there were hundreds of pirate groups operating at the same time in the entire area. We didn't pursue it when we escaped. After all, there were so many pirate groups that needed to be intercepted and we were short of manpower. Except for Jack, all the other main personnel ran away. Luo Lan sighed slightly. According to Momosagi's report, the BIGMOM pirates broke into the Whitebeard pirates' territory only after the war in Marinefondo. The Beast pirates had already rushed in 3 hours before the war started. Instead of taking action at about the same time, there were hundreds of pirate groups. Therefore, after losing most of them, they began to retreat. Originally, with the strength of the First Fleet, they could not escape at all, but the situation at that time did not allow Momosagi to pursue, because there were hundreds of pirate groups rushing into the sea at the same time, and they rushed in from different directions. In other words, the First Fleet must kill all these pirate groups in the shortest possible time. Otherwise, it would definitely be a disaster if any pirate group landed on an inhabited island. Therefore, there is no extra energy to hunt down the Beast pirates. As for Jack, who was captured, I can only say, that guy is so reckless. Kaido may appear reckless, but in reality he is as considerate as a silk. But Jack, that was really reckless. Jindu called him to withdraw, but this guy refused to listen and asked his men to sail the boat in an attempt to rush over and start a gang fight. As a result, the entire sailing ship was magnificently sunk by the First Fleet, and even Jack himself fell into the sea and sank. In the end, Momosagi arranged for someone to fish him out. Therefore, this guy became the only core member of the Beast Pirates who was captured by King's Landing. Then what are you going to do with these people? Advertisement. After listening to Luo Lan explain the situation, Warring States asked. If your bid is appropriate, this is not non-negotiable. Well, those are all the main cadres of the 4 Emperors group, and there is also an Imperial deputy among them. I don't want more, I just pay them all according to the bounty. Luo Lan rubbed his hands and said with a smile. Those 4 guys add up to almost 3 billion. Although I am very rich now, no matter how small the mosquito is, it is still meat. Moreover, 3 billion. This mosquito meat is no longer small. Seeing Luo Lan's appearance, everyone was speechless. I thought to myself, if you just kill these 4 guys, it will be over. Why do we want them? Besides, those 2 Four Emperors are not Whitebeards. They would know the trap but rush in to save people. The method used to deal with Whitebeard is completely useless against those 2 Four Emperors. Well, they had no interest in the Warring States period, and Luo Lan also sighed, a little disappointed. Is this a group of people who only think of these things, and don't they think of other ways? With 4 such big chips in hand, you can extract a lot of profits. Forget it, since they don't want it, I'll do it myself. Luo Lan Fleet Admiral, I would like to ask, when can the handover of Whitebeard's territory begin? Finally, Lasky spoke. This is what he came here for today. Once this is done, I will definitely be able to reach a higher level in the world government in the future. It even directly reached the height before Spangdine's death. Something went wrong. Don't even think about getting promoted. Even in your current position, you will definitely be pushed to the end. Even, directly executed. Therefore, this work is definitely very important to Lasky, and there is no room for sloppiness. You can do it at any time, but there are still a lot of pirates breaking in, and Kaido and BIGMOM have returned to the New World. Are you sure you want to hand over now? I don't care, really. Luo Lan spread her hands. Chapter 299 999 Ways to Ask for Leave. Hand over now? But after thinking about it, many people shook their heads. It used to be Whitebeard's territory, but now it's a no man's land, and it's a super fat piece of meat. Although the battle in King's Landing has been fruitful these days, do you dare to say that Kaido and BIGMOM will not attack this piece of fat again after they return? The answer must be no. It's not impossible for the world government to take over, but it must be fully prepared. Otherwise, wouldn't it be embarrassing if we were kicked out by 2 Four Emperors groups and a large number of pirates as soon as we took over? And if you want to be fully prepared, this cannot be done in a short time, it will take at least 10 days and a half. Therefore, this is really not a good time to hand over. How long does it take for Sengoku Fleet Admiral, Marine? Lasky nodded, and then asked Warring States. According to our preliminary plan, the only way to truly control this area is to move the Marine headquarters there. Otherwise, it will definitely not be enough to rely on 1 or 2 generals to take charge. Even if we can build and station at the same time, it will take at least half a month to mobilize tens of thousands of elite Marines and complete the deployment in the entire sea area. Yes, the new Marine headquarters can be built slowly, but it will also take time to completely transfer the strength of the headquarters. Normally, it would be impossible within a month or 2. As for half a month, that was already the limit that the Warring States period could compress. Although there will be many problems in doing so, it can still be achieved by urgently deploying 80% of the combat troops first. Okay, then the handover time is set in half a month. Luo Land Fleet Admiral, is there no problem with Junlin? No, not at all. Even if you have to hand over today, that's okay. Luo Lan waved her hand and didn't care. This made Lasky relieved. What the world government was most afraid of was that Luo Lan refused to admit his guilt. But now it seems that he really doesn't have any interest in New World, let alone the idea of occupying that sea area to default on his debts. This is good, this is good. Afterwards, everyone discussed a lot of details, including asking Kizaru to set off immediately, and then lead the tens of thousands of sailors left behind by the G1 branch to form an advance fleet, and immediately go to the target sea area to join Momosagi in preparation for the possibility of Kaido and BIGMOM attack. If possible, Sengoku would definitely want Akainu to go. But there is no way. If Akainu and Aokiji want to go, it will take almost a week. Only Kizaru could rush to the G1 branch as quickly as possible, form a fleet and set off. As for Akainu and Aokiji, Akainu will immediately command 1/3 of the fleet and 30,000 elites to set off, cross the Red Earth continent through the official waterway, arrive in the New World, and head to the original Whitebeard territory. As for Aokiji, Sengoku arranged for him to stay and be responsible for the post-war aftermath of Marine Fando, and 7 days later, together with Sengoku, he set off with the remaining main fleet of Marine. Luo Lan has no objections to these arrangements, half a month's time. No, for Luo Lan, 10 days at most is enough. Advertisement. Because now there are a large number of islands there every day, taking advantage of the night to take off and then fly to the East Daxia Sea. Of course, the ones being relocated now are all small islands, because those power users with Piao Piao fruit cannot drive medium and large islands. Even Luo Lan cannot handle so many islands in a short period of time by himself. Therefore, Luo Lan has decided to give up on medium and large islands. Nowadays, Rhode Island is constantly expanding its area by joining other medium-sized islands. It won't be long before it reaches a terrifying 10,000 square kilometers, which has exceeded ordinary large islands and is even close to the category of super islands. After completion, I am afraid that in the entire pirate world, only Senton Island, where Alabasta is located, will be bigger than Rhode Island. In such a big place, it would be such a waste to have more than 100,000 people in Junlin. Therefore, the large number of people brought back from New World came in handy. And now that the territory has been prepared, the medium-sized or even large islands where these people were originally located. It doesn't matter whether you take it back to the East Daxia Sea or not. Send them to a small island, and then pull them away with the fluttering fruit ability user. Just perfect. As for Rhode Island, Luo Lan has planned a large residential area and started building a residential area. There is no need to build high-level buildings, even if it is to build hundreds of communities, the points spent. It's not even enough for Luo Lan to gain S-level building characteristics 3 times. It's so cheap. In short, world government will indeed be able to obtain the former Whitebeard pirates' territory from Luo Lan in half a month. Moreover, all major islands are also there, only. All the population has just disappeared. Luo Lan believes that those 5 old guys should be able to understand, right? 3 days later, Kizaru brought more than 40 warships, carrying tens of thousands of sailors, all the way from the G1 branch, and finally met up with Momosagi's first fleet. After handing over the defense tasks of the 2 defense zones, they set off again with the fleet. However, that night, Kizaru stood at the bow of the ship, looking in a certain direction and frowning slightly. The next moment, he turned into a golden beam of light and soared into the sky, heading straight in a certain direction. Half a minute later, the golden light condensed into human form again. Kizaru looked at the island in front of him and the tens of thousands of people he perceived. The frown between his eyebrows became even more severe. Advertisement, should I report this situation, or why don't you report it? Kizaru was a little confused. Only, the next moment, a voice suddenly sounded from behind him. I think it's better not to report it. This sound made all the hair on Kizaru's body stand up instantly. I kept my eyes open the whole time. This guy, how did he get behind him? Own. Didn't find anything at all. Kizaru turned around and looked at the man in front of him, feeling horrified. Luo Lan, isn't it good for you to do this? After all, King's Landing has an agreement with the world government. The agreement only said that King's Landing would hand over Whitebeard's territory to the world government, but it didn't say that it would include the residents here. Kizaru was speechless for a while. Is this guy planning to trick the world government again? Sure enough, those who play tactics are dirty, I complained in my heart. Then seeing Luo Lan staring at him, he immediately raised his hands. Surrender, I surrender, as you know, with just a small salary every month, I will never risk my life. Hearing this, Luo Lan nodded, he believed what Kizaru said. Then, he took out a small notebook from his body and threw it over. What is this? If you don't want the compensation I gave you, just give it back to me. The next moment, when Kizaru opened the small book, his eyes suddenly widened. Give it back to you. Oh, this is a holy book. You have to take it back and offer it yourself. I saw it written on the cover, 999 ways to ask for leave. Chapter 300 I am being discovered by Kizaru was just what Luo Lan expected. However, he is not worried, and Luo Lan knew that even if he didn't show up to stop him, most of this guy wouldn't report it to his superiors. After all, Luo Lan knew him too well. Even, this guy may not have noticed him, but he definitely knew from the beginning that he would be watching him nearby. So I deliberately put on a hesitant look there, wanting to take some good things from my hands. As for what benefits he wants, can Luo Lan not know? Seeing this guy leaving with satisfaction, Luo Lan also smiled bitterly. Almost every day, there will be a large number of pirate groups trying to break through the defense line or sneak in sneakily. But without exception, they were all accurately intercepted. No ship can escape the detection of the alert airship. Even if some individuals have special abilities and can avoid detection by airships through individual actions without relying on ships, or even pirates who can fly. But there was no way to avoid the King's Landing fleet scattered around the sea area. You know, today's King's Landing fleet is not only equipped with color detection radars on the flagship, but all warships are equipped with it. The reason why we didn't do this in the past was because there were not many people in the entire fleet who could appreciate it. As for now, there are a lot of two-color domineering awakeners among ordinary soldiers, not to mention the captains of various battleships. In addition, all warships in the entire fleet are deployed at almost equal distances, which is equivalent to establishing an airtight radar network on the periphery of this sea area. It just so happens that the airship's scanning is aimed at ships, while the ship's radar is aimed at people. The two add up. No matter you are a boat or a person, there is nothing to hide. Therefore, those who successfully evade detection by airships will also be discovered by the fleet. Eventually he was killed or captured. As for Kaido and BIGMOM, they have been unusually quiet in the past half-month. He didn't come to save people, nor did he attack this place. It was as if he had given up completely, which was beyond everyone's expectations. Luo Lan was also very surprised, but soon, he figured out why. Those two guys. When they were in Linfondo, they all saw the strength of King's Landing. At this moment, since he knew that Junlin and Marine were guarding at the same time, he naturally would not rush to attack. Advertisement. It is even possible that there are other spies in Marine, and they are also spies in the middle and high level, knowing that King's Landing is only temporarily guarded, and will soon completely hand over this territory to the world government. Then, their current silence is understandable. Rather than fighting King's Landing and Marine at the same time, wouldn't it be better for them to fight after King's Landing leaves? After understanding this, Luo Lan didn't care. Do you really think that after King's Landing leaves, it will be easy to fight with only one Marine left? As I said before, the 2-4 Emperors groups are still inferior to Marine. Unless 3-4 Emperors form a team, Marine can be suppressed by their frontal strength. But it is a pity that there are only 3-4 Emperors groups in the entire New World now, and one of them will follow him back to the East Daxia Sea. So, even if they leave, it is almost impossible for Kaido and BIGMOM to kill Marine and swallow this sea area. Not to mention, Marine's new warships are still working overtime to build. I heard that 8 more ships have been added in the past half-month. In addition to the previous 20 ships, Marine now has 28 ships. As time goes by, the number of new warships on Marine's side will increase. Although Luo Lan despises these battleships for pirates, Marines with these battleships are definitely their nightmare. After completing the defense handover with the Marine fleet, Luo Lan evacuated here with the Junlin fleet. A group of officials from the world government also rode several sailing ships and sailed towards the interior of this sea area. Their mission this time was demographics. However, they still don't know at this moment that this mission, it is doomed to fail, because, in a few days, when they walk around this area, they will find. This place has long been deserted. Red Continent. Holy Land Marie Joya. Pangu City. A figure sits on the void throne. Due to lighting problems, this person's face cannot be clearly seen from below. Below the throne, there are 3 levels of steps, and these 3 levels of steps are connected to the bottom level and the top level throne through stairs. The most bizarre thing is that the 3 steps in the middle are filled with various swords. At this moment, at the bottom floor, someone was kneeling on the ground. Advertisement. Each body trembled slightly, and they even put their heads on the cold ground. If anyone from the outside world saw their uninhabited faces, they would be so shocked that their jaws would drop to the ground. Because these 5 people are none other than the apparent rulers of the world government. 5 elders. Who would have thought that these 5 people would one day kneel in front of others like this? So, the entire East Daxia Sea is out of our control? The voice coming from above was devoid of any emotion, and even men and women could not be distinguished. Below, the 5 people who heard the questioning started to tremble even more. Yes, Lord I am. Although some of them didn't know how to answer, since I am had spoken, they couldn't all remain silent. So, I had no choice but to bite the bullet and answer truthfully. He. I've only been sleeping for 7 years, and you guys just threw things away. How cool. Tell me, what happened to that boy named Luo Lan? Even though he was laughing, there was still no emotion in the laughter. Just the infinite coldness. Yes, Master, I am. As the representative of the 5 people, St. Jagalucia Satan told all the information he knew and what happened recently. This statement lasted for more than 10 minutes. This is the result of Satan's streamlining. Throughout the narration, Sardan kept his head on the ground and did not dare to lift it up at all. After he finished speaking, his body began to tremble even more violently. After all, most of what this whole thing reflected was errors in judgment by none of them. I am just listened, not angry at all. It wasn't until a few minutes after Sardan finished speaking that I am finally spoke. It turned out to be that little guy. No wonder the lights out operation 7 years ago turned into lighting up the lights at the last moment. It turns out that this is what happened. It was still emotionless words. I am seemed to be talking to himself, and seemed to be describing something to the 5 people. The 5 elders didn't understand, but they didn't dare to ask. He had no choice but to keep his head on the ground and keep his kneeling position motionless. Until. I already understand the matter. I will leave the East Daxia Sea to that little guy for the time being. I have other arrangements for him, so you don't have to worry about it. Yes, Master, I am. Chapter 301 Raftru's Secret? Back among the powers that be? The 5 elders finally stopped shaking. Every time they meet I am, it is like a torture for them. It's terrible. These old guys who have gained the ability to be almost immortal are more afraid of death than anyone else. And I am is the only person in this world who can control their life and death. And just one thought can make them lose the power of immortality. Dong dong dong. Come in. Just a few minutes after returning to the power room, someone knocked on the door. No one immediately restored his previous majestic posture and let people enter. Soon, the huge door was pushed open, and a guy in a white suit walked in. What's up, Master 5 Elders? There is a problem in New World. The 5 people were stunned. As early as a few days ago, the handover with Junlin was completed. Moreover, it was also confirmed that Luo Lan left the New World with Junlin. This incident should not refer to King's Landing, but if not, could it be that Kaido and Bigmom, these 2 restless things, have started to take action? What's going on? Please tell me in detail. Yes, Lord 5 Elders, this is what happened. 1 minute later. All 5 people were stunned. It's not that Kaido and Bigmom started causing trouble as they thought, but a situation they never expected. Throughout the islands within the Whitebeard Pirates, people from the world government found many villages and even towns on some islands. However, no one was found. This. The 5 people opened their mouths, really not knowing what to say. Who did it? There is no need to ask this question. The key is, how did Luo Lan manage to move all the millions of people in such a large sea area in a short period of time? Getting mad. If I hadn't woken up yet and they hadn't gone to see each other just now, they would definitely go crazy. But what did I say when they met just now? Advertisement. Explain. They don't need to worry about Luo Lan's affairs. Has his own arrangements. Therefore, if they want to go crazy now, they can't find a partner. After thinking about it, I had no choice but to pick up the phone and call Warring States. Crackling. After scolding him for a full hour, he finally felt relieved. But soon, they became agitated again. The reason why Luo Lan agreed to it in the first place was because after taking over this sea area, the millions of people living in it would become the population under the rule of the world government. Not only is it a taxable object, it is also a huge labor force. Next, these labor forces are indispensable for the development plan that the world government originally planned to carry out in this sea area. But now, if you want to develop the resources on these islands, you have to deploy manpower from other places. For no reason, another huge expenditure was added. You know, the world government is really poor now. Not to mention the fact that 150 billion belly was robbed by Luo Lan not long ago. After that, he finally collected hundreds of billions of funds, and all of them were used to build ships for marine. Now, in a short period of time, where can a large amount of funds be used to develop the sea area that Whitebeard once controlled? If it is missing, let the families of the celestial dragons come out, right? Not to mention other Tianlong families, just themselves. I'm not willing to let my family advance the money, okay? Luo Lan didn't know anything about what happened to Mary Joa. Even if you know it, it doesn't matter at all. After all, this in itself is a hole he dug for the world government. Do you think everything will be fine if you try your best to raise enough money? Wrong. Luo Lan is waiting for you to collect enough money and then carry out large-scale development of that sea area. After you have almost completed the construction, it is time for Luo Lan to check and accept it. Before that, Luo Lan decided to settle the promotion of S-class city builders first. What are the promotion conditions for S-level fortress builders? 1. Build or upgrade 10 A-class buildings, completed. 2. The population in the territory reaches 100,000, completed. 3. The territory area reaches more than 10,000 square kilometers, not completed. 4. 30 million points, which is 300 billion baileys, unfinished. Of the 4 conditions, 2 have now been completed. Only the territory area and 30 million points are left. Among them, the territorial area is now divided into islands in the East Daxia Sea, which are already being spliced with Rhode Island. it will be completed in up to 3 months. By then, according to calculations, the area of Rhode Island should reach 10,376 square kilometers. So, it's just a matter of time. Advertisement. As for the 30 million points, Karina has already reached an agreement with Tetzolo and has begun to gradually trade. In addition, various industries in Rhode Island now have a monthly income of more than 20 billion, and even this income is still growing at an extremely terrifying rate. Therefore, 300 billion Baileys is also only a matter of time. It can be done in as little as 3 months or as long as 4 months. Once the S-class promotion is completed, Junlin's overall strength will usher in another major explosion. In particular, after becoming an S-level fortress builder, the gift package given by the system will most likely contain X-level buildings. This is what Luo Lan is looking forward to most. Inside the office, Shanks sat directly opposite Luo Lan across the desk. "You said you have something to tell me? Well, to be honest, I have been struggling recently whether to tell you about this or not." Confused? Indeed, until this moment, Luo Lan could see a hint of confusion on Shanks' face. Immediately, Luo Lan called up Shanks' attribute panel. After all, he is now a member of Junlin, and Luo Lan can check his status at any time. Open black lens bracket. Shanks close black lens bracket. Gender: male, age 35 years old. Open black lens bracket. Loyalty: 61. Close black lens bracket. Already over 60. No wonder you can make up your mind and finally reach the passing mark, right? You know, the reason why Luo Lan cheated Shanks in the first place was definitely not because of his strength. Otherwise, why didn't Luo Lan do this to others, but to him? The reason is actually very simple, because this thing. He is one of the few people who knows Roger's plan and knows the blank 100 years of history. I thought that this guy would not tell me until he was at least 70 or 80 years old, or even became a die-hard loyalist. I didn't expect it. This is sooner than I expected. You must be very aware of Captain Roger's arrival at Loftrue with us more than 20 years ago. Hearing this, Luo Lan nodded. Not to mention him, even a random civilian would know about this matter. At this time, Shanks continued to speak, but you must not know that on Ravdrui. What did I see? Chapter 302 Top Secret Mission. Half an hour later, Shanks has left. Luo Lan, on the other hand, fell into deep thought. Thinking back to half an hour ago, the first thing Shanks said to himself was, "Luo Lan, do you believe that there are other worlds besides ours?" Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Do you believe that people from other worlds can come to our world? Close black lens bracket. What about our world and what about other worlds? At first, Luo Lan thought that her identity as a time traveler had been exposed. It wasn't until she continued to listen that Luo Lan realized that it was not what she thought at all, and at the same time. The truth of 800 years ago was also revealed one by one. Luo Lan stood up, came to the floor-to-ceiling window, and looked up at the sky. A man named Joyboy, and a huge kingdom with highly advanced technology. Did Princess Alabasta's love-to-hate relationship eventually lead to the destruction of the huge kingdom, and even the final invasion from the stars? A large amount of information made Luo Lan feel that this was indeed the case, but also sighed that it was actually like this. The reason for this is mainly because part of it is the same as what many people guessed in the previous life, but there is also a part that no one expected to talk about. And this story also made Luo Lan finally understand why Silas said that devil fruit is an artificially created product of genetic technology. I didn't expect that the technology of that huge kingdom was so advanced. In comparison, not to mention the current Vegapunk, even the scientific research department of King's Landing still has a huge gap. In terms of scientific research, there is still a huge gap like a chasm. However, I really didn't expect that it was the ancestors of I Am and the Tianlong people, that is, the alliance formed by the 20 kingdoms, who saved the planet from the invaders from the starry sky. Thinking of this, Luo Lan couldn't help but reveal a wry smile. I even don't know how to evaluate I Am as a person. As for Roger, what kind of bullshit plan does he have? After listening to Shanks, Luo Lan complained so many times. He actually pinned the survival of the entire world on one person, and even in order to increase the final success rate of the Son of Prophecy, he did not hesitate to start the era of great pirates. In the past 20 years, he used the lives of countless innocent people as nourishment to fight for the so-called children of prophecy provides the most suitable environment for growth. A person with decades of brain damage would never be able to come up with such a plan. Once upon a time, Luo Lan's evaluation of Roger was that he was a man who could play with the whole world even after he died. Now, Luo Lan plans to take back this evaluation. Advertisement. That's a moron. But these are not important. Compared with I Am and Roger, the prophecy 800 years ago is what I should really worry about. Year 1522 of the Haiyuan calendar? Is there more than 3 years left? Luo Lan muttered to herself. In short, it is useless for Luo Lan to think about it now. All he can do at this moment is development, still development. Rhode Island. Just 1 month. Residential communities consisting of dozens of 10-story apartment buildings are rising one after another. The more than 2 million people who moved from New World have now all moved into new homes, and the results are not unpleasant. And equally astonishingly efficient is the Carrera Company. This point can be seen just by looking at the various steel ships that come and go in the East Daxia Sea. At this rate, it will take less than half a year to complete the ship revolution in the East Daxia Sea ahead of schedule. As for Luo Lan, at this moment, he is in the office, arranging a top-secret mission for Momosagi. Egghead? Momosagi raised an eyebrow and asked. Yes, Egghead, this is an island that does not exist on the sea map and is hidden by the world government. It is located in the waters under the jurisdiction of the New World G1 branch. It is also the location of the Vegapunk Research Institute. Let's take a look. This was just sent by the intelligence department. With that said, Luo Lan handed Momosagi a document. On this document, there was an overhead photo. Momosagi understood at a glance that it was found through satellite. After all, she had seen too many similar overhead photos recently, and she couldn't help but sigh again at the power of reconnaissance satellites. What do you want from me? Bring back Vegapunk. Huh? Didn't you already have Silas and the others, and you said that none of them are worse than Vegapunk? Momosagi was a little confused. Now Luo Lan, there is no need to break up with the world government at this time for a Vegapunk, right? Advertisement logically speaking, shouldn't this be the time when the world government is focusing on the new world and has no time to deal with the East Daxia Sea issue to focus on development? Yes, Silas and the others are no worse than Vegapunk, and even in some fields, they are far more authoritative than Vegapunk, but Vegapunk also has its strong points, such as artificial intelligence, energy technology, and genetic technology. In these fields, he is still much better than the science department of King's Landing. Luo Lan shook his head and then explained. Momosagi, on the other hand, waved his hand with a look of disgust. Because, what Luo Lan is talking about, what artificial intelligence, what energy technology, and what genetic technology? She couldn't understand it at all. I even feel like I have a headache just listening to it. Stop it, no need to say any more. In short, Vegapunk is very important to King's Landing, right? Yes, he is very crucial to what I want to do next. Okay, I'll take this task. For Momosagi, just knowing this is enough. Speaking more specifically like Luo Lan did just now made her confused. By the way, Sister Gion, this is for you. Luo Lan opened the drawer, took out something similar to a mobile phone in her previous life, and placed it on the desk. What's this? Momosagi picked it up curiously and looked at it. This is a communication device, I call it a mobile phone. Cell phone? Yes, you can make calls like a phone bug. Isn't it the same as using a phone bug? Momosagi feels inexplicable. Since the function is the same as that of a phone bug, why do you need to create a special mobile phone? First of all, it is difficult to cultivate telephone bugs, so the number is very rare, and it is impossible to get one per person. Secondly, if phone bugs want to avoid being eavesdropped, only specialized targeted phone bugs can do so. Those are even rarer in number and can only communicate between two fixed phone bugs, not to mention that the phone bug itself is a kind of creatures. Once they encounter someone releasing conquerors on the battlefield, they will stop eating immediately. Finally, communication is only the most basic function of a mobile phone. Although there is currently only one other function besides communication, with subsequent development, the functions of the mobile phone will become more and more abundant. And the phone you have now, in addition to making phone calls, also has a navigation function. Otherwise, you would think that the people from the Ministry of Science have fired dozens of rockets over the past month. Did you see M for Fun? Chapter 303 Vegapunk's Thoughts? This month, the Science Department has not been idle. The biggest thing they have done is to establish a global navigation system. Once this thing is established, the record pointer thing can be completely eliminated. Because the magnetic field is chaotic, the compass cannot be used in the Grand Line and can only rely on the recording pointer. Unimportant. With a navigation system, are you still afraid of getting lost? Doesn't exist, however. The satellite network was just completed yesterday, and there was no time to replace the warships with supporting equipment. Luo Lan then gave several test cell phones to Momosagi for navigation. Otherwise, even if Momosagi knows the location of Egghead, most Momosagi will not be able to find it. After all, the sea currents in that area are too special and weird. Without the eternal pointer or navigation, the ship would definitely yaw unknowingly once it sailed in, so that no matter what it did, it would not be able to reach Egghead. Otherwise, a research institute in New World, and also Vegapunk's research institute. How can we remain safe and sound until today? But all these problems are not a problem at all in the face of global navigation that has now completed satellite networking. After learning from Luo Lan how to operate a mobile phone, Momosagi left with a face filled with surprise. Although she scorned this stuff at first, she soon. Emma, it smells so good. If it weren't for the fact that not many people have mobile phones nowadays and most people still have phone bugs in their hands, Momosagi would have thrown away her phone bug. Luo Lan looked at Momosagi's leaving figure and raised the corners of her mouth slightly. Sure enough, as long as they are humanoid creatures, they can never escape the temptation of mobile phones. This is not. Another super profitable project was born. Mastering technology means mastering wealth. Later, Luo Lan opened the drawer again and took out another mobile phone. However, compared to Momosagi's one, there is an additional game program in the interface. Although he is just a very simple greedy snake, Luo Lan. Still having a great time. Advertisement after receiving the order from Luo Lan. Momosagi immediately summoned his adjutant, corresponding crew members, and a user with the ability of Piao Piao Fruit and set off. In order to conduct covert operations, Momosagi did not drive a battleship over, but used King's Landing's main flagship, Tana. This was specially approved by Luo Lan. After all, the fact that King's Landing has planes and people with Piao fruit abilities had already been exposed during the war on top. Walking from the air is not safe, there is still a possibility of being discovered. Luo Lan's request is to secretly take Vegapunk away without being discovered by the world government. In this way, Tana naturally became the most suitable mobile vehicle. As for those with abilities of Piao fruit, they are simply used to make it easier to enter the new world and just in case. Whoever allows the official channel to be controlled by the world government will make King's Landing unable to leave. It is too troublesome to take the submarine channel, and it is very easy to be discovered. Therefore, before entering the new world, it is better to fly, and then after entering the new world, approach by sneaking. New world, Egghead. In a huge but very empty laboratory. Vegapunk is busy assembling something. At this time, the door to the laboratory was pushed open, and Zon Taowen walked in carrying a huge axe. However, Vegapunk showed no reaction and continued working. It seems that it is very common for someone to enter with weapons. Kizaru has gone back. Go back, doctor. Hearing Vegapunk's question, Zon Momomaru nodded. If there is anyone in the world who is most loyal to Vegapunk, it is definitely Zon Momomaru. Even more loyal than those clones of Vegapunk. Just following Kizaru, Zon Momomaru was just to learn combat skills from the strong, and the ultimate goal was to become stronger and better protect Vegapunk, that's all. Even as long as Vegapunk opens his mouth, he won't even think about it, and he will directly raise his flag against the world government. Totally a die-hard type. Doctor, do you really want to do this? Advertisement. After a moment of silence and a period of confusion, Zon Taowen spoke again. Well, I have deciphered a lot of historical texts over the years, and have been trying to reproduce the advanced technology of that huge kingdom, but I have always been unable to do so. Do you know what the problem is? This. I don't know. Zon Taowen shook his head. Vegapunk answered while still concentrating on playing with the equipment in front of him. I didn't know it at first, but it wasn't until King's Landing appeared and after studying King's Landing's steel battleships that I finally understood. My steps are too big. Scientific research is a journey with no shortcuts, but I arrogantly believe that with the help of the brain fruit, I can directly skip many roads that should be taken slowly. This is like building a building. If the foundation is not solid, even if you can build the building well, it is still a dangerous building and there is a risk of collapse at any time. To put it simply, my technology tree, it's seriously crooked. Vegapunk sighed slightly. Not only is my science and technology tree wrong, but I am also seriously partial to science. It was nothing at first, but as his scientific research became more and more profound, Vegapunk discovered one thing, and that was, there are too many deficiencies in my own basic theory. And this is what he just said, the foundation of the building is unstable. However, doctor, the world government is keeping a close eye on us. There are 3 CP-0s stationed in Egghead alone. Those who want to contact King's Landing may. It doesn't matter. There's no rush for this. Just take your time and look for opportunities. Vegapunk said. At present, he just has this idea, hoping to strengthen the foundation of his building through technological exchanges with Junlin. But that doesn't mean it will happen immediately. After all, this is unrealistic. It's not like he doesn't know how closely the world government takes him. Therefore, you can't rush this matter. You have to wait slowly and wait for the opportunity to appear. The next moment, silence returned to the laboratory again, leaving only the sound of Vegapunk playing with the equipment. However, neither he nor Zon Taowen discovered that outside the laboratory door, there is a female figure, and the 2 characters 06 are printed on the front of the clothes she is wearing. It is one of Vegapunk's 6 Paths clones, York. After eavesdropping on the conversation between Vegapunk and Zon Momomaru, the corners of her mouth raised slightly, and then left here. Chapter 304 Obliteration, Buster Call rises again. Bang! Holy Land Marie Joya among the powers. The round stone coffee table was instantly turned into rubble under Saint Seiden's slap. The loud noise immediately startled the guards outside the door. Is the news confirmed? After trying hard to control his almost out-of-control emotions, Saint Seiden sat back down again, and then asked. It's confirmed. On the side, CP0, wearing a white suit and a mask, nodded. I know, you go down first. Yes. After a while, take CP0 out of the room. Saint Seiden looked around at the other 4 people and then. What do you think? How else can we look at it? Even if it is Vegapunk, once it touches this red line, it must be eliminated immediately. This is an iron rule. Yes, we must act as soon as possible before he reproduces those things. Second, the motion. Even though Vegapunk had great value, the 4 of them were surprisingly unified without any hesitation. That's right, obliterate. Erase Vegapunk directly from this world. Just like O'Hara back then, since everyone agrees, let Marine take action. It just so happens that the Marine headquarters has been moved to the new world. Let's launch a buster call and dispatch a general to ensure that no accidents occur. In addition, let the CP0 team staying behind in Egghead be prepared. If Marine is not finished, let them take action. After Seiden pondered for a moment, he spoke. The other 4 people nodded. Then, in less than 10 minutes, an urgent order was sent to warring states via fax phone. New World. Fort Vishan Island. This is one of the islands located in the middle of the old Whitebeard territory. That is, the town that T-Beard plundered after the death of Whitebeard in the original novel is located on this island. The overall size of the island is medium-sized, and is very close to the category of large islands. Due to its large scale and extremely advantageous location, it became one of the candidate islands for Marine's new headquarters from the very beginning. It was later officially confirmed after the Warring States period. At this moment, the entire island is full of construction sites. Tens of thousands of construction workers are working in shifts, 24 hours a day. Advertisement. In addition to them, the Warring States period even arranged for 10,000 naval soldiers to go to the island to assist them in construction. Of course, the sailors are only responsible for physical labor. As a result, the engineering efficiency on the island was extremely fast. It has only been more than 10 days since construction began, and a large number of buildings have already begun to take shape. Even the large-scale military port that was given priority and concentrated efforts to build first is now mostly completed, and many berths have even been put into use. All in all, a thriving scene. At this time, a steel warship was anchored in the military port. In the conference room inside the battleship, Warring States frowned deeply as he looked at the documents in front of him. Warring States, what happened? Sensing something was wrong with Sengoku, he asked. The world government wants us to launch a buster call, and also requires at least one general to accompany us, and the 10 warships must be new steel battleships. What? Not only he. Sengguo's words made everyone in the conference room explode. I thought to myself, these 5 elders have a brain twitch. Currently, Marine only has a total of 30 new warships, which are far from enough for the defense of this sea area. Now you want us to allocate 1/3 of them to engage in buster call? Not to mention, at least one general is required to accompany him? Good guys, 10 new warships, 5 elite lieutenant generals, plus 1 general. Once this power is mobilized and left, and the 2-4 Emperors groups, BIGMOM and Beasts, suddenly attack, what should we do? This is not fooling around, Fleet Admiral. Where exactly is the world government going to launch the buster call? After the entire conference room was in chaos for a moment, someone finally asked the key question. Egghead. In an instant, most people in the entire conference room were dumbfounded. Egghead? Where is this? Never heard of it. Only he and the 3 generals all looked at Warring States in an instant. His face was full of disbelief. They had guessed a lot in their minds just now, but they definitely didn't expect it. The place where the world government is going to hold a buster call turns out to be here. Where is Egghead? Maybe ordinary people don't know, and even those lieutenant generals in the Marine who can be regarded as high-level officials don't know either. But he and the 3 generals all knew it. There it is. Vegapunk's laboratory, advertisement. Are 5 elders crazy? Fleet Admiral, do you want to confirm the order with the world government? After all, it makes no sense. Why would you launch a buster call on Egghead? Aokiji asked after being stunned for a moment. No need, because the reason is written in the file. Vegapunk has studied the historical text and violated the absolute red line of world government, so there is no room for turning around in this matter. So that's what happened. Now, he and the 3 generals understood why the world government issued such an order. You know, the value of Vegapunk is absolutely immeasurable. Emotions are taboo in the world government, no wonder. Paluzolino, you are familiar with Egghead's place. Can I leave this task to you? Fleet Admiral, a few hours ago I greeted Vegapunk with a smile in Egghead, and now you ask me to kill him. Kizaru just didn't want to. Zhongguo's face darkened. Although I know that Kizaru is just looking for an excuse to be lazy, I have to say that this seems. Does it still make sense? And in this matter, Kizaru really needs to avoid suspicion. After all, he usually interacts with Vegapunk more and has a good relationship in private. Forget it, let's find someone else. Indeed, you need to avoid suspicion. If you are not suitable for this job, then Kuzan, please go away. I see. Kuzan took off his blindfold, nodded, and stood up and left the conference room the next moment. Warring States sighed slightly. Without Vegapunk, the technological gap between world government and King's Landing will be in the future. It is bound to get bigger and bigger. Even if other punks touch that taboo, they can't directly erase it. This decision is a bit reckless. Warring States sighed in his heart, but he was just a Marine Fleet Admiral. He had no power to decide, let alone the power to refuse. Just do it. 1 hour later, 10 steel warships sailed out of the military port. Sailing quickly in the direction of Egghead. Chapter 305 Marine's Crisis. Although during this time, Kaido and BIGMOM have not taken any action. But it would be naive to think that they would really give up. They had suffered so much loss, but in the end gained nothing at all. The 2 of them were now filled with anger. Naturally, he also used various methods, watching Marine's every move almost around the clock, waiting for an opportunity. And this opportunity already appeared. 5 elite lieutenant generals, 1 general, and 1/3 of the steel battleships left. Although I don't know the reason, this is definitely a great opportunity. Without this part of the force, Marine must disperse its forces and guard all directions at the same time. But they can concentrate their efforts and make a single breakthrough. You can even summon a large number of pirate groups from the New World and let them cooperate to harass and contain them from all directions, making it impossible for Marine to mobilize troops from other directions to return reinforcements. In this way, not only is it 100% sure, but 99% sure, the 2 of them still have it. Not long after Aokiji left with the new Buster Call fleet, the 2-4 Emperors groups took action. In the New World, other pirate groups either act alone or form large fleets, in short. They all moved closer to the old Whitebeard's territory. It's not just Kaido and Bigmom who are prepared, but also the entire New World pirate group. Everyone understands one thing, that is, we must not let Marine gain a foothold. Urgent report. A lieutenant colonel entered the combat conference room inside the battleship and shouted loudly. What's up, Fleet Admiral? Just now, the 2 warships responsible for monitoring the countries in the country of Wano all lost contact. And soon, of the 17 surveillance ships we dispersed in various waters of the New World, 16 have been lost one after another. Union. Bang. Warring States slapped the table hard. Although I expected that these New World pirates would take action, I really didn't expect that they would take action so quickly. Moreover, almost all the surveillance ships were destroyed in the first place, making himself completely blind. In which sea area does the remaining surveillance ship perform its mission? The report is for monitoring the red-haired territory. The red-haired. Speaking of which, the red-haired guy hasn't shown up for 2 or 3 months, right? Yes, according to our intelligence, many pirate groups thought that the red hair was dead and wanted to go in and take a gamble, but in the end, none of the pirate groups that entered could come out again, and our surveillance ship we only dare to swim outside its waters, and we dare not sail into them. Hearing this, Warring States nodded. Although I don't know what the red-haired guy is doing, he probably won't get involved this time. Advertisement otherwise, if the 3 emperors really join forces, and Marine is not only guarded by separate troops, but also has a group of core forces transferred away to execute the Buster Call, it will be really unbearable. However, even if there are only 4 emperors and an unknown number of New World pirates, Marine wants to resist this time. It's still difficult, after all, the construction here is far from complete. It's as if the defensive side has not yet built the trenches, but the attacking side has launched a full-scale offensive. It's difficult. Fleet Admiral, can we ask King's Landing to assist in our defense? At this time, a lieutenant general spoke, and soon, many people nodded and looked at Warring States. The last time they went to war, the joint battle with King's Landing left a deep impression on them. If King's Landing can still come to support this time, they will have full confidence to press the 4 emperors groups to the ground and rub them together. As for the other pirate groups, no matter how many come, they are not afraid at all. Although they didn't openly show off, everyone knew that King's Landing and the world government were hostile. Marine, on the other hand, is the watchdog of the world government. Since you can see Marine being severely damaged by doing nothing, why would anyone help? Thinking of this, many people also sighed slightly. However, Warring States decided to give it a try. Rhode Island. The top floor of the King's Landing building. In Lulan's office. Aokiji? Well, it's Aokiji. Robin nodded and then placed a stack of photos on his desk. Luo Lan picked it up and looked at it carefully. These are all photos taken by satellites, and compared with its first-generation reconnaissance satellites, the accuracy has been greatly improved. Although it's not as good as in the previous life, where you can even get a close-up of a person's face, it's quite clear looking down from a height of 10 meters. It clearly shows that Aokiji boarded the ship with 5 elite lieutenant generals, as well as a large number of major generals, brigadiers, and school officers. And there are 10 steel warships leaving the port and setting sail, and the direction they're heading towards is Egghead. At this time, Robin handed over another stack of satellite photos again. The ones in these photos are not Marines, but pirates. There are 2 fleets of the 4 emperors, and there are also many photos of a single pirate group, or multiple pirate groups forming a fleet. Its direction. They are all in the sea area where the new Marine headquarters is located, which is the territory of the old Whitebeard pirates. Advertisement they were surrounding it from all directions. Do you know the purpose of the Marine fleet heading to Egghead? According to information coming from inside sources, the world government issued a buster call to Marine, and the target is Egghead, where the Vegapunk Research Institute is located. Luo Lan was stunned. There are still 3 months left until the year 1519 of the Hyuan calendar. It stands to reason that there should still be more than 3 years before the world government discovers that Vegapunk has studied historical texts and attempted to reproduce some of the giant kingdom's technologies. Why are you attacking Vegapunk now? Could it be that this was also a change due to his own appearance? Will they arrive before Gion-san or after? Almost at the same time. After all, the new Marine headquarters is not far from Egghead, and Lieutenant General Momosagi did not fly all the way to Egghead. At the same time, in order to avoid being discovered by the world government, they had to make a circle and take advantage of the north blue sky. Entering the new world, so, send the order immediately. Blue brew brew. Just when Luo Lan was about to give an order in response to this situation. The phone on the desk suddenly rang. Luo Lan picked it up directly. I am Luo Lan, it's me, just 2 words. But Luo Lan immediately recognized the other party's identity. His adoptive father in this world is now the Marine Fleet Admiral Sengoku. At this time, he asked himself whether, if that's the case, then. Suddenly, Luo Lan had some new ideas. If you contact me at this time, do you need Junlin to help with defense? Luo Lan asked with a smile. The other side was also silent. Until half a while later. Yes, no problem, but the actions of the King's Landing fleet are not under Marine's command. Okay, I agree, that's it, the fleet will arrive at Fort Wishan within 2 days. After the words fell, the phone bug in Luo Lan's hand had also hung up. Then, he took out his mobile phone and sent a message. Mission changes, return immediately, Chapter 306 Egghead. 2 days later. New Marine Headquarters, Fudwishan. Momosagi appeared on one of the 4 original steel battleships purchased by the Warring States period from King's Landing. Before the construction of Fudwishan was completed, this was the temporary office space of the Warring States period. As for the other 3 ships, except for one that was previously sent to Egghead and was cut into 8 pieces by Vegapunk, the other 2 are now docked in the port as temporary places for other important departments. In the combat conference room, Sengoku, Tsuru, Kizaru, Akainu and several elite lieutenant generals who did not follow Aokiji were already waiting here. Gion, are you coming this time? The Crane was very happy to see that the visitor was Momosagi. After all, they hadn't seen each other for months. Yes, Sister He, Momosagi nodded, also very happy. However, the two did not continue to reminisce about old times. After all Marine senior executives were there and there were important things to discuss. Momosagi, how many troops did you bring this time? A reorganized fleet, plus a floating fortress. Floating fortress? Yes, in fact, during the previous war on the summit, the floating fortress was fought in the sky above Marinevando. After saying this, Warring States immediately understood. After all, Kaido was shot down over Marinevando before, and then a large number of flying iron lumps attacked the BIGMOM pirates. Both Marine and world government have already speculated on this. That is, Luo Lan has an air force, and this force is likely to be based on the Piao Piao fruit, and it can still carry a large amount of the type that can fight iron pimples in the air. Floating fortress. As for the so-called fortress, it should be an island. Warring States nodded, it was similar to his previous guess. So, the fleet is now above Fort View Sky? Yes, after all, if they show up now, then Kaido and BIGMOM may retreat. Luo Lan said that they could start taking action immediately after General Aokiji left. Obviously, they have informants within Marine, and the position of this informant is not low, he can even participate in core meetings. Momosagi said very seriously, and it was for this reason that Momosagi asked Sengoku not to allow ordinary lieutenant generals to participate in the meeting before coming. Because, according to Luo Lan's speculation, there is a high probability that the 4 emperor's informants are ordinary lieutenant generals, and there should be no problem with elite lieutenant generals. I understand, we will investigate this matter, however, if you can't appear in public, what will happen to the subsequent combat meeting? Advertisement. Since Luo Lan said this, there is no reason why the Warring States period did not pay attention to it. After all, Luo Lan's speculations were never wrong. But this will be very troublesome. After all, there will be various combat meetings and deployment. As the commander of the King's Landing fleet, Momosagi doesn't necessarily want to not participate, right? And from these meetings, the Warring States period could not exclude ordinary lieutenant generals. It was a contradiction. Warring States Fleet Admiral, Luo Lan said that he agreed with you that King's Landing will fight on its own? Well, Warring States was stunned. Then looking back, it seems. Is that really what happened? After secretly cursing the brat, he smiled helplessly. Okay, that's fine. Even if our combat deployment is leaked, they don't know the situation in King's Landing. Okay, then I'll go back and prepare. Momosagi nodded, said hello to Tsuru and the others, and left. 1 minute later, a bolt of thunder penetrated the clouds from bottom to top. Finally, it landed on the deck of a huge warship. Gion, are you back? Well, I'll leave the rest to you. I have to carry out the secret mission the guy told me. Don't worry, leave it to me. The next moment, Momosagi turned into a bolt of thunder again and left the battleship. The only one left was Tina, who had just talked to her and was also the commander of the fleet. Instruct all captains to come to the flagship immediately to attend a combat meeting. Yes, Lieutenant General, it has been a long time since Momosagi left the fleet. At this moment, she was sitting on Tana's bridge. Lieutenant General, we have arrived at the target location. Call. After hearing the report, Momosagi let out a sigh of relief. This journey has not been easy. If it weren't for the mobile phone given by Luo Lan, and the program called navigation in the mobile phone. Without the eternal pointer, they really wouldn't be able to get here. Advertisement. Even underwater, it deviated from the course while walking, and even the helmsman didn't notice it. Fortunately, Momosagi has a navigation system, so he can detect it in time through his mobile phone and ask the helmsman to correct it, otherwise he would not know where he was going. And this situation happened dozens of times in most of the day. Now, we have finally arrived, and Momosagi can breathe a sigh of relief. How far are we from Egghead now? 3 nautical miles. Where is the Marine Buster Call Fleet's location? We are about 30 nautical miles behind us, and at their speed it will take another 2 hours to arrive. Very good, turn on the color radar immediately. Yes. The next moment, as the bridge team operated, the latest generation of color radar was activated. At the same time, a spherical object popped up on the left armrest of the captain's chair. Momosagi pressed his left hand up, then activated his sight color and output it. On the home screen, the screen appears. Although Egghead is not small and has a lot of buildings, there are not many people there. According to the results of the color radar, the total number of people on the entire island was less than 100. Most people's Taoist power is not high, so there are only 9 people who need to pay attention. Among them, the power values of 5 targets are surprisingly consistent, all 3,000, while the other 4 targets. One is relatively low, only 2,200, 2 of the other 3 are more than 6,000, and the last one is over 10,000. Momosagi is almost certain that those 5 Doki values are exactly the same, and they are definitely the so-called pacifists. After all, she had read Tina's previous report. During the war on top, when Marine dispatched the pacifists, Tina used the color radar to measure them. A uniform 3000 power value. As for the other 4 goals, seriously. If you were Momosagi before joining King's Landing, you may still have some trouble. But now Momosagi. The highest power value is only 10,000? Too bad. Momosagi curled his lips with disdain on his face. After handing over the bridge to his adjutant, Momosagi picked up a cloak that he had prepared long ago and put it on. I'll leave this to you, I'll go for a run on the island. Yes, Lieutenant General. Chapter 307 Momosagi who helps Luo Lan with a message. In the laboratory, Vegapunk was still playing with the unknown device. And the door was pushed open again. Different from last time, this time Zon Momoan used a lot of force and almost broke the door open. Doctor, something happened. We'll talk about it later. Now is the critical moment. I just got an idea. I can't wait any longer. Doctor, you must leave with me now. Huh? What's going on? At this time, Vegapunk also stopped playing around and turned around to ask. The old man contacted me secretly just now, saying that your research on the technology of the ancient giant kingdom has been known to the 5 elders, and that the Marines' Buster Call fleet is almost here at the moment. This time the world government is serious. They have issued an order to completely wipe out Egghead and you, Doctor. You'd better come with me immediately, otherwise it will be too late. Zon Taowen's face was full of anxiety, almost going crazy with anxiety. According to the information Kizaru secretly told him, Marines' Buster Call fleet might arrive at any time within the next few hours. There is no room for any further delay. However, just when Vegapunk was about to say something, the red alarm in the laboratory suddenly flashed crazily. Zon Taowen on the side was even more shocked. It's over, the Marine Buster Call fleet has arrived. However, Vegapunk walked to the side console unhurriedly and operated on it a few times. Suddenly, a picture was displayed on the wall on one side of the room. I saw a thunder falling from the sky. It looks like an ordinary mine strike, which is not unusual at all in places like the Grand Line, especially the New World. But Vegapunk knew that it was definitely not that simple, otherwise the alarm device he designed would never respond. Devil Fruit, Logia's Thunder Fruit. According to recent news, this fruit should now belong to an officer named Tina in King's Landing, right? King's Landing. Thinking of this, Vegapunk's eyes lit up. Zon Momomaru, it's not Marine, it's okay. Oh, it's not Marine, what is that? They are from King's Landing. Please take me to greet them. Otherwise, the people who came here for the first time, even if they are as powerful as generals, would have been lost in the beginning. Hear this. Zon Taowen silently began to complain in his heart. Advertisement stronger than a general? That really has nothing to do with strength, the key lies in Mr. Kizaru. Not to mention here, even if it were placed elsewhere, he would still get lost. However, although he was complaining in his heart, Zon Taowen still nodded and walked out of the room carrying the huge axe. But at this moment, neither of them noticed. There was a guy eavesdropping outside the door. When he saw Zon Momomaru coming out, he hurriedly hid around the corner on the other side. And if this person is not York, who else could he be? People from King's Landing. This can't be done. The main body must end here today, not only the main body, but also the other 5 clones. From now on, there is only one Vegapunk in the world, and that's me. At the same time, as the only Vegapunk, I will also become a celestial dragon. In a voice that only he could hear, York said to himself with a smile. At the same time, I also recalled the scenes I saw above when I followed the main body to Mariajoya. Although the cruelty of the celestial dragons was everywhere in those scenes, York did not think that the celestial dragons were dirty and shameless. On the contrary, he was extremely envious of the celestial dragons and wanted to become a celestial dragon. Immediately, he took out the special phone bug again and prepared to report anonymously to the world government again. But he found that the phone bug could not be reached. I saw the phone bug in my hand, and my eyes were spinning in circles, as if I was drunk. Totally unusable. York was a little confused about the situation and was ready to leave here first to find other things to communicate with the outside world. But before she could take action, a bolt of lightning passed through the corridor and hit her directly. York felt a numbness all over his body and then lost consciousness. The next moment, Lei Lei transformed into a tall figure and took out a piece of paper from his clothes. Turn it on. Well, the painting is very abstract. That's of course, after all Luo Lan has no talent for painting. But the good thing is that although the painting is very abstract, it is just enough for Momosagi to recognize York. After comparing, she nodded with satisfaction. Yes, it's this guy. He picked up York and took him away directly. Step by step, he walked towards Vegapunk's laboratory. At this time, Zon Taowen seemed to have noticed something and ran back quickly. Advertisement. As soon as they arrived, they saw Momosagi carrying the unconscious York and immediately lifted the huge axe. Lieutenant General Momosagi, what do you want to do? How could Zon Momoan not know York? At this moment, seeing York unconscious and being held in Momosagi's hands, he suddenly became anxious. Even though he knew that he was definitely no match for Momosagi, he still had the courage to swing the axe at her. Zon Taomaru, let her come in. At this moment, Vegapunk's voice came from the door. Although he was a little worried, as a die-hard fan of Vegapunk, Zon Momomaru was still very obedient. However, his eyes were still filled with vigilance. And he just put the giant axe down, instead of carrying it behind his back, but held it tightly in his right hand. Then he got out of the way. Speaking of which, although Momoshagi knew Zon Momomaru, he only thought of him as Kizaru's little follower. But now, she realized that she was wrong. This guy's loyalty to Vegapunk doesn't seem to be fake at all. Carrying the unconscious York, Momoshagi walked into the laboratory. Vegapunk also took a look at Momoshagi. From top to bottom, inside and out, he saw almost every inch of Momoshagi's body. Of course, Vegapunk is not greedy for Momoshagi's body. No, actually he is greedy for Momoshagi's body. However, his greed is very different from other people's greed. Perfect, simply perfect. I always thought that Junlin had developed the ability to peel off the devil fruit without any damage, and at the same time found and made the little girl named Tina eat the thunder fruit. But until I see you now, I realize that I still underestimated Junlin. Junlin has even deeper research on bloodline factors than I do. Even Logia's devil fruit can be perfectly reproduced. Vegapunk's eyes were shining and his expression was extremely excited. Actually, Momoshagi was not originally a user with the thunder fruit ability. After all, he wasn't interested in the devil fruit's abilities. At the beginning, there were only 3 people with thunder fruit abilities in King's Landing, namely Tina, Zoro and Ace. They were called King's Landing's quick reaction team. The reason why Momoshagi now eats the thunder fruit is simply for convenience. Yes, it is very convenient to travel. Dr. Vegapunk, I'm here today. Luo Lan asked me to bring you some words. He said, after you hear this, you will naturally leave me. After Vegapunk finished praising him, Momoshagi also revealed the purpose of his trip. What did he say? Chapter 308 3 things. He asked me to tell you 3 things. First thing. Momoshagi threw York in front of Vegapunk. This clone named York has betrayed you. It was her informant that allowed the 5 elders to know that you were researching 100 years of blank space and replicating the technology of the huge kingdom. Huh? York her. Vegapunk was stunned for a moment, not that he thought Momoshagi was lying. But, even he found this kind of thing difficult to accept for a while. You know, this is your own clone. I don't know the specific situation very well. Luo Lan only told me that after this York went to Marigio with you, she became very envious of the power of the celestial dragons. After that, how to become a celestial dragon was her top priority. Matter. At the same time, she also plans to kill herself and the other 5 clones to make herself the only Vegapunk. Luo Lan also said that the blending and compromise of different personalities led to the formation of today's Dr. Vegapunk. And when you were creating a clone, your biggest failure was to completely separate the 6 personalities. Naturally, each of these personalities will no longer be you. At the same time, York, who represents the desire personality, has his desires infinitely amplified because there are no constraints from the other 5 personalities. The result. Momoshagi did not continue, but looked at the unconscious York on the ground. After her words, Vegapunk instantly understood his mistake as if he was in a daze. That's right, after the 6 personalities blend with each other, check and balance each other, and compromise with each other, that is who you are today. In other words, it is the 7th personality that was born after the fusion of 6 personalities. After it is disassembled into 6 independent personalities, the characteristics represented by each of its personalities will be infinitely amplified. I have always believed that the 6 clones were all created with my own personality, so they will not betray me. But now it seems that I was totally wrong, because no matter which type of personality it is within these 6 types, the 7th type of personality that is produced after the 6 types of personality are actually merged with itself. It doesn't matter. In other words, these 6 personality clones are actually. None of it is me. No matter which one betrayed, it was not surprising. Involuntarily, Vegapunk sighed slightly. At the same time, she was also surprised that Luo Lan actually knew so many things. She even knew clearly that she had taken York to Marigio and the reason for York's betrayal. How on earth is this done? Been taught a lesson. Advertisement. What are the other 2 things? Vegapunk rarely put on a very serious expression. Said sincerely. The second thing, Luo Lan asked me to tell you, the science and technology tree is very leafy, but relying on you, the doctor, alone, you will end up staying at the fork of a certain branch. You have 4 scientists in King's Landing who are no less powerful than the doctor. As for scientists of Caesar's level, there are hundreds of them. And in the entire science department of King's Landing, the total number of scientific researchers is approaching 10,000. So, doctor, you might as well consider that instead of walking alone, why not go to King's Landing and travel with us? This is already a clear invitation. Vegapunk was also a little shocked. Are there 4 scientists who are not weaker than myself? How is this possible? Don't doubt that I'm lying to you. In fact, according to our classification of scientists in King's Land, there are 6 levels. X, S, A, B, C, and D. According to what Luo Lan said, your current ability, Doctor, is approximately at S+ level, which is between S and X. We currently have an EX level scientist, an S+ level scientist, and an S level scientist in King's Landing. 2. Doctor, you have always been on the scientific path alone because no one can keep up with you. But once you come to King's Landing, your scientific research path will no longer be lonely. I have to say that Momosagi's words really moved Vegapunk. Originally, he just wanted to find an opportunity to have some technological exchanges with Junlin. But now, he really had the idea of going to King's Landing. The path of a lone traveler is not very comfortable. You have to do everything by yourself, and there are even very few people who can help you. Just like Luo Lan said, the technology tree is so luxuriant that just one person, no matter how powerful he is, will never be able to support the entire technology tree. As for technology, the later it gets, the more it needs to be combined in various fields. In the development of a single field, Vegapunk has encountered more and more bottlenecks in recent years. What about the third thing? At this moment, Vegapunk was becoming more and more curious about Luo Lan. This last thing is definitely Wang Za. So, what exactly is it? Momoshage also smiled dumbly when he heard Vegapunk ask this. Because he felt that Luo Lan had such a bad character. As for the last thing, I don't want to tell you now. I will tell you when I come to King's Landing. Advertisement, these are Luo Lan's original words. The entire laboratory fell silent for an instant. Even Vegapunk showed a hint of astonishment at this moment. After being old for half a day. Ha 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 ha, interesting, so interesting, Lieutenant General Momoshage, shall we leave now? After astonishment comes sluggishness, and after sluggishness. It's Vegapunk's laugh, he hadn't smiled so broadly in a long time. That's all right now. Doctor, do you have anything to bring? Just take a few of my clones with you, and you don't need anything else. I will let the Scientific Research Institute destroy itself after leaving, and I won't leave anything behind. But you don't want all the scientific research results and information? It's okay, all the results and information are saved here. Pointing to his head, Vegapunk said. Only then did Momoshage realize that Luo Lan had told him that Vegapunk was a user with the ability of the brain fruit. If it weren't for the lack of too much basic science, the technology tree would also be too crooked. With the brain fruit, he is definitely an X-level scientist. That's okay, but my thunder fruit can't take people flying, so I have to force it out. Doctor, please also ask your other clones to come and gather together. Hearing this, Vegapunk nodded. Immediately, he picked up a device on the console and started sending messages. Zon Talwin on the side had a worried expression on his face. Lieutenant General Momoshage, there are 3 CP0s in Egghead if you force your way out. Don't worry, the signal of the phone bug has been blocked by us. As for the 3 CP0s, the strongest one only has 10,000 power points, which is not worth mentioning. Momoshage couldn't care less. Moreover, she has enough confidence not to care. A little over 10,000 yuan is at most the level of a T-porcupine. But now I don't care even if I fight 10 T-dolphins. It's okay, leave it to me. Chapter 309 Great Value. Rhode Island. In Luo Lan's office, Robin is giving an update. According to the latest photos taken by reconnaissance satellites, the Marine Buster Call fleet has approached within 30 nautical miles of Egghead and is expected to arrive within 2 hours. And Lieutenant General Momoshage left Tana 10 minutes ago. According to estimates, he should have seen Vegapunk by now. After a while, Luo Lan nodded after listening to the report. Very good, Vegapunk is crucial to the future development of King's Landing. Luo Lan, I don't quite understand. Although Vegapunk is very powerful, the people in our science department are not bad either. Is he really so important? Robin asked confused. Luo Lan raised the corners of her mouth slightly. If it's just Vegapunk, of course he's not that important, even if he's great in some areas, that's the same. However, there is something very important about him, and that thing is enough to make our King's Landing technology explode, and Vegapunk's greatest value is also here. Something important? Could it be? Suddenly thinking of something, Robin's eyes widened instantly. It seems that you have guessed it, yes, it is the brain fruit of Paramecia that he ate. You know, we in King's Land have the technology to peel off the devil fruit, as well as the technology to improve the devil fruit and clone it. When these technologies are added together. Hiss. Robin couldn't help but gasped. What if those crazy scientists from the science department ate the brain fruit? Robin couldn't even imagine what it would be like. Let the satellites keep monitoring at all times. If any accident occurs, ask Sister Tina to immediately abandon the combat mission and provide support as soon as possible. Vegapunk must be brought back in full, even if it means starting a fight with the world government right now. Hear this. Robin nodded solemnly. Then, he left Luo Lan's office. And at the same time, Holy Land Marie Joya among the powers. Saint Jagalucia Satan was a little restless at the moment, always feeling that something bad was about to happen. But I can't tell what exactly it is, just a hunch. No, I think it's better to go there in person, I always feel like something is going to happen. After a while, he stood up with a cane. Advertisement. He said firmly. What, you want to go in person? It's not necessary, and don't forget, Lord I Am has stipulated that we cannot leave Mary Joa unless we get permission. Even if you want to take action yourself, you must obtain the consent of Lord I Am. Don't be impulsive, you cannot afford the consequences. The other 4 people were shocked when they heard what Sardan said. Then everyone started persuading. When Sardan was told this by the 4 people, he also hesitated. But that's it. There was a knock on the door of the power room. Come in. Lord 5 Elders. The door was pushed open, and a man in standard CP0 attire walked in, wearing a white suit and a mask. What's up? We have lost contact with Egghead. What? Sardan suddenly became anxious. As the god of scientific defense, Egghead was originally responsible for management. If something goes wrong, IM will definitely execute him without mercy. In this case, it is better to give it a try. It's too late. I'll go directly to Egghead. After dealing with it there, I'll come back to apologize to Lord IM. Saying that, Saint Jago Lucius Satan walked out without looking back. Then, he came to the open space outside the building. With himself as the center, a black magic circle instantly appeared on the ground. In the middle is a 5-pointed star pattern, and on the outside are black rings, and inside the rings, there are strange white text imprints. The next moment, as the magic circle was activated, Saint Jago Lucius Satan disappeared in an instant. Egghead. At this time, the other 5 clones have all arrived at Vegapunk's laboratory. Moreover, from Zon Momomaru's mouth, he learned about York No. 6 betrayal and that they would escape from here and go to East Daxia Sea King's Landing. None of them had any objection. Then, Momosagi led a group of 8 people and walked out. This journey is destined to be unstable. Advertisement. While in regular contact with Marie Joa, I found that the communication was blocked. The first reaction of the 3 CP0s was to go to another punk's laboratory to confirm its location and whether there was any problem. As he went, he bumped into Momosagi, Vegapunk and others behind him. Next, the 2 sides didn't talk much at all and just handed over. But how can a candidate general and the strength of 2 elite lieutenant generals be Momosagi's opponent today? In less than 3 minutes, everyone lost consciousness and fell to the ground. This scene left Zon Taowen stunned. Is this woman so strong? Why do you feel that you are more powerful than Mr. Kizaru? At least, if Mr. Kizaru wants to deal with these 3 guys, even if he doesn't paddle, it will take at least 10 minutes. Momosagi, on the other hand, acted as if he had done a trivial thing and didn't care at all. He clapped his hands and continued to walk out with a few people. Along the way, after killing a few more black suits, they finally came to the open space outside. Wait a minute, I'll have someone bring the boat over. Momosagi immediately took out his phone and prepared to contact Tana. However, before she could make the call, a terrifying aura suddenly fell and enveloped the entire Egghead instantly. The phone bug in Momosagi's hand immediately rolled his eyes and fainted. As for making phone calls, forget about it. Turn around and look. I saw a huge magic circle appearing on the square not far away, and in the center of the magic circle was an old man wearing a black suit and having curly hair. Momosagi's eyes narrowed sharply. This person. She knows it. It is one of the 5 elders, but how did this guy appear? Momosagi doesn't understand, but she doesn't need to understand this now. The only thing she needs to consider is how to give Vegapunk away. Momosagi never knew what kind of strength the 5 elders were. But judging from the conquerors he released just now, its strength. Definitely not weak, at least, not weaker than the 3 marine generals. As for whether it reaches the strength of 4 emperors, Momosagi doesn't know until he has played it. In Momosagi's perception, the aura of the 5 elders is very strange, so she cannot accurately judge. What kind of strength is this guy in front of me? You guys stand back and I'll handle it. Chapter 310 Skills of the Holy Sword. The sky above Fort View. A floating fortress and a huge steel fleet are currently hidden above the clouds. The bridge of the flagship was busy at the moment. Report. Received red emergency signal from Lieutenant General Momosagi. Is the satellite in place? Already in place? Lock the signal coordinates and mobilize satellite images immediately. Yes, Lieutenant General. Following the operation of the bridge team, a picture soon appeared on the main screen of the bridge. At first, I looked down from about 100 meters above the ground. Momosagi, who was wearing a cloak to hide his identity, was seen standing in front of a group of Vegapunk people. On the other side, there was a man with curly hair wearing a black suit. Tina's eyes suddenly shrank. Although she didn't know the 5 elders, their appearance was not a secret, and there were even photos of them in newspapers. Tina naturally recognized his identity at first sight. Immediately order Ace and Zoro to meet me on the bow deck. After we leave, the fleet command will be temporarily handed over to Major General Smoker on the floating fortress, and we will rush to Egghead at full speed. Yes, Lieutenant General. After giving the order, Tina left the bridge directly. Even with the ability of the Piao Piao fruit, it would take at least about 40 minutes for the fleet to get from Fudwishan. Therefore, Tina could only take Ace and Zoro and set off first. As a quick reaction team, the 3 of them possess the Thunder Fruit and can reach the battlefield in 1 minute at most. Not long after, 3 thunderbolts soared into the sky from the bow deck of the flagship, and then flew straight towards Egghead. Then, including the floating fortress, the entire fleet also set off. Its direction is also Eggerhead. Marine below was completely unaware of all these changes. Egghead. It seems that my hunch was not wrong. If I hadn't come here in person, you would have really run away. Vegapunk, world government, no, you should be very clear about the red line of our Draco people. Once you step on it, even if you have great value, you can only be erased. Saint Jago Lucius Satan said calmly. Advertisement. There was no trace of anger, it was as if he was describing an established fact, very calmly. Immediately, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly burst out from his body. BWGB, B, and its body shape is also constantly expanding. A few seconds later, a monster 6 or 7 meters tall, with the lower body in the shape of a spider, the upper body in the shape of a human, and a pair of huge horns growing out of its head, appeared in front of everyone. At the same time, black smoke was still wrapped around his body. In the past, Momosagi really didn't know what the black smoke represented, but not long ago, she accidentally heard Luo Lan say it once. All animal-type ability users, after awakening from the devil fruit, will be surrounded by black smoke, whether in human or animal form. Of course, Luo Lan also told Momosagi that this was just his own guess. After all, the only two people Luo Lan had ever seen in the original work were Lu Qi and Satan. Although there is a high probability that Sartan is a phantom beast, the phantom beast is also an animal type, so there is nothing wrong with it. After the two fruits awakened and transformed, they both had the same characteristics, which was the entanglement of black smoke. Therefore, Luo Lan speculated that all animal-type ability users would probably have such characteristics after awakening. As for Paramecia and Logia, he didn't know. Doctor, do you have the ability to fly? Except for Zan Momomaru, I and the other clones all have the ability to fly. As for York and Zan Momomaru, we can let the other clones take them away. Okay, now you leave in this direction immediately, and my people will pick you up. And you? Momosagi didn't answer the question. Instead, he turned to face Sartan and slowly pulled out Jin Kunluo from his waist. To be precise, this is no longer Jin Kunluo, but was recast by Sato after melting the old Jin Kunluo and adding some top-quality materials given by Luo Lan. However, Momosagi still named him Kinkunra. After all, this knife is of great significance to her. As for the grade of the new Jin Kunluo at this moment, there is no doubt that it has completely surpassing the quality of the 12 skills of the supreme great knife. In addition to the convenience of traveling, the new Jin Kunluo was also the key reason why Momosagi finally decided to eat the devil fruit. Because the top material Sato added was a special ore called Thunder Gold Crystal purchased by Luo Lan from within the system. In addition to being harder than seafloor stone, it also has an elemental property. That is, it can increase the power of thunder. Therefore, when Momosagi pulled out the Kinkunra, the entire sword suddenly glowed with dazzling lightning. Just like Ryujin Jaka in Shinigami, except that he turns flames into thunder. This has completely broken away from the category of conventional famous swords, and Luo Lan has also given this type of sword a brand new title. Advertisement. Yes, nowadays the 12 skills of the supreme sharp sword are no longer the pinnacle of swords, but above it, there's a whole new level. The 6 skills of the holy sword, of course. The reason why it is called Lugon is not that Sato only made 6. In fact, because the materials were too expensive and Luo Lan was saving money, he only made 3 in total. They were given to Hawkeye, Momosagi, and Zoro respectively. Moreover, these 3 weapons are all recast. Momosagi's one, as mentioned earlier, was reforged with Jin Kunluo, Hawkeye's is Knight, and Zoro's. Naturally, it is the word, harmony, regarding why Luo Lan was named the 6th art of the holy sword. Otherwise, it sounds good to your ears. These are Luo Lan's original words. Anyway, after I get the S-class fortress builders and I am not short of money, I will definitely let Sato continue to cast them. After all, that guy Zoro alone needs 3. In the Supermarine Academy in King's Landing, the number of people who learn swordsmanship is definitely the same as that of each academy. After all, apart from those with devil fruit abilities, Kendo is the most cool person, right? So, what should I do if there are more than 6 in the future? Don't think about it, it will definitely be exceeded, but it doesn't matter if it is exceeded. After all, do you think that the 50 work good knife, the 21 Kung great knife, and the 12 Kung supreme knife are really the only quantities? This is obviously not the case. These are just the most famous among the famous swords of each grade. Even if one of them is destroyed, other famous swords will immediately take its place and continue to maintain the corresponding number. At the same time, whether you can be included in this list depends not only on the knife, but also on the person. A famous sword depends on who is holding it. Otherwise, where would the fame come from? Therefore, even if there are more than 6 swords in the future, the 6 skills of the holy sword will never change. And the current ranking of the 6 skills of the holy sword. 1. Black Cut. Knight 2. Thunder. Jin Kunluo 3. Shura. Hedao Yizi. 4, 5, 6. Chapter 311. The Strange Abilities of 5 Elders. Momosagi held Jin Kunluo tightly with a solemn expression. Although now she has a strength above that of a general, even infinitely close to the strength of the 4 emperors. But the Satan in front of her still brought complete oppression to her. Is it 5 elders? Could it be said that these 5 guys all have such strength? The message has been sent out, and Tina and the others should be on the way already. At the speed of the 3 of them, they can arrive in a minute at most. That is to say, blocking for 1 minute will complete the task. Since there is no need to fight for a long time, then let me do my best from the beginning. After careful consideration, Momosagi made a decision. Although this is not a wise way to fight, under the current situation, it is the most appropriate. Under the hood, Momosagi stared at Satan. At this moment, a strange light suddenly burst out from Sartan's eyes. Momosagi immediately felt something bad, and his body instinctively raised Jin Kunluo to block his sight. The next moment, a terrifying force attacked Momosagi, and then acted on Jin Kunluo, knocking Momosagi's entire body backwards. In midair, Momosagi also looked horrified, although I don't know what tricks Satan used, but if he hadn't instinctively raised his knife to block it. I was afraid that my head just disappeared, right? Trying to control his body, Momosagi did a backflip in midair and then landed firmly on the ground. As soon as she landed on the ground, she held the sword in both hands and swung out a huge slash that belonged to a great swordsman. Regardless of speed, power, or size, he will never lose to Hawkeye before entering King's Landing. Even beyond that, the most important thing is that this slash is not only mixed with arm colors, but also entangled with thunder. It was as if it had been given special effects, and the scene was extremely shocking. It can be said that if Hawkeye had not been able to enter King's Landing, then Momoshiki at this moment would never lose to him in swordsmanship, and might even defeat him. Thunder entwined, the visual effect was directly full of slashes, opening a terrifying chasm on the ground, heading straight towards Sartan. Although it cannot be compared with the speed of the shining fruit, such a close distance, coupled with Momoshiki's quick attack as soon as it fell, the whole set of actions was completely unexpected, so much so that Satan could not react for a while. But that's not important. Yes, to Satan, it really doesn't matter at all. In a flash of lightning, half of Satan's right shoulder was severed. Faced with this result, Momoshiki was stunned. That's right, he did attack this blow with all his strength, without any reservation. But it's not like you can kill this guy with one move, right? Advertisement. If it was really that easy, would my own knowledge and experience be such a crazy warning? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Momoshiki shook his head vigorously, but he didn't seem to notice. Where Sartan was injured by her, there was no blood in the incision. Not only that, the flesh and blood at the incision was squirming crazily at the moment, and then strips of flesh and blood shot out, like countless thick lines, reconnecting the two completely separated flesh and blood. Just less than 3 seconds, Momoshiki couldn't believe his eyes. This guy's shoulder is intact as before, not even a scar is left. Is it really something humans can do? However, even so. If it doesn't work once, do it twice. If it doesn't work twice, do it 3 times. At worst, I'll keep attacking for a whole minute. Anyway, I am not trying to defeat him, but just delaying time. Thinking of this, Momoshiki held Kinkunra tightly and lifted it up again. However, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, Momoshiki still didn't swing Jin Kunlua down. It's not that she doesn't want to, it's that he can't. At this moment, Momoshiki was suppressed by some strange force and unable to move. He couldn't even move a step, let alone swing a slash. What exactly is this power? Momoshiki doesn't understand. Never seen before. The swordsmanship is good. Although it is not as good as Nishu Langsheng, it is no worse than Hawkeye. Not to mention, she's a woman. Let me see, who are you? The next moment, Satan's conquerors burst out instantly. This coercion is no weaker than the 4 emperors, and even Momoshiki can feel that it seems to be mixed with some other unknown forces. At the same time, she also noticed that this conquerors. It seems to be similar to Luo Lan's conquerors. Although not as strong as Luo Lan, it is indeed very similar. Especially the way it causes substantial harm. At this moment, Momoshiki could feel that the hood on his head was beginning to crack. Advertisement. It turned into strips of rags, blowing in the wind. Finally, Sartan saw the face that had been hidden under the hood. Then, he frowned deeply, because although he controlled conquerors very accurately, he shattered the opponent's hood. But who would have thought? After the hood was gone, the other party was still wearing a mask. A big departure. However, this is not a problem either. Next, just destroy that mask as well. It's a pity that Momoshiki broke free before Satan could make any move and regained his mobility. As for the way to break free, it's actually very simple. Just use conquerors to hedge. You know, there's no strong person in King's Landing today who can't conquerors. In the Supermarine Academy, mental power can be cultivated systematically, but as long as the mental power reaches a certain limit, awakening conquerors is not a problem at all. Maybe Momoshiki's conquerors is a lot worse than Satan's. However, if you want to get rid of mental constraints, you don't have to be mentally stronger than the opponent. As long as there is some resistance, that's fine. At this moment, Momoshiki was also frightened. Fortunately, after the guy restrained himself, he didn't kill him immediately. Instead, I kept talking nonsense for a long time and wanted to find out who I really was. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'm already dead. Sure enough. Just like Luo Lan said, when fighting, do it immediately if you can, and don't talk nonsense. However, although Momoshiki despises Satan's actions, his expression. But he became more solemn. After all, every ability that Satan has used so far is very weird. Moreover, until now, I have not been able to think of a way to restrain myself. Regardless of how much stronger he is than me, as far as these abilities are concerned, he has already eaten himself to death. Calculate the time. It has only lasted 10 seconds so far. It seems that if you don't show some ability to press the bottom of the box, it won't work. Momoshiki took a deep breath, then clasped Kinkunra with both hands and lifted it up. He made a thrusting stance. Chapter 312 Elemental Holy Sword. Thunder entangled on Jin Kunluo, bursting out with dazzling light. As Momoshiki's understanding of Kendo became deeper and deeper, and even reached the height of the eagle eye, she understood a truth. That is, any fancy sword moves are actually substandard performances. The real pinnacle of Kendo is to simplify the complex. Actions that are as basic as stabbing, chopping, tapping, teasing, and picking are the most direct and effective means of Kendo. If you must add something, it could be a sight color, a weapon color, or even a conqueror's, or the special ability of a devil fruit, but definitely not those complicated and cumbersome sword skills. Momoshage slowly closed his eyes, and an extremely sharp aura suddenly burst out. Coupled with the power of thunder, which represents the ultimate attack power, the whole person is filled with a fatal aggressiveness. If you were an ordinary person, just standing in front of Momoshage at this moment, you would be suppressed by this aura and your will to fight would collapse. But, is Sartan an ordinary person? Apparently not. However, even he frowned slightly at this moment. Because he could sense that Momoshage was about to touch the realm of Kendo at this moment. Before today, as far as he knew, there was only one person in the entire world who could touch that field. Right now, he is also one of the 5 elders, Saint Izanbalan v Nasthiro. Even Mahak, considered the world's greatest swordsman, has not yet reached this level. Of course, Satan didn't know what he thought, it's all outdated old news. Of course, these things are not the most important at the moment. And Sartan, who noticed the opponent's swordsmanship strength, became a lot more serious at this moment. Knowing how terrifying that realm is, Momoshage is already a threat in his eyes. It is a threat that must be eliminated immediately. The next moment, the 2 people disappeared on the spot almost at the same time, and then using the original position between the 2 people as the starting point, extremely terrifying energy swept across the entire Egghead instantly. Even the sky, all cracked at the same time. Rhode Island. Junlin Combat Command Center. This is a building with 3 floors above ground and 5 floors underground. On the huge screen, the battle scene between Momoshage and Satan in Egghead was currently displayed. Luo Lan, on the other hand, had a solemn expression. He is very aware of Momoshage's current strength. Advertisement: the level of swordsmanship has reached the level of Hawkeye. Of course, this is talking about Hawkeye before joining King's Landing. And the overall strength has completely surpassed the 3 Marine Generals, and has already stepped into the 4 Emperors level. Not to mention, due to the recent advancement of the Holy Sword Project, Momoshage got a brand new Jin Kunluo, and ate the Thunder Fruit without side effects, which made his overall combat power take a big step forward again. However, even with such strength, she was still at a disadvantage when facing the 5 Elders. And the gap is not small. Luo Lan couldn't help but sigh. In the original work, Luffy and his group could actually fight with them for a long time, repelling or even injuring Sartan. Isn't this a joke? Should I say that they really deserve to be the protagonist group, and what's more, it's necessary for the plot. After all, in Luo Lan's opinion, with the strength of Luffy and others at the time in the original work, they simply did not have the strength to fight Satan. And with such strength, even if the 3 of Tina arrive, the 4 of them may not be able to get anything good if they join forces. Unless the entire fleet arrives later, and the strategic squadron accompanying the ship joins forces to attack, it will be possible to repel it. But the fleet, it still takes almost 40 minutes to reach Egghead. It was obviously too late. How long until the Holy Inquisitor can take his place? 298 seconds. Show countdown on home screen. Yes, Fleet Admiral. The next moment, a countdown appeared in the upper left corner of the main screen. 298, 297, 296. At the same time, in space, a huge metal man-made object is being propelled by a space-customized version of the volley shell, and is adjusting its posture with a space-customized version of the wind shell. On its abdomen, 6 long metal artifacts hung, shining with a dark luster. If you are an aboriginal person in the pirate world, you will not understand what it is when you see this thing. But if you look at Luo Lan's past life, a proper noun will instantly flash in most people's minds, and that is space-based weapons. That's right, now that satellites can be launched, coupled with the space applications of various sky island shells. This makes Junlin have better space launch capabilities than Luo Lan's previous life, and can send larger and heavier objects directly into various orbits. With the abilities of Silas and the others, coupled with the idea of space-based weapons given by Luo Lan, the current results naturally appeared. After all, this thing is not technically difficult in nature. It just sends things up, and when used, it just shoots down the special metal rod, that's all. Of course, it is very simple to say, but in fact, it can't be that simple. The perspective returns to Egghead. After collapsing more than 10 buildings in a row, Momoshage finally stabilized his body. Advertisement: pushing away a boulder with his hand, a figure emerged from the ruins. The blood overflowing from the corner of his mouth, even with a mask, could no longer be blocked and dripped down his chin. It was obvious that he had suffered some losses in the previous rounds of rapid attacks. At the same time, also injured a little. Of course, the other side is not doing well either. A big hole was blasted out of Sartan's abdomen, and there was a kind of black thunder wandering around the wound, which seemed to be hindering his outrageous healing power, preventing him from recovering as quickly as before. Sartan frowned. He didn't expect Momoshage's last blow to be so powerful, so. Yes, he underestimated the enemy. She didn't go all out, so she couldn't completely defeat Momoshage's attack, and she finally opened a big hole in herself. But it's not important, not at all. His self-healing ability is even dozens or hundreds of times more terrifying than Kaido's. Even if it is blocked by the power of thunder at this moment, it cannot recover immediately. Not to mention the elemental power of a mere devil fruit. Pressing his hand on the wound on his abdomen, a strange black energy emitted from his palm. This energy was like a superior predator, and it began to devour the remaining black thunder. Just less than 3 seconds, all the black thunder remaining in Sartan's wound was swallowed up by this energy. And that wound, because there was no obstruction from black thunder, he quickly recovered. In just a few seconds, he was completely restored to his original state without leaving even a scar. Even the hole in the clothes was gone. Seeing this scene, Momosagi's eyes suddenly shrank. Then he smiled bitterly. I thought that with this move, I could slow down this guy for at least a minute, but it turned out. It seems like it only takes 10 seconds before and after? 20 million volts, Thor, the next moment, Momosagi shouted. But it's different from Enel or Tina's Thunder God posture. Momosagi's Thunder God did not completely elementalize himself, but crazily compressed his own thunder power, and then everything was poured into Jin Kunluo. As mentioned before, as one of the 6 skills of the Holy Sword, today's Jin Kunluo is recast from Thunder Yao Jin Jing, and Lei Yao Jin Jing has a special storage and amplification effect on thunder. At this moment, Jin Kunluo's whole body was filled with thunder, and he actually, just like elementalization, losing entity. Chapter 313 Momosagi's Trump Card. A knife turned into an element. Although Vegapunk is indeed studying the technology of how to make the sword eat devil fruit. But this technology, not successful yet, although Sartan is also a scientist, he is confused and cannot understand it at all. However, there is one thing he can feel, and that is the golden kunra in Momosagi's hand was emitting a power that made his heart palpitate. Apart from the other 5 elders, how many years has it been since I felt this kind of power? Decades? Or hundreds of years? Satan has lived too long and can no longer remember it? In short, this unknown woman must be completely erased from the world today. Even if it is, there is no hesitation in summoning the other 4 people together. If this threat can be eliminated, I believe Master I Am will not blame himself. According to Sato, each holy sword can be liberated with a specific power. And Jin Kunluo, who was named Thunder, naturally. The power of thunder is the key to its liberation. This is why Momosagi's Thunder God form is so unique. Through the baptism of thunder, the characteristics of Thunder Gold Crystal, the main raw material of Jin Kunluo, are completely activated. Momosagi grasped the handle of the knife tightly with both hands. She had been curious about one thing before, and that was, what did General Kizaru feel when he held the Tianyan Kong sword in his hand? After all, that thing is not physical, but now, Momosagi already knows. This feeling is really strange. Next, although Luo Lan said, with my current mental strength, I still cannot completely control Jin Kunluo in this form. And once Jin Kunluo loses control and goes on a rampage, he may even destroy the entire island. Therefore, at this stage, it is best not to completely liberate it unless it is absolutely necessary. Well, although I remember everything this guy said, at this moment. Is this already a last resort situation? Moreover, Vegapunk and others have already left, even if Jin Kunluo really loses control. It shouldn't matter, right? Under Momosagi's mask, which already had many cracks, the corners of Momosagi's mouth raised slightly. Advertisement. He immediately rushed towards Satan. It's not that she doesn't want to stand up and output like Hawkeye, but she can't do it. After Jin Kunluo was liberated, he was indeed very strong, even ridiculously strong. However, this kind of power is to compress all the power to the extreme, and then condense it into the main body of Jin Kunluo's material, which is the Thunder Gold Crystal. It's not that it can't be released, but, at this moment, Jin Kunluo is like a ball full of air. Once you open your mouth to vent, then all the thunder power stored in Jin Kunluo will be released in an instant. This is Momosagi's biggest trump card, and it's naturally impossible to use it right away. But if this move is not used, the thunderous Jin Kunluo will only be able to fight in close combat. Firmly locking Momosagi's movements, Sartan directly raised his right hand and grabbed Momosagi. The ultimate weapon color is wrapped with black flame clouds, exuding strange fluctuations. Momosagi did not flinch and faced him with his sword. The next moment, the two collided hard. Boom! The entire island was shaken violently as if it had been hit by a meteorite. And in the center of the island, there was the meeting point between the two. The dust was flying, covering everything, and nothing could be seen clearly. The only thing that can be seen is the constant thunder, or the strange black flame clouds, moving around and flickering in the entire space. The next moment, a figure flew out from the smoke. But she did a backflip in the air, stabilized her body, and then charged again. Then, huge energy exploded again, but this time. This energy blew away all the dust flying in the sky. Without these things to block it, the scene of the two people's confrontation was revealed. I saw Momosagi either slashing, stabbing, or beheading. Every movement is extremely simple, all are the most basic swordsmanship movements, these are even. Every kendo beginner must practice the movements every day. However, this extremely basic thing is now being used by Momosagi as if it were his own body. Although the fight was very intense, but Momosagi clearly has reservations. Facing a stronger opponent than yourself, you still have to retain your strength. Is Momosagi crazy? Obviously, this is not possible, says she. It's intentional. Sure enough, not long after the fight, Sartan discovered that although Momosagi's Jin Kunluo felt scary, it didn't seem to be that powerful. As long as he deliberately took a hit from her, he could pick it up and take it down in an instant. In the end, she could be forced to give up her sword. I have super self-healing ability, so what if I get stabbed by her? Advertisement. So, Satan sold a flaw, and Momosagi Taking advantage of this flaw, he directly used a thrust, firmly inserting Jin Kunluo into Sarden's left shoulder. You've fallen into a trap. Satan did not show any pain, as if it was not his shoulder that was penetrated. One hand instantly grabbed Jin Kunluo's blade, and the other hand. He went straight for Momosagi's neck. Got it, this was the first thought in Sarden's mind. In his opinion, Momosagi must either give up the sword at this moment or he can only choke him. And no matter which one she chooses, it means the end. It's just the difference between ending immediately or ending after a few seconds. There is not much essential difference, but at this time, the corners of Momosagi's mouth also raised slightly. Jin Kunluo, release completely. With a low shout, Jin Kunluo suddenly exploded with lightning. Even Vegapunk and others who had already left the island some distance away, when they went back to look, they couldn't even see Egghead clearly because the lightning was too dazzling. The power that was so terrifying that it could almost destroy an island was all compressed into one point at this moment. One can imagine how terrifying the center of the energy explosion is. This is Momosagi's last resort. All the previous preparations were for this moment. In front of the swordsman, deliberately showing a weakness? Are you serious? Rhodes said. Combat Command Center? There was great joy in the hall. Although the result is not yet known, everyone saw Momosagi's move and the situation on the island at this moment through satellite images. They believed that absolutely no one could survive this attack. Therefore, I immediately entered the cheering mode. However, the cheering had just begun when, quiet, it's not over yet. What, it's not over yet? Could it be? Suddenly, everyone's expressions changed drastically. He quickly sat down again and became busy at his respective posts again. Luo Lan, on the other hand, was staring closely at the right side of the big screen, which displayed the image of the battle area map, and the 3 green dots that were moving at high speed on the image. Sister Tina, you have to hurry up, after all. After that move, Sister Gion maybe. Chapter 314 Support from the Thunder Trio. Hoochie, wheeze. The power of thunder within Jin Kunluo has been exhausted, and the elemental form has been released. Momosagi gasped for air and dug into the ground to support his body. She really tried her best this time, squeezing out almost all her power and delivering her strongest blow. The effect is very frightening, and it is also very dangerous for Momosagi himself. After all physical strength and the elemental power of the devil fruit were drained instantly, and Momosagi was almost semi-paralyzed after the attack. Whoops. Hope. It can work. To be honest, Momosagi didn't think he could kill Sarden with this move. I just hope it can be severely damaged, but if nothing happens. It would also be great to hold off for a while. As the Research Institute of Vegapunk, Egghead has utilized almost every inch of land, and the entire island is full of large and small buildings. Now under the brilliance of Momosagi's ultimate move, there are wreckage everywhere. However, hundreds of meters away, where Momosagi started, there is only a huge deep pit, whether it is inside the pit or near the pit. You can't see any building debris, everything is so clean. It's not that there were no buildings here before, but that everything was completely destroyed by Momosagi's ultimate thunder power. Raising his head, Momosagi looked at the pothole hundreds of meters away. At the same time, I felt it through my experience. His expression suddenly changed. Compared to Momosagi, as far away as Rhode Island, there was a gasp in the King's Landing Operation Command Center. Because they can see it more clearly now. On the huge screen, it is the picture captured by the satellite at this moment. Moreover, looking down from directly above, the situation inside the pothole. Clearly shown. In the giant pit, Satan's huge body in human animal form was lying there at the moment. The appearance is very miserable. The entire right arm, right shoulder and part of the chest have disappeared. Even the head and the right lower jaw have lost a large piece, so that the teeth are exposed. With this appearance, a normal person would definitely not be able to survive. But this guy, Sarden, was healing rapidly, visibly to the naked eye. At this speed, it would take at least half a minute for this guy to recover as before. Simply outrageous. Could it be? Advertisement he is immortal and there is no way to kill him? Involuntarily, this question appeared in everyone's mind. Luo Lan also frowned. When he thought about it, what exactly was Satan's self-healing power? Speaking of which, although it was not explicitly stated in the original work, there is a series of strange abilities in Sarden, such as self-healing, suppression, and even remote communication of ideas between the 5 elders without the use of any equipment. Devil fruit? No, Luo Lan didn't think so. On the contrary, Luo Lan considered another possibility. It was hinted in the original work that Satan had lived for a long time, and his appearance did not change even after decades. This made Luo Lan think about immortality surgery. Long life, coupled with the characteristics of immortality. So, does it just make sense? If this is the case, then the abilities of self-healing and suppression are probably not unique to Sarden, but what are the basic abilities that every 5 elders have? Can even people who have also undergone ageless surgery communicate with each other remotely? Think of this. Luo Lan smiled bitterly and shook his head. There is still too little information to make a judgment. Then, he looked up at the big screen again, and after confirming the distance between Tina and the 3 of them, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although Momosagi is in a bad state now, fortunately she made the right move in the end. Even Satan couldn't recover immediately after being severely injured by Momosagi's ultimate move. As for Tina and the others, before it fully recovers. Rush to Egghead. The rest is just to hold on for enough time to contain it. Finally, space-based weapons will end it all. Luo Lan didn't believe that you could still heal yourself after it was destroyed to the point of leaving no trace of flesh and blood. Time passed quickly, more than 20 seconds. Momosagi's breath has become calmer, but his expression has become more solemn. She could sense that in just over 20 seconds, Satan had fully recovered, except for his right arm, which was still a little bit worse. Other parts were intact as before. Monster. Involuntarily, Momosagi also cursed secretly. At this moment, I don't have the strength to fight him again. However, the next moment, Momosagi suddenly felt something and let out a long breath. Advertisement, Tina, you are finally here. At the same time Momosagi said this, 3 thunderbolts landed directly behind Momosagi. Gion, are you okay? Seeing Momosagi's current state, if it weren't for the support of Jin Kunluo, it would be difficult to stand. He immediately rushed forward anxiously and supported her. Tina, I'm fine. That guy is still in the pothole ahead, before he fully recovers. Don't worry, I understand, you hurry up and recover first. After all, although the thunderfruit is fast, it cannot move people. We have to evacuate quickly afterwards. Tina nodded. Before she set off, she had received Luo Lan's battle plan and knew what to do next. When it comes to Luo Lan's tactics, it's also very simple, that is, dragging. As for how to drag, it is also very simple, the 3 of them cooperate and output continuously. Not giving Satan any chance to breathe, keeping him in a state of high-speed self-healing. On the one hand, Luo Lan wanted to test the limits of Satan's self-healing power, on the other hand. I really want to delay time. After all, space-based weapons will take time. Ace, Zoro, you use the Holy Judgment to continuously attack, making it impossible for him to recover at ease, and I. 20 million volts, Thunder God form. The next moment, thunder exploded instantly. The female Thor who previously appeared in Malinfondo appears again. At the same time, Satan, who was deep in the pit, shrank his eyes suddenly. Turn out to be. It's you. Momosagi had disguises before, but now Tina and the 3 of them don't have any disguises. Moreover, Tina's Thunder God form is so iconic that it can't be disguised at all. Satan immediately recognized who his opponent was. Who else could it be if it wasn't King's Landing? He cursed in his heart. If he had known about it before, he would have definitely summoned the other 4 people over immediately. But now, even if he wants to summon him, he has no chance. Because, a black thunder column with a diameter of 3 meters in the sky. It fell down instantly. It blasted into the giant pit with great precision, swallowing up Satan's huge body. Chapter 315 Ghost Spirit Tina began to charge up her ultimate move. Ace and Zoro were the first to attack, and the divine punishment just now was Ace's masterpiece. Speaking of the 4 people who have eaten the thunderfruit in King's Landing now, in terms of strength, Momosagi is definitely stronger than Tina, and Tina is stronger than Ace and Zoro. As for Ace and Zoro, they are almost equal. In the same way, compared to Momosagi and Tina, Ace's attack power is also weaker with the same move. Of course, no matter how weak he is, Ace's current strength is definitely above that of a candidate for general, and is infinitely close to that of a general. Perhaps, his attack could not pose a threat to Sardan. However, the phrase, cannot pose a threat, never means that I can let you attack me without breaking my defense. There is a premise here, that is, Satan needs defense. For defense, he would have to interrupt his self-healing. And this is the purpose of Tina's trio. The mission of Ace and Zoro has never been to defeat Sardan, but only to harass him. Inside the pit, Satan was furious. Forget about Momosagi from before, or Tina who was charging up her ultimate move over there. But what kind of level are you 2? You are not even a general, and you dare to take action against me. Wait until the lightning dissipates. Sardan stopped recovering his right arm and went directly to dry land to pull onions. He was so fast. There was even a sonic boom, however, just when Satan appeared above the pothole and stabilized his body. But he was suddenly stunned for a moment, because, right in front of where he stabilized his figure, there was a figure that was several times smaller than himself. The figure had his eyes closed tightly, holding a white and extremely beautiful sword. Satan's first reaction was, how could there be such a beautiful knife in the world? And the most outrageous thing is that I can't feel any trace of blood from this knife. Instead, it reveals a kind of purity everywhere, or in other words. Holy. How so? You know, the sword is a murder weapon, and swordsmanship is a killing technique. No matter how you sugarcoat kendo, this is the truth. Therefore, Sardan could not understand at all why the sword in front of him exuded a holy aura. And if Luo Lan knew what Satan was thinking at this moment, he would definitely smile bitterly. Holy? That was one of the 6 holy swords, and it was also the one with the name of Shira? Are you calling me holy? Are the 2 words Shira and holiness words that can be connected? But okay. Advertisement. It is also true that Zoro's recast Wadao Yajiji, without the ghost energy being injected into it, is indeed. It has an extremely contrasting sense of holiness. At this time, Zoro, who was in front of Satan, slowly opened his eyes. A black airflow instantly spurted out with him as the center. Ghostly, Sardan has lived long enough, and with his status as 5 elders, he naturally knows more things than ordinary people. Others may not know it, but he recognized immediately. This is so ghostly, although it is not domineering, it is not weaker than domineering at all. Even in terms of ultimate attack power, there is something stronger than domineering. After all, domineering is very comprehensive and ghostly. It's like putting all attribute points on the attack. A simple yet ultimate attack. Unexpectedly, after decades, people who awakened their ghost energy appeared again. The next second, infected by ghost energy, the word, Wado, that originally gave people a sense of incomparable holiness was now covered in a dark red color. The original sense of holiness is gone, replaced now by. It is an extreme, and it is like a fear imprinted deep in the soul. Creepy. Speaking of which, Zoro and Hawkeye can be regarded as two completely opposite extremes. As for Momoshiki, who follows the same path as Hawkeye, his swordsmanship is also extremely contradictory to Zoro's. The reason is that both Hawkeye and Momoshiki followed the conventional sword path, that is, first from simple to complex, and then from complex to simple again, and finally surpassed the great swordsman. But what about Zoro? Simplify the complex, make a fool of yourself. That's right, Zoro not only did not start to simplify the complex again after reaching the great swordsman like Hawkeye and Momoshiki, but continued to develop the word, traditional, in a more extreme direction. As a result, Zoro's sword moves are all of the type that directly maximize the special effects. It is in sharp contrast to Hawkeye's extremely simple flat A or ultimate move. Suddenly, Satan realized something was wrong. Own body. Can't move? This feeling, it's ghost energy? Sardan reacted immediately. Advertisement at the same time, he also recalled something from his long memory. That's right, ghost energy can also burst out with mental attacks similar to Conqueror's and can temporarily suppress the opponent and hinder its movements. If you want to solve it, well, just use Conquerors for hedging and that's it. Although ghost energy is rare, the number of people who have awakened to ghost energy over the past 800 years can even be counted on one hand. But Satan, who has also lived for hundreds of years, has naturally met a few of them and even fought against them. He is also very clear about some ghostly methods. I immediately understood what I should do, however, it's a little late. A sound that sounded like it came from hell reached Satan's ears. One sword style ghost energy, big shock. Before Satan could move smoothly, the blood-red head Aoyiji in Zoro's hand was already under his command. Cut off a spider leg just like cutting tofu, after all. At this moment, Sardan was shocked by the sudden ghostly energy and did not activate his weapons at all. So much so that one leg was easily chopped off by Zoro. Sardan's eyes widened, and in the next moment horror, Conquerors burst out from his body. And formed a barrier-like existence around itself to keep the ghost energy out. Meanwhile, operations resumed. Soon, he was going to give Zoro a white eye first. No, it was an evil eye. However, he hadn't waited for the evil eye to be activated. In the sky, another divine punishment fell. It is thicker than the previous one, and the power of thunder is more concentrated. Sartain immediately prepared to avoid it. I am very strong, and I am not afraid of this thunderous attack, but this doesn't mean that I have to bear it hard. I don't have that abnormal tendency. Naturally, dodge became the first choice, but Ace's divine punishment is different from Tina's. Ace had an idea as he firmly locked onto the dodged Sardan through the color of his sight. The thunder pillar that represented divine punishment seemed to be struck by a mirror and was refracted directly in the air. When Satan didn't expect it at all, let alone react. It hit him again, swallowing up his entire huge body. Zoro on the side, his eyes narrowed again. One sword style, ghost energy, death. Lion Sing, Chapter 316 Holy Judgment, Launch, Boy, Die. When Ace's divine punishment lasted for several seconds, most of its power gradually dissipated. Sardan flicked his left arm to disperse the remaining thunder power and immediately prepared to attack Ace. A kid who was not even 20 years old actually took advantage of himself unprepared and attacked him again and again. How can this be tolerated? Then, before it could take action. Then he saw a slash with a ghostly aura suddenly swinging down towards him. If Sardan had time to curse at this moment, then, I will definitely introduce to everyone a certain kind of green plant. The intact left arm was instantly covered with a layer of armed color and then raised to block it. This reaction is not unpleasant, however, the knife that was originally aimed at his chest suddenly changed its trajectory strangely. The next moment, a huge black spider leg fell from the air to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Satan's face was extremely ugly. Whether it's his right arm that was destroyed by Momoshiki before and hasn't recovered yet, or his leg that was chopped off twice in a row by Zoro. This won't have much impact on him, and he won't feel any pain. But the key. This is so embarrassing. As one of the 5 elders, and also one of the strongest combatants under Imyu, he was so embarrassed against just a few little guys. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. None of these 4 guys want to leave alive. At this moment, Satan's eyes were filled with blazing flames, staring at Ace and Zoro in front of him. However, he was so angry that he seemed to have forgotten. The people who came to support Momoshiki were not 2, but 3. 500 million volts, the unicorn comes to the world. Tina's voice came from above the battlefield. Speaking of which, Tina didn't know what a unicorn was, and there were no legends about unicorns in the pirate world. However, the library of Supermarine Academy has. After all, Luo Lan told Tina and others that if they want to develop stronger devil fruits, they must master more knowledge. Therefore, Tina found a large number of books related to thunder or lightning in the library. Among them, there is a book specifically introducing the 5 auspicious beasts. Among the 5 auspicious beasts, Qilin is associated with both thunder and lightning. Especially the illustrations in the book, the Kirin surrounded by thunder, lightning, clouds and fog, are so majestic. Advertisement and Tina was based on the introduction of that book and the image of Kirin in the illustrations. He developed his own ultimate move. At the same time, because this move requires too much energy, it must be in the form of a thunder god to successfully release it. After all, 500 million volts is really not good under normal conditions. At this moment, thunderclouds were rolling above, as if something terrifying was brewing. The entire sky exudes an aura of ultimate destruction. The next moment, I saw a giant beast composed entirely of black thunder power, emerging from the rolling thunderclouds little by little. Full of oppression. Sartan frowned slightly. He has never seen this kind of creature, nor has he seen it in books. This is of course, after all, the legend of Kirin does not exist in the pirate world. The Kirin built by Tina with the power of thunder. The antlers are like a deer, the head is like a camel, the eyes are like ghosts, the neck is like a snake, the belly is like a mirage, the scales are like a fish, the claws are like an eagle, the palms are like a tiger, and the ears are like an ox. I have to say, what I saw was exactly the same as what was described in the book. Qilin's eyes flashed with lightning, staring at Sartan below, exuding an aura of destruction. Then, a sudden impact was launched. Target. Of course it's Satan. Seeing this scene, Satan did not dare to look down upon it. Immediately activate the armed color with all his strength, and instantly complete the full body armed color. First, the whole person turned dark, and then a flowing cherry-colored energy wrapped around the black. Is Ryu Sakura just a different name for armed colors in Wano, or is it a more advanced form of armed colors? At this moment, there is already an answer. After all, if the name is just different, how can the shape be different? In addition, in the later stages of the original work, Luffy also began to emerge into the armed Sakura form, obviously. This is definitely not just a different name. Of course, none of that matters now. Because, right now, two terrifying forces collided fiercely. On one side is Satan, who is going all out, and on the other side is. Thus, one of the 5 auspicious beasts in the legend of Luo Land's previous life appeared in this world, Qilin. Well, it's still a black unicorn made of thunder. As soon as the two sides came into contact, extremely terrifying energy erupted, once again sweeping across the entire island. To be honest, Egghead is really miserable. I was plowed by Momosagi's ultimate move before. Advertisement as a result, in less than 2 minutes, Tina's ultimate move. Plowed again. The building that had been turned into ruins was blown out of the island by the shockwave this time, and a super cleaning was carried out. Zoro and Ace came to Momosagi at this moment and helped her block the impact. After all, Momosagi is still very weak at the moment and may not be able to bear it. And even if you resist, I'm afraid it will consume a lot of physical energy that is not easy to recover. After a full minute, only then did most of the energy of this impact dissipate. The clothes on Sartan's body had been completely destroyed, revealing an unusually strong physique that was completely inconsistent with his apparent age. However, at this moment, most of the skin on his body was like charcoal and even smoking. It was like his whole body had been severely burned. However, before waiting for a few seconds, the char on the surface of the skin had fallen off, revealing new skin as smooth and tender as a baby. Apparently, his self-healing ability started to work again. After repairing the skin, Satan's 2 spider legs that were severed by Zoro and his right arm that had been destroyed by Momosagi also began to recover quickly. Estimated according to the self-healing speed, it will take more than a minute at most. He will then be able to fully recover. Although he easily withstood Tina's ultimate move, Sartan was extremely angry. Because, when he resisted that move and was about to capture and kill the 4 people, he discovered. I can no longer perceive the other party's existence through my own perception. How could he not know that Tina and the others definitely took the opportunity to slip away while he and the Qilin were fighting each other? Although he is one of the 5 elders, Sartan's power of knowledge is also very strong, even to the point of being ridiculously strong. But at the speed of the Thunderfruit, it is indeed. It only takes 2 or 3 seconds to completely escape the range of one's own perception. And just now, I wasted almost a whole minute. At the same time, Rhode Island, Junlin Combat Command Center. Report. The Holy Inquisitor is in place and the target calibration is completed. Report. The 4 Lieutenant General Momosagi have left the absolute killing radius. Report. The target is still in place and seems to be activating its self-healing ability. Report. Reports sounded one after another in the command center. Luo Lan, on the other hand, narrowed her eyes slightly. Holy Judge. Emission, Chapter 3:17 Ancient Saint Figalondo Green. Sartan looked up at the sky in confusion. From just now, his intuition kept telling him that something very bad was coming. The direction you are coming from is directly above you. But no matter how he sensed it, he couldn't detect anything weird above him. Even above the clouds, the same is true. Because of this, he didn't understand at all that his always accurate intuition, this time. What happened? Wait, what is that? At this moment, Satan suddenly felt something and narrowed his eyes slightly. In the beginning, it was just a small dot, but then it rubbed the air at an outrageous speed, and the high temperature generated turned into a stream of red light. Without giving Satan any time to react, he had already fallen. And the location? It happens to be where Sarton is. It is extremely accurate, with no error of even 1 meter. Boom. The next moment, the color of heaven and earth change. Centered on the impact point of the tungsten rod, the entire egghead began to collapse in all directions. A complete collapse. Under that huge kinetic energy, it was just a small island, with no resistance at all. Instantly erased. The debris were washed up thousands of meters into the air like a volcanic eruption. And below, let alone egghead, just the sea. They were all similarly stirred up by turbulent waves, and even formed tsunamis hundreds of meters high, spreading to the surrounding areas. Egghead? It has disappeared from everyone's eyes? Inside King's Landing's Combat Command Center. Everyone looked at this scene coldly. This is the first time people in this world have seen the power of Skyrim weapons. How could such a simple, solid tungsten rod cause such horrific damage when dropped? This kind of power is no weaker than the legendary Pluton, right? Or even stronger? After all, they knew that the tungsten rod they just launched. Advertisement, it's still the smallest specification carried by the Holy Tribulation. As for the largest specification, although the Holy Inquisition only carries one, its weight is 30 times that of this one. If this thing falls down, let alone a small island, it will be a large island. I'm afraid it will be erased instantly. This kind of weapon is simply too terrifying. How long until the fleet arrives? Just when everyone was still immersed in shock, Luo Lan's voice sounded. Report, it will take about 37 minutes. We can't make it in time. Let Tana put in the sonar, and then evacuate at full speed. Yes, Fleet Admiral, Luo Lan wanted to confirm whether she killed Satan, but she couldn't let Tana stay there and take risks. After all, Momosagi is in a very weak state at this moment, and Tina's all-out ultimate move, although not as powerful as Momosagi, still consumed almost half of her physical strength. At this time, if Satan is not dead, or if someone else from the 5 elders comes over, it will be really dangerous. Not to mention, Vegapunk is still on top, so there is no room for any surprises. His brain fruit is the key to the further development of King's Land in the future. Therefore, the best way is to throw a few sonar down, then turn around and fly away at full speed. The next moment, after receiving the order and being controlled by a user with Piao Piao fruit ability, Tana, who was floating 400 to 500 meters in the air, directly ejected the 2 sonar devices. Then, he turned around under direct control and ran away. Ah no, it's just flying away. At the same time, the first fleet also received the order. It was an order to change the mission. The specific content is as follows. The second fleet has already set off from Rhode Island. After the first fleet reunites with Tana, it will conduct a full escort to ensure that it returns to Rhode Island intact. At the same time, Tina went to the floating fortress to wait for the arrival of the second fleet, and then continued the operation in the Fordwetian Sea area. However, special attention must be paid. Once any special actions are discovered by the Marine or World Government, the battle will be abandoned immediately and the entire fleet will withdraw to the East Daxia Sea. To be honest, if it weren't for Sengoku being in Marine, and Marine's fleet admiral. At this critical moment, Luo Lan would not send out the second fleet, but would directly bring everyone back. Although I don't know whether Satan is alive or dead. During the battle, will the information about Tina, Zoro, and Ace be told to the other 4 through the abilities revealed in the original work? Therefore, it is still necessary for Tina to be prepared to deal with the possible next attacks from the world government. At the same time, Holy Land Marie Joya. Between powers. Satan, is he dead? Advertisement. The 4 of them sensed something at the same time. You looked at me, I looked at him, and he looked at you. They were all stunned at the same time. What happened in Egghead? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Except for Lord I Am, there is no power in this world to kill Sarton. Then it can't be that all 4 of us feel wrong, right? But this, they know better than anyone what 5 elders means. It means 5 special phantom beast devil fruits that are not recorded in the illustrated book, and over the past 800 years, 5 ageless surgeries have been successfully performed. Not only is it powerful, but the most important thing is that the surgery for immortality is also called the surgery for immortality. If you think it's just an infinite lifespan, you'd be too naive. In addition to lifespan, people who undergo immortality surgery will also gain immortality. No matter how badly injured you are, even if only 1 head is left, you can heal yourself in a very short time. It is not an exaggeration to say high-speed regeneration. With nearly invincible strength, coupled with this bug-like power of regeneration, apart from Lord I Am, they simply couldn't think of anyone or anything in this world who could kill the 5 of them. At the same time, an inexplicable feeling of fear began to spread in everyone's heart. Because at this moment they understood one thing, that is, no matter who it is, or what it is, from now on, they will no longer be unkillable. Given this fact, how could they not be afraid? Huh, you guys are really useless. At this moment, the door between the powers was pushed open, and a figure walked in. And as soon as he entered the realm of power, he started to ridicule. Old Saint Figolando Green, even you can't enter here without permission. Saint Izanbalin v. Nashowling shouted. In his understanding, Figolandu Greenu is an alien of the Draco. However, Lord I Am gave him the command of the Knights of God. This made him control the strongest combat power of the heavenly dragons even though he was under the 5 elders, and he could surpass the 5 of them. Just obey Iam's existence. Therefore, everyone in the 5 elders was very dissatisfied with Figalondo Greengoo. However, Lord Iam already knows about the death of that good-for-nothing Satan, and he is the newly appointed god of scientific defense by Lord Iam. The god of scientific defense? That is, becoming one of the 5 elders? The 4 people's eyes widened instantly. Chapter 318 Marine's Extreme Operation. Figalondo. Are they the new 5 elders? The 4 of them couldn't accept it for a moment. Anyone can do it, but why this guy? Moreover, that is the god of scientific defense. The reason why Sarton once held this position was because he was a scientist himself. But this guy Figaland, you know shit about technology. However, no matter how dissatisfied they were, they did not dare to show it. Just because this is Iam's decision, question Iam? That is no different than seeking death. For other people, they are almost immortal beings, but for Iam, to kill them, all it takes is a thought. Yes, just a thought can deprive them of their ability to live forever. As for the result, needless to say, of course. By the way, Lord Iam asked me to tell you idiots that it was the people from King's Landing who did it. What? X4 The 4 of them were stunned. Aren't the people of King's Landing assisting the Warring States period in fighting the pirates in Fuetian? Why does Egghead's matter involve them? A-hole, no matter what the reason is, if you dare to attack our 5 elders, this is a complete declaration of war. I suggest that you use all your strength and trump cards to completely wipe them out in the East Daxia Sea. Second, we can no longer leave them alone. Then let's attack the Fordway Tianjun landing fleet first, and let Marine cooperate and eat them all in one go. Good idea, seconded. Second, the 4 people immediately discussed the matter. But then I thought about it, that's not right, there is still one person missing. After all, any decision between powers requires 5 people to make the decision together. But just now there were only 4 of them discussing. At this time, they remembered that Satan was gone, and now the 5th person in the room. They all hate it. Saint Figalondo Geringer. Involuntarily, the 4 people turned their heads to look. I saw the man sitting on the sofa, looking at them with a joking look. It's like enjoying the juggling of several clowns. Saint Geringer, don't go too far, advertisement. Am I going too far? It seems that you haven't realized what stupid thing you were preparing to do until now, right? What's the meaning? It means, have you forgotten what Lord Iam explained before? This. The 4 of them were stunned. Then he recalled what Iam told him when he went to the throne of the void before. Among them, one thing is, Iam said that she would handle Luo Land's affairs and asked the 5 of them not to interfere. This. If they had really ordered to deal with King's Landing just now, wouldn't it be directly disobeying Lord Iam's wishes? And what are the consequences of disobeying Lord Iam? Just thinking about it made all 4 of them tremble. It seems that you have remembered it. No wonder Lord Iam said that you are all trash. In my opinion, calling you trash is because Lord Iam is trying to save face for you. Let me say it, you. It's worse than trash. Figalondo was on full fire, taunting endlessly. This made the 4 of them look extremely ugly, but unfortunately, I couldn't refute it. More than 10 hours later, the edge of the sea area where Fuetian is located is already fiercely fought. There are dozens of battlefields, large and small. In addition to the headquarters, there are about 20 warships and thousands of naval soldiers. Almost all available troops were sent out by the Warring States period. There is no way. Now in New World, even if you include the strength of the G1 and G5 branches, there are only more than 70,000 Marines in total. As for the warships, there are more than 500 old sailing ships and 30 new steel warships. This is all the troops that the Warring States period can deploy at present. After all, for Marine and World Government, Paradise and the 4 Seas, no, now it is the 3 Seas. These places are still the basic market. Even if the Marine headquarters moves to the New World, these places cannot be abandoned and a large number of troops will still be needed to garrison them. Just like in the past, Marine Fando had only about 30,000 permanent naval troops. Therefore, even though Marine has more than 300,000 sailors, when you spread it out to so many branches all over the world, and concentrate 100,000 elites like the top war, this is already the limit. Moreover, it is impossible to maintain such a large number of troops for a long time. Because gathering 100,000 people together means that your troops elsewhere will be reduced. It's okay for a short time, but over time, something is definitely going to go wrong. Therefore, the fact that the Warring States period was able to gather 70,000 people to Fuetian for such a long time was already a very extreme operation. Report. Vice Admiral Ghost Spider defeated the 3-ship alliance headed by the Black Blood Pirates and is asking for instructions on the next step. Report. Admiral Akainu's fleet has encountered the Beast Pirates 170 nautical miles west of Fuetian and fought against Kaido. The current situation is not good. Report. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel is besieged by more than a dozen pirates with a bounty of over 100 million, and is requesting support. Advertisement. Report. At the port of Fuetian, on the steel battleship serving as the temporary headquarters. In the combat conference room, reports continued to arrive. While there were some areas where Marine was victorious, there were more. They are all adverse reports. Of course. 4 Emperors groups, plus more than 200 pirate groups, have been confirmed. And Marine. This is not Malinfondo. When they were in Marineland, the huge number of supercoastal defense guns alone was enough for pirates to drink a pot. But here, although many islands are undergoing crazy construction, trying to turn the entire sea area into a super fortress group. However, it is far from finished. At this moment, we can only rely on the fleet to attack. Naturally, it would be very disadvantageous to fight. The number of pirates, there are just too many. The ghost spider is very close to the flying squirrel, let him go to support. At the same time, tell the flying squirrel not to be too eager to fight. While fighting, retreat in the direction of the ghost spider, but be careful to control the rhythm. If the pirate retreats, then go up and entangle him before retreating again. Wait until we meet up with the ghost spider before we start counterattack. Then send an order to Kizaru to set off immediately to support Akainu. At the same time, tell Akainu that his mission is not to defeat Kaido, and he has no ability to do it. Before we deal with those miscellaneous pirate groups, he and Kizaru just need to block Kaido and prevent him from rushing in. And Aokiji and the T-Dolphin, Sengoku directed in an orderly manner. Under his command, there are 3 generals, more than 20 lieutenant generals, countless major generals and brigadiers, and 70,000 elite naval soldiers. It operates like a precision instrument. In such a large-scale Corps-level battle, only Jonathan in the entire Marine could compete with Sengoku. Others, even the 3 generals, the same doesn't work. Where's King's Landing's fleet, Gion? Have they not started yet? According to the latest battlefield situation, the Warring States period issued dozens of orders one by one. Then he turned to look at Crane. However, Zhangzi, who was holding the phone, shook his head. No, I can't contact Gion. There was a trace of worry on his face. Warring States, on the other hand, walked to the porthole and looked into the distance. This direction is exactly where Egghead is. Could that report from Aokiji be? Chapter 319 Non-Contact Combat. Momosagi doesn't answer the phone because her phone is dead. After all, when fighting Sarden, whether it was the ultimate thunder power she unleashed, the conquerors released by Sarden, or the huge energy and impact produced by the two fighting each other, these are not things that phone bugs can bear. Moreover, let alone the phone bug, even the mobile phone Luo Lan gave her was turned into a pile of parts at this moment. As for Luo Lan, well, he is currently on the 5th floor underground, which is King's Landing's combat command center. Here, no one is allowed to bring phone bugs into the place, even Luo Lan is no exception. After all, phone bugs are not safe. Even if they are directional phone bugs that claim to be able to prevent eavesdropping, who dares to say that this thing is completely impossible to eavesdrop? On the contrary, a large number of satellites in Junlin are now in the sky one after another, and there are even communication satellites. Nature. Compared to the unsafe communication method of telephone bugs, Luo Lan naturally believed in his own communication satellites more. After all, the other party does not have the technology in this area, so naturally there is no way to eavesdrop. Fleet Admiral, the 2nd fleet is in position, and the 3rd floating fortress is in position. In the command center, a report sounded. Luo Lan also stood up and looked at the huge screen in front of him. For most of the day, the 2nd fleet went from gathering to setting off, and finally arrived at New World Wade Ford and deployed. It was finally ready to start. Perhaps for the Warring States period, it is necessary to rely on continuous reports from each unit before we can grasp the general situation of the entire battlefield. Kella Lan. It's like playing a game. On the huge screen was a map of the entire sea area, as well as the locations of all units on both sides. All are factual. A large number of reconnaissance satellites have gathered in orbit at this moment, plus warning airships, which are also scanning the battlefield with radar at this moment. For Luo Lan, there are no secrets in the battlefield at this moment. Let's start according to the original battle plan. Yes, Fleet Admiral, at Luo Lan's order, the entire command center was like a precision instrument, running instantly. And over the sky above Fudwai, which is 3,000 nautical miles away. At this moment, there is not as large a fleet as before, It's just a huge battleship, the flagship of the 2nd fleet. After all, Luo Lan has reset the tone for this battle from the beginning. Without knowing whether the world government and Marine would attack King's Landing, the entire war was changed to a non-contact battle. No contact is allowed unless absolutely necessary. Even those warships that dispersed were under the command of the headquarters at the moment and were not exposed to the sight of any Marine or pirates at all. Who made this battlefield completely transparent to King's Landing? Advertisement, Lieutenant General, the attack order from the headquarters has been issued. Instruct all combat units to begin the attack. Yes, Lieutenant General. At this moment, you are here, officially involved. The first shots fired were the 2 main guns on the bow of the flagship. 2 electromagnetic guns. Even though the flagship is currently located in the sky over Fordview, the 2nd-generation electromagnetic gun has a range of more than 300 kilometers and can cover almost the entire sea area. As for the positioning issue, there are so many satellites staring at it in orbit, plus the radar data transmitted in real time from the warning airship. Not a problem at all. Report, target number 1 and target number 2 have been locked. Report, number 1 and number 2 gun positions are fully charged. Report. At this moment, Tina stood up and waved her hand. Fire. Yes, Lieutenant General. Suddenly, the 2 main guns on the bow of the ship opened fire instantly, firing 2 specially made solid ammunition. It was pushed out at a speed exceeding Mach 15. Red Dog, haven't you had enough to eat? Conquerors wrapped around the mace and directly knocked away the charging Akainu. Then, Kaido put the mace on the deck with his left hand, stretched out his little finger with his right hand, and picked out his ears. Said disdainfully, and these words made Akainu furious. Did I say I didn't have enough to eat? If you have the ability, don't use conquerors to entangle you, don't defend yourself. That's right, although Kaido looked disdainful and acted very relaxed. But is it really so? Actually not. Under Akainu's fierce attack, he used at least 70% of his strength. Even Conqueror's entanglement was used. At the same time, I kept yelling in my heart. This lunatic, Marine only has such a small salary, do you need to work so hard like this? Of course, no matter how much I curse in my heart, externally. Kaido always has that disdain on his face. On this battlefield, except for Akainu and Kaido, Marine was also at a disadvantage in all other battles. After all, with about 1/5 of the entire Federation force, they have to fight against the entire Beast Pirates. Advertisement even among the 3 major boards now, Jack is absent because he was captured by King's Landing before. But Marine's absolute disadvantage has not changed at all. But the Warring States period cannot put all its troops here. You must know that there are BIGMOM pirate groups, third-party pirate groups, or large pirate fleets on other battlefields. These need to be dealt with by someone. General, we are ordered not to fight hard, but to delay the attack. In addition, General Kizaru is already on the way. Tell the headquarters that I don't need the guy's support here and let him go to Aokiji. Asking this guy to come for support is useless and might even be a disservice. Who can this guy kill? Akainu really doesn't want to see Kizaru. However, Akainu didn't know that if Luo Lan heard what he said, he would definitely complain like crazy. Who can Kizaru kill? Sorry, everyone I killed was really awesome. You have only killed 1 ace in the entire collection of Akainu, and you still relied on some dirty tricks. And the yellow ape, after killing Zephyr, he also killed Vegapunk. This is a really ruthless person, he may be superficial, but once he kills. All those killed were important people. At the bow of the ship, the sailor was very embarrassed when he heard Akainu's words. If he told Akainu this, he would definitely be scolded by Fleet Admiral. Then he sent a message to Fleet Admiral, and was scolded by Akainu again. Can't you two just talk on the phone and then yell at each other? Why am I so unlucky to be stuck in the middle? However, he did not dare to disobey Akainu's order, so he had to silently walk to the bridge. At this moment, he suddenly felt something and instinctively looked up. I saw a stream of red light streaking across the sky. The next moment, before it could react, boom. The Marine turned around sharply. I saw the large sailing ship Kaido was on a few hundred meters away. It actually flew. Okay, that's not quite the right description. It wasn't that the ship flew up, but that the ship was blown into pieces, and then those pieces and the pirates on the ship were all blown into the sky. Even Kaido's huge body, at this moment, it is also flying in the sky. What's going on? Chapter 321 Way Transparent Battlefield. The super large sailing ship carrying most of the members of the Beast Pirates was torn into pieces and blown up into the sky in an instant. This left everyone stunned. But before they could recover, the sharp whistle of artillery shells streaking across the sky sounded, followed immediately. Boom 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 boom. Dozens of large-caliber artillery shells fell like raindrops. The entire Beast Pirates were blown up and howled like ghosts and wolves. And this is only the first wave. Next, electromagnetic guns and large-caliber cannons came in one wave after another without any interruption. On the other side, the BIGMOM pirates, who were confronting the fleet led by Aokiji and had not yet started to take action, were also hit by out-of-sight naval guns, as well as hundreds of fighter planes located thousands of meters above the ground. Aerial bomb attack. As for the pirate groups in other directions, none of them escaped. Each one of them was beaten up without even seeing the enemy. Even those pirates who were not taken care of for the time being because of the insufficient number of King's Landing battleships, who should have been very lucky. But at this moment, it has become the most tragic symbol. After all, the pirate world's famous physique can save lives in most cases when being bombarded. However, King's Landing cannot take care of all directions at the same time, so they directly use missiles against them. Launched directly from Federation, it continuously launched and cleared areas where no warships were temporarily deployed. Kill the pirate groups one by one. Some enjoyed the flame warheads, some enjoyed the slashing warheads. In short, the missiles carrying various warheads made these pirates cry for their fathers and mothers. It was so miserable. And in the flagship's combat command room, the big screen is displaying a picture synchronized from Rhode Island. The entire battlefield is completely transparent. This is why all warships can complete attacks again and again without being seen. Isn't that natural? As long as all warships are moved out of the sight of other Marines or pirates through microcontrol, it will be fine. With a fully transparent battlefield, this is not a problem at all. In short, the entire battlefield except for the BIGMOM pirates saw some iron lumps flying thousands of meters in the air. All the others were beaten without even seeing anyone from King's Landing. Not to mention these pirates, even Marine is confused at the moment. Forms of war, has everything become like this? How to fight this battle on a battlefield where no one can even see it? Advertisement, and even if you know how to fight, the weapons and equipment on your side. There is no way to support such a battle. At the same time, under this fighting method, most of the personal bravery is weakened to the limit. Except for Kizaru, who has super high speed and can quickly fight back more than 10 or 20 kilometers away. What should the others do? Moreover, even if it is Kazaru, do you think King's Landing doesn't have general-level combat power? Not only do they also have 3 generals, but they are also stronger than Marine's 3 generals. Even Tina showed strength close to that of a general during the war, let alone Momosagi, who also ran to King's Landing. Although he didn't know how Luo Lan did it, warring states felt that in the future, even in terms of high-end combat power, King's Landing would far surpass Marine. Not to mention, Marine is now out of business, and none of the younger generation can even take action. Every time he thought about Marine's future, Sengoku could only sigh. Rhode Island, Underground Combat Command Center. Fleet Admiral, the Beasts Pirates and the BIGMOM Pirates begin to retreat. The other pirate groups from all directions also began to escape one after another. Lieutenant General Tina asked if they would launch a full pursuit. Hear the report. Luo Lan shook her head without thinking. Reject, let the Second Fleet withdraw its troops and return to the East Daxia Sea, and let Marine handle the rest. Yes, Fleet Admiral. After giving the final order, Luo Lan left the command center. Then he rushed to the villa area. Speaking of the villa area built in the core area of Junlan, after expansion, it already has hundreds of units. Who can live here? In addition to Luo Lan, there are also officers above Brigadier General, top leaders of various departments, and some special talents. Just about an hour ago, someone else came in. And this person was none other than Luo Lan, who sent someone to escort Vegapunk back from Egghead, even at the cost of breaking up with the 5 elders, using an entire fleet. But you say Luo Lan really needs Vegapunk, but that's not necessarily true. Compared with him as a person, Luo Lan actually values more. It was the brain fruit that he ate, of course. There was nothing Luo Lan didn't want to do to get a current S-level scientist with X-level potential without spending points. Enter the villa. Advertisement. Luo Lan immediately heard the arguing inside. It turned out that it was Silas and several other S-class scientists who all ran over after learning that Vegapunk had arrived. At this moment, several people were arguing about something, and at the same time they were writing complicated formulas on the small blackboard. Luo Lan can't understand, and those guys were so engrossed that no one even noticed Luo Lan coming in, and even came to the living room and stood not far from them. Regarding this situation, Luo Lan smiled bitterly. But it didn't bother them either. After sitting on the sofa nearby, he watched several people arguing with interest. Speaking of which, Vegapunk is quite lonely. If he hadn't appeared, he might never have found anyone who could argue with him like this, right? Now that several of them appeared at once, it's no wonder that although this guy was blushing, he seemed to be enjoying it. Just when Luo Lan was thinking about this, a figure that wrapped itself tightly walked over and placed a cup of hot tea on the coffee table in front of Luo Lan. Thanks. No, it's me who should say thank you. This is the first time I've seen you so happy. Are you Shikia? Yes, Shikia nodded. In fact, Luo Lan is quite curious. Is there a human face under Sakamuni's helmet, or is it a machine? Of course, he would not order Sakamuni to take off his helmet just to satisfy his curiosity. These clones created by Vegapunk all have their own independent thoughts and emotions. Therefore, Luo Lan directly treats them as human beings. By the way, how is York? She was sent to prison by Momosagi-sama, and I haven't decided yet whether to shut her down completely. That's it. Luo Lan nodded. He also understood that although York betrayed Vegapunk, he still had no idea how to deal with it. Lao Bei is probably still a little hesitant. After all, to him, these 6 clones are like his own children in a sense, right? By the way, I don't know about the 1% daily loyalty effect of the King's Landing building. Is it also useful for artificial humans? Suddenly, Luo Lan became curious. Chapter 321 The Universality of Brain Fruit. Several people argued for several hours before finally stopping. The entire living room of the villa is filled with formulas. The floor, windows, and even the coffee table in front of Luo Lan were not spared. At this time, they finally noticed that there was an extra person in the room. Fleet Admiral, when did you come? About 3 hours ago. Then you were here. Well, I must have been sitting for 3 hours. Hearing this, Silas looked horrified, while Luo Lan waved his hand indifferently. Then he stood up and walked to Vegapunk. Hello, Dr. Vegapunk, I am Luo Lan, Fleet Admiral of King's Landing. I know you. The Warring States period asked me to study your physical problems. After all, eating devil fruit has no effect. You are the only one in this world, and I happened to be studying blood factors back then. Hearing this, Luo Lan was not surprised. After all, the Warring States period did try their best to solve their own problems. And it is not surprising to find Vegapunk. After all, Vegapunk's research on blood factors can be regarded as the first person in the pirate world. It's just a pity that there is still no result in the end. Now it seems that your physical problem has been solved, right? Although the inability to eat devil fruit is still not solved, the problem of the upper limit of physical strength has been completely solved. Well, I continued to study your question and came to a conclusion. Do you want to know? Of course I'm interested, Luo Lan nodded. Although he already knew what his problem was, he still wanted to hear what Vegapunk had to say. My conclusion is that you are not from our world. Good guy. Luo Lan called him a good guy. Vegapunk actually came up with the only correct answer. That's right, I am indeed not from this world. After all, I am wearing. As for devil fruit, whether it is Silas's speculation or Shanks's 100 years of blankness, it has been proven. This thing is man-made and is the result of genetic technology. In other words, it is a product created to target the genes of the Aboriginal people. As an Earthling, Luo Lan's genes are naturally very different from those of the Aboriginal people in the pirate world. This is the reason why Luo Lan cannot eat the devil fruit, and the upper limit of his physical strength is so different from that of the Aborigines. Advertisement. Although Luo Lan knew this very well, he really didn't expect that someone in the pirate world would come to this conclusion for such an outrageous thing. Even if this person is Vegapunk. Bang bang bang. Luo Lan smiled and clapped her hands. As expected of a doctor, you can actually get this answer. That's right, I'm not from this world. In the room, apart from Vegapunk, there were also Silas and others. Silas and the others are deep biomorphs, and their loyalty to them is permanently locked at 100, so Luo Lan doesn't care what they hear. Doctor, how did you discover this? Fleet Admiral gave me a piece of your hair during the Warring States period, and I still preserve this hair using a special method. I see. Luo Lan nodded. To put it bluntly, studying ancestry factors is actually studying genes. This has been confirmed by the Ministry of Science. The two were just called differently. In King's Landing, it is called a gene because of Luo Lan's existence, while in other places, it is called a blood factor because of the name proposed by Vegapunk. So, Vegapunk has a piece of Luo Lan's hair in his hand, coupled with his in-depth research on genetic technology over the years. Nature. More things will be researched. In the end, he discovered that there were huge irreconcilable differences between his genes and those of the natives of the pirate world. It's not surprising at all. This day, Luo Lan chatted a lot with Vegapunk. He even talked a lot about the technological development of his previous life. Although Luo Lan doesn't understand scientific research, she can still describe various technological products. Vegapunk's eyes lit up when he heard this. Many times, what scientists are missing is just a flash of inspiration. And a scientist like Vegapunk never lacks for a flash of inspiration. What he lacks is, yes, basic. It's the overall root. These are exactly what Luo Lan can give. After the two chatted, and after knowing what Luo Lan wanted to do in the future, Vegapunk decisively joined King's Landing. Now, I am immersed in the library of Supermarine Academy. Supplement theoretical knowledge of various basic sciences. Advertisement. As for the brain fruit, Luo Lan also mentioned it to Vegapunk. Originally Luo Lan thought he would hesitate. I didn't expect. Vegapunk agreed without even thinking about it. The only requirement is that I want to see the process of cloning and improving devil fruits. Luo Lan would naturally not object to this, because the key lies not in the process, but in the equipment. Of course, it is impossible for Luo Lan to dismantle these devices for Vegapunk to study. After all, this thing was drawn by Luo Lan in the first place. If it breaks, there will be no place to buy a replacement. Even if he later upgraded to an S-level city builder, Luo Lan didn't dare to guarantee that this would be included in the default S-level buildings given by the system. If it weren't for the worry that Vegapunk thought she didn't believe him, Luo Lan would have wanted to persuade him to stop reading. It's just a waste of time, isn't it? The next day. The brain fruit has been analyzed, and with very good luck, a critical hit occurred during the first analysis. An improved version of the brain fruit appears. Moreover, the improvements this time are very impressive, and it is also the first time Luo Lan has seen an improved version with two attributes at the same time. 1. Eliminate all side effects. 2. The fruit effect is increased by 30%. The cloning time was 72 hours, so Luo Lan ordered 5 of them and queued up. After all, the science department currently has 3 S-level scientists and 1 X-level scientist, and Vegapunk also needs to be replaced with an improved version. That's 5. If it weren't for time and cost issues, Luo Lan would have planned to clone more. Some are also distributed to people in other departments. For example, Ship Design Bureau, Intelligence Department, etc. These places also need this stuff. There is also Kaya who helps me solve many physical problems. After he completes the upgrade of the S-Class Fortress builders, he will arrange them all. Well, you can also form a super staff composed of people with brain fruit abilities. I have to say, the versatility of this brain fruit is really outrageous. Can be used in any department, and this is why Luo Lan has to bring Vegapunk back to King's Landing. The main reason. Chapter 322 Fleet Commander, Shanks. Originally, Luo Lan considered letting everyone choose whether they were willing to use the brain fruit. After all, although this thing is good, the side effects are also obvious. That is, it will become bigger. However, now that all side effects have been eliminated, Luo Lan no longer has to worry about this. If he hadn't been unable to use devil fruit himself, he would have wanted to eat one. In addition, even though the brain fruit was peeled off from Vegapunk's body, his big head did not shrink back. But after eating the improved version of brain fruit again, will it? To be honest, Luo Lan is quite curious. After the brain fruit is cloned, Vegapunk will be the first one to eat it. Maybe I can really change back and no longer have to look like an alien with a big head? The next day, Luo Lan called everyone together and held a meeting. Even Shanks was called over. At first glance, this guy already has 97 points of loyalty, which is 3 points shy of reaching the full value. Luo Lan was very satisfied with this, and this meeting has something to do with him, so he was called over. Although the red-haired man is still famous, it has been 3 months since he left his territory. There really haven't been any problems for the time being. But, As time goes by, it's hard for anyone to tell. Yesterday, Hongfa came to see Luo land because several of his cadres who stayed in New World told him that during this period, a pirate group had begun to test and wanted to sneak into the sea area controlled by Hongfa. The key is that the red hair hasn't shown up for too long. Therefore, at the beginning of the meeting, Luo land presented two options. The first one, like Baituan, moved the main islands and the entire population to the East Daxia Sea. The second one, under the guise of red hair, announced his isolation from the outside world, and then quietly developed the power of King's Landing in the New World. The first way is to help continue to build a more prosperous East Daxia Sea. Today's East Daxia Sea is Luo land's foundation anyway, with the population of the red and white groups filling the waters, plus the migration of a large number of small and medium-sized islands. It is not impossible to make it the only super sea in the pirate world. But similarly, the second method is equally attractive to Luo land. This is an opportunity to get involved in the new world without anyone noticing. To be honest, even Luo land himself is still a little hesitant about which method to use. Advertisement until at the meeting, that idiot Ace suddenly said. Can't we have them all? Only then did Luo land suddenly wake up. That's right, what's there to worry about? Just like Ace said, why don't we all have to worry about it? Bring people back. Bring back valuable islands too. But this doesn't affect King's Landing's deployment of troops there and control of the entire sea area, right? The most that can be done is not to wear the uniform of King's Landing, and at the same time let the Ship Design Bureau specially design a type of warship to be closer to the appearance of a pirate ship, and use it in the New World. After making the decision, Luo land immediately made arrangements. The first thing is to start forming the Third Fleet and order the Ship Design Bureau to start designing a new warship. In addition, Luo land also asked Robin to start spreading news to the outside world, the content of which was: there are spies inside King's Landing, and a large amount of steel warship technology has been stolen. We are currently tracing the force responsible for it, and announced that once it is found out, it will carry out a thunderous strike. For a time, this news shocked the whole world. As a result, all the forces in the sea are investigating who is so bold as to go to King's Landing to steal technology, and what they stole is the core technology that they are based on. Of course, they are not really so kind to help Junlin investigate, but that's King's Landing's battleship technology. I haven't seen anyone else in King's Landing relying on this kind of battleship, even repelling the combined fleet of Marine and World Government in the Windless Zone. Who doesn't want it? Who is not greedy? At the same time, it only took one day. The Ship Design Bureau came up with brand new battleship drawings. Just kidding, shelf-style design, can't this be faster? What is shelf design? To put it simply, it uses 100% mature technologies without adding any new technologies. Then, the three major shipyards started work directly. Since it is only one type of destroyer and has a complete shelf design, the manufacturing speed is expected to be very fast. After the big shipyards each set up a few shipyards, they should be able to produce about 50 ships every month. This speed is already quite good. After all, the three major shipyards all have other production tasks and cannot fully manufacture this type of warship. They just set aside several shipyards. At the same time, the candidate for the commander of the Third Fleet was finally decided. As we all know, the three major generals in King's Landing will not serve as fleet commanders. As for the reason, according to Luo land's own words, none of these three guys have any commanding talent. It is for this reason that Momosagi and Tina became the commanders of the First and Second Fleets respectively. Advertisement as for the Third Fleet. From yesterday to today, there have been many discussions within King's Landing. Among them, most of them thought it was Smoker. After all, he was Tina's contemporary, also came from the Marine Elite training camp, and commanded the Grandmaster Fleet. The only problem is that the military rank is lower, now only Major General. But that's not a problem, isn't it just a matter of one word from Lieutenant General Sheng Shui's own Fleet Admiral? However, when Luo Lan announced his appointment, everyone was dumbfounded. They thought about many people, but the person Luo Lan announced was something they had never thought of at all. The organization of the Second Fleet is as follows. Commander. Shanks Chief of Staff. Ben Beckman. Total number of employees, 25,000. Total number of battleships, 98 station, Floating Fortress number 4. Everyone was confused. Didn't the red-haired Shanks join King's Landing temporarily? How did he become the commander of the Third Fleet? Also, Beckman is even the Chief of Staff of the fleet? Is this Third Fleet going to completely develop into a pirate fleet? In fact, Luo Lan made such a decision carefully. The first is that no matter who is sent, there is no guarantee that the identity will not be discovered by the world government. After all, world government is very good at espionage. So, why don't we just let Shanks come in? In this case, there is no need for you to check. The commander of the Third Fleet has not even shown up every day, so he can show it to you openly, right? Besides, no one would find it strange that Shanks and his men manage that sea area. After all, that is someone else's territory, isn't it? Not to mention, in 2 days, Shanks will become his die-hard loyalist, as will everyone else under his command. Luo Lan doesn't have to worry about anything at all. So, everyone was stunned. Shanks quietly took office. Chapter 323. How about surrendering? A few days later. New World, Gothel Island. This is one of the main bases of the red-haired pirates. However, in the past 3 months, except for a few small cadres and a few trainee crew members, Shanks, and even the entire red-haired pirate group haven't been seen for a long time. If they hadn't still had a phone number to contact them, they would have thought that their boss had been killed. And those other pirate groups in New World. After a long time, many people began to find that the red-haired pirates did not show up for longer and longer. So it was only a few days ago that they contacted Hongfa to report the matter. What on earth did the captain do to disappear for 3 months? I don't know where the captain went. I only know that if he never comes back, it won't be those little pirates who will come back later, but the other 4 emperors group. Well, hear this. Several other people also sighed. They should all know very well that this is what will happen next. Even if the other 4 emperors groups will not invade on a large scale, they will definitely send out cadres for a wave of tentative attacks. And even if it is just tentative, it is not something that a few of their trainee crew members can stop. I had just joined the red-haired pirates, and it hadn't even been half a year, so why did this happen to me? Did I make the wrong choice? I should have joined the other 3-4 emperors groups? No, the white group is not good either. The grass on the graves are taller than people. I should go to the beasts or BIGMOM pirates. However, just when a few people were sighing and their thoughts were flying, the sky suddenly darkened. Several people felt something was wrong and raised their heads suddenly. I saw that a huge island appeared above me at some point, and its location just happened to completely block the sun. Damn it, didn't it mean that the Golden Lion was killed by King's Landing and is already dead? Idiot, didn't you watch the live broadcast of the war on top? Those iron lumps flying out of the clouds and attacking the BIGMOM pirates are obviously King's Landing having a base on the clouds. So what? Are you stupid? It means Junlin got the Piao Piao fruit. Hiss. Then you mean that the island above belongs to King's Landing? The few people who understood it instantly gasped. This is a force that the 4 emperors group, not even Marine, can stop, just relying on a few of his trash. Advertisement otherwise, will it drop? Quick, get a white flag over here. There is no white flag. If you don't have any, just think of a way. It's not impossible to find some white clothes and tear them up. This. Neither. Forget it, use mine. But your clothes are not white either. Who said anything about clothes? Can't my underwear be white? Under the stunned gaze of several trainee crew members, the junior officer quickly lowered his pants, and then tied his snow-white underwear to a stick. He waved wildly in the sky. At the same time, King's Landing No. 4 floating fortress, at the edge. Shanks and a group of cadres are standing here looking down at the moment. Beckman, I finally experienced the happiness of the Golden Lion back then. If you have this thing, what kind of pirate ship do you need? By the way, can't you just leave this thing behind for a while? It was like getting a beloved toy. Shanks had a reluctant expression on his face. Beckman on the side shook his head with a wry smile. Now I am not a pirate, but even after joining King's Landing, my captain, ah no, my commander is still so unreliable. The No. 4 floating fortress is still just an island. There is no time to build it. If it weren't for the purpose of sending us here quickly this time, it would not be started at all. If you don't send us back now, how will you turn it into a real floating fortress? Empty fortress? Beckman spat. However, what he said is also true. Although Luo Lan gave the 3rd Fleet a floating fortress as a base, the floating fortresses No. 1 to No. 3 each have their own tasks and deployment locations. It is impossible to transfer it to them, therefore, you can only create a new one. It is nothing more than building a fleet headquarters, a naval base, and a large number of various weapons on it. Well, let's create another person with the power of Piao Piao fruit. For Luo Lan, these costs are not very high. Besides, the fighter planes are all built by Junlin himself, so they cost no points at all. But now, there is nothing on this island. After delivering them to the New World, they must immediately return to the East Daxia Sea and start construction. At the same time, Rhode Island is also producing fighter jets for the No. 4 floating base. These all take time. Advertisement, Captain, ah, no, it's the commander. Commander, look below, it's one of ours. He seems to be waving to us. At this moment, Lucky Lu pointed down and shouted while chewing the meat. With this shout, Shanks came back to his senses and nodded. It's rare for them to be alone at home for more than 3 months, it's really hard work. Huh? They are not waving, but waving something else. It's a bit far away and can't be seen very clearly. Shanks first acknowledged the hard work of several people. Then, he discovered something was wrong, but as he said, the distance was still too far to see clearly. However, he can't see clearly, but someone can. I saw that Jesus BU on the side had already raised a sniper rifle obtained from King's Landing and looked down through the 8-fold mirror. The next moment, he put down the gun, rubbed his eyes, and then raised the gun again to look at it. This operation immediately confused everyone. Jesus BU, this guy, actually rubbed his eyes? What's going on? However, when they looked at Jesus' cloth again, they found. Jesus Bu's expression at this moment is quite wonderful. Jesus BU, what on earth did you see, Commander? I think it's best for you not to know. What do you mean? I'm the captain. Ah no, I'm the commander of the 3rd Fleet. Is there anything else I can't know? How about? You see for yourself. Jesus thought about it and let Shanks see it for himself. Anyway, he really couldn't explain the situation below. He immediately handed over the gun. Shanks took the sniper rifle, even though there was a row of question marks above his head, and he didn't know how to use the gun. However, just looking into the distance through the scope was not a problem for him. Well, I put it on my right eye. Well, looking for goals. Well, this 8 power lens is really good, you can see very clearly. Let me see, what did Jesus be you see? And he couldn't say anything about it. 3 seconds later. Shank's whole face turned dark. This is not only a shame for the Red League, but also. The picture is really eye-catching.